Harry and Hugo, how you feeling? How was the group stage coming into, or stage 1 and 2 coming into Cologne here?
Nice save, Mike. We got your camera trained. It was fun. It was good. We had some expected results. We had some not expected results. Falcons falling early. Nice to see our playoff bracket, though. I'm very happy with the teams we have. We've got to, and the bracket shaped up nicely as well. Like Spirit, Vitality, either side could have so many rematches. Austin major rematch, last year rematch could have 2 last major finalists going head to head in the final. I think this is shaping up pretty well.
Now we've seen a lot of roster moves. And I feel that we've seen a bit more equilibrium happen now heading into the first kind of major tournament of the year. Would you agree with this in terms of some of these roster changes? I would say like, Na'Vi kind of, back on planet Earth, so to speak, in terms of their play. They're in the playoffs. Spirit obviously making a big change with Magic's leaving and Zwei coming in. How are you guys feeling about some of these changes?
I think it's like a proving ground, right? Because you have the 2 academy prospects, Makaze, Kiyosuke, I think I pronounced that right, Harry, and cool. You have Zwei as well, like all very unproven players at tier 1, and obviously 2 of them land pretty well. They're in the playoffs. Falcons go out early, but I think, it's a season where we see young prospects have to prove themselves. So far they're doing all right.
With Falcons, did you guys cast any of their games? What were your initial impressions?
Dude, well, so Kiyosuke is looking really, really good. He's been, and I hope I said that right. My God, I've been drilling myself on how to say it. But he stood up to the eye test really, really well. Not just like playing acceptably, like I would argue someone like a Makaze's done thus far in Na'Vi. He was exceptional, and frequently was the only guy doing anything in their games. So to that end, looks really, really good. It's Nico and Monacy that were the most concerning in Falcons, without a doubt. With Nico, I kind of expected like a bit of a drop. Just because, they have to give room to this new addition, and that's been a big part of bringing him in, and you can see that in the gameplay. I kind of thought Nico would be hit. Monacy came out of left field, though, and I don't think you can lose both of them in the way that they have, right? Monacy kind of went on to recover a little bit in the final series they played, but nothing insane, not usual Monacy numbers. He kind of just looked like a okay AWPer, and that's not why you pay big money for Monacy. That's not why you pay big money for Nico. So those are the 2, and I think they both know it. Those are the 2 that have to step up and deliver. There was no doubt around their new prospect signing. He was fantastic, and it should have been good enough to get Falcons into the playoffs. Considering like the goal for all the teams is to beat Vitality, that's basically the world we're in. This was a shocking debut from the Falcons, from the 2 veteran players. Yeah.
With the, I wonder with Monacy in particular, with the Keisuke and him being friends and kind of the pressure on him to perform just because they're mates. He's the introduction of a new player to tier 1 Counter-Strike, the pressure on Monacy I felt was there, which obviously came across in the performance. Another player who is kind of new to a team, new to the server in terms of tier 1 and really getting to show how great he could be so far is Molodoy. So what do you guys make of Furia?
Oh, dude, I love Molodoy, man. I think he's such a sick talent on the AWP. I think, we're going to hit a point by the end of the year where I think he can easily find himself as one of the top 5 AWPers in the world, which is kind of a wild thing to think about. But the impact he has within Furia is huge, and he plays a very like self-sufficient, self-reliant brand. He's always like calling his shots. He changes up position every single round, different starter, but he wants to be involved. It's not one of these AWPs where, he's going to shy away from a fight. You'll see this on like their train games, on really any map he's on. If he picks the wrong starting spot, he's either going to instantly reposition and go seek out a gunfight somewhere else, or he's going to start getting aggressive on the AWP. He's just so entertaining to watch. And I just remember the first time we saw him and we said, damn, this guy's finishing games, like topping the charts, and it feels like he could have done even better. Like he fired an additional like 20 shots that were kind of on target, but that didn't get the kill. And it feels like he's refining that more and more. And that was the thing I was most excited to see, and he's making every shot count for a hell of a lot more. And I think you sometimes see these games where he goes a little bit quiet, but this has been the case since his debut. And I remember saying this about him when we cast him in Astana. We said it seems like he doesn't let, the shots he missed define his gameplay. He'll keep trying the same stuff. He'll keep going. And I think that's the thing that makes him threatening is he can be like 3-10 in a game. And then over the course of the next 3 rounds, he'll shoot up towards the top of the board for his team. This guy just seems relentless. And I think he keeps getting better. I think Molodoi has given Furia so much firepower combined with the like resurgence from Yakindar. That team is the real deal. And they've proven that now. Back-to-back playoff runs in major tournaments. Like, it's huge.
To compare, like even just to look at that last game of the group where we had G2 Furia, it's like to compare those two AWPers is like not even a fair comparison because I'm kind of shocked to see this. Some players like bottled it at this tournament. Sure, it's a new team. G2 have a lot of things to fill, but when you compare what Molodoi does and like the openers he forces, and as Harry said, he's so mobile on those CT sides, some players look scared. He looked scared to take fights. He didn't want to, try and be a risk taker, a game changer. He never threw himself in. And if you look at like the scores after, obviously they tell one half of the story, but even in the game, like he was really risk averse. So I'm glad that we can have this period of young AWPing talent coming up, and of course, just dominating. So yeah, Furia look good. Of course, they pulled Mouz, so good luck to them. But
so I don't know. I think that Furia have every chance against Mouz. Now Mouz, this tournament, they seem to have, during the major, Maui called it the apexification of Vitality. It's the roll the dice. You don't know what Vitality is going to do in any round. There might be what seems to be a strategy that they should be following, but then they just leave the doors open to kind of follow, any route within a map. They find the weak points in terms of the positioning of the opposition, and it feels like Mouz are starting to kind of use it's not even, I want to ask him about it, but in terms of a strategy and being unpredictable in the game, it feels like Furia is like using Molodoi in kind of a similar thing. You're saying about like, if he messes up in a round, he'll still go back and try the same thing later on in a map or games further down the line. But at the same time, the use of the oppers and actually giving them space ultimately seems to be the meta that everyone's kind of following. But Furia versus Mouz, do you guys are Mouz boys?
I mean, you want to say they're safe number 2 in the world. I don't think anyone's safe right now, to be fair. But like, I think I would have had more faith in Furia if they didn't like lose to Pain in that quarterfinal back at the major. I think that was a bit of a shame, considering I didn't think this was a team like with stage nerves. They got a map off Spirit at Astana, their debut event. So, I mean, on paper, Mouz are undeniably favourites. It's just whether Furia can find the lightning in a bottle, and it's Counter-Strike, so anyone can.
Torzi or Molodoi?
Oh my God, I've never thought about this head-to-head. Yeah, I think Molodoi, I'm going to go with Molodoi, man. I think Torchi's got more reps, more experience, and like there's definitely a higher likelihood that he does well in the quarter. But like, if Molodoi is on, oh my God, the heights this guy can go to is crazy.
Thank you very much, boys. Good luck with the podcast.
Thank you, man.
The question I want to ask Zio is that you're the star of Team Vitality, but I got a feeling that there is someone who baits you in the team, and there's someone who doesn't let you show your true potential. And can you explain a bit about this player?
I think, I have a big thing on my heart, and Raina is maybe not next to you, and then it's Mezi. Mezi is beating me as fuck.
Oh, that's a big problem, huh? You have any player like that in the team?
It's true, right? Like Messi said, last game against who we played yesterday, Mongols, he's going for MVP. He's going for MVP. Yeah. What the fuck?
Banana is always behind me, or yes. I don't know where's my keyboard. He's always beating me. Fuck's sake.
He didn't agree? Okay, so the team is saying in one voice that Messi is baiting, and come, Messi, come.
I'm no baiter.
Say it white.
Welcome, guys. So I'd like to ask the 2 guys that don't go first in the team, other known as...
Let's go with first and second.
Yeah.
Second.
Go fast.
Fast.
Talking.
They said I'm the beta of the team.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, finally, everyone say it. 4 against 1. You cannot say anything. Shut up.
Who is the main banana player? Who dies first of the time? An Apex to the smokes. Okay, so you have one baiter. Messi, come forward. Yeah. So since you got the baby, people are saying that you're baiting a lot, that you're going for MVPs, that you're playing like a star. What has changed since the baby?
I'm being more selfish now. I watched this guy for too long, and he
This guy?
yeah, he baits. He says flash for me, and then I don't flash for him, or I do a bad flash, and he's moaning. And so it's time for the Mezzi show.
Well, but to be honest, I saw your Inferno, and a lot of the T-side game is on second mid, not on banana. I'd like to ask you how you IGL. How do you call on second mid? Like, how do you structure the team all around you from second mid as a Delarker?
It's a lot of preparation. You know, you have to do the skyboxing, and I just have to look. Yesterday we played Mongols. It was tough. It was Mezinho, you know, he's a good player there. So you know, just do the prep correctly. A lot of good lurkers in the second mid area. So you have to take care of it.
Sometimes I personally think we play a bit too much towards second mid, and perhaps we need more resources towards banana.
Yeah, you know, like I used to be in this position that I played in a different team, and that was the same. And they always die, and then you're like 2v5, and you have to communicate with your lurker.
Could you tell me what players and team that was?
Yes, please.
I was in a different team, Mighty Max, like.
Feeling fantastic going into this playoff, obviously. You know, the confidence across the board with you guys is through the roof. You know, do you see any stop to this run?
Well, actually, we're not. People really overthink about us in the way that we think about back-to-back tournaments or whatever. No, we play just game by game, just trying to do our best at each game, and then this happened. And yeah, we're confident for sure, and we're working hard for that. It's not only like just only confidence. We played a lot. We're trying to invent new things. We just reinvent ourselves most of the time. So for me, just thinking about the semi next and hopefully the final, but like not thinking further.
And in terms of like the reinvention now, during the major, Maui called it the apexification of Counter-Strike, which is the way I would put it is like, it seems like you guys just roll the dice when, you know, round by round, and obviously there's strategy behind it, but can you kind of explain what your approach is at the moment?
Well, for me, the good thing right now is that of course we're a bit ahead of the others, but you need to keep this step ahead. And how are you keeping this step ahead is just by walking and inventing new things, trying to have one step ahead of what people will do against you. And that's another work, you know, you can just create strategies, it's a first work, but doing it by thinking, okay, how will be the reaction and how do we react to the reaction? And that's a bit the way I'm trying to be, and also inventing a new stuff, a new flash, a new Molotov, a new smoke, whatever it's called, and just trying to add stuff for the team. And also the guys sometimes help, and it creates like good stuff, I would say.
Okay, so in terms of reviewing demos, how you guys approach this, it's much more based around, okay, we did this, they're probably going to react this way. Mezzi, how are you finding the approach and so on? Obviously, you've seen a tremendous amount of success recently.
Yeah, I mean, it helps to have a guy like this. He keeps like pushing us to making sure that we're constantly thinking and being like trying to be innovative and trying to make sure we make new things, and I'm constantly thinking about what we can do to improve as players. Whether sometimes it's not always about adding new things, but maybe doing something that we've done before, just doing it a bit more because we haven't done it so much recently. And I think it's important that we have like this like open communication in the team, and having a captain like Dan to keep pushing us to keep thinking and trying to master the game as well. Because yeah, like I said, it's important to stay on top by doing this, because it's always tough and easy to get stuck when you're being so successful just to keep doing the same thing, and that's something we've done very well. Is I think one of the main things to why we've been so successful is to keep pushing ourselves, keep trying to look for new ways to improve and new ways to evolve in the game as well.
Final question, what's your favorite type of transport? You travel a lot, you know, planes, trains, cars?
Definitely not planes, even though that's the one I take the most, but I'm a bit scared up there. So I think train is really good because you can just relax, like seats are comfortable, you do nothing. Like I love driving as well, mostly if it's my cars, because if you have to drive a rent car, it's not the same. You don't enjoy as much. But yeah, I think definitely train or car for me.
Very French to say train. What kind of cars do you have?
I'm gonna buy soon a Porsche like Robin because he looks cool and he and he looks nice. But that's something I wanted for a long time. But I waited a bit longer than him. And I have an Audi RS6, which is pretty like comfortable as well, and it's really enjoyable to be able to go around. And yeah, in France we have fast trains. You know, we can get from Paris to the south in like 3 hours, so it's pretty cool.
Unlike the UK, where everyone drives because the trains are so garbage. You're a family van man now, aren't you?
I mean, I don't drive. I'm the passenger princess. So, I mean, for me, it's, yeah, I just relax wherever I go, train, car, plane. But I would agree with that. I actually quite like trains. It's probably the one I take the least. But being on the train is just chill, just relax. It's comfortable and, yeah. But like I say, I'm always a passenger, so even the car's comfortable for me, just chilling.
Very British not to have a driver's license.
Yeah. We came by train as well to Cologne from Paris, and that was actually nice.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, we did. It's 3 hours train. I slept 2 hours, so it was perfect.
No, the train is a lot better in that situation. Like Eurostar to Paris, do you do that when you're going over to when you guys are boot camping or anything?
Sometimes, like, I mean, for me to get to London is still a bit annoying, like from Birmingham to London, but I think it's really nice to be, yeah, from London to Paris, it's really comfortable, easy, and don't have this long check-in process like the airport and stuff, so it's just nice to hop straight onto the train and you're there in a few hours as well, so it's nice.
The hottest news here from the lobby. We've got Navi here. They're into the quarterfinals. You guys are playing Mongols in your first playoff game here in Cologne. Now, Emma, we'll begin with you. It's been a while since you guys have taken a trophy. We had Rio, right? End of 2024. 2024, great year for you guys. You know, obviously you had a major in there. Now we've seen a revitalization of the lineup. How has it been so far with Cologne in stage 1 and 2?
I mean, I can say that obviously, yes, it's been a while that we won anything, but like Vitality won everything that they could in the first season. We also had like a rough first season. That's why we made the change with Drain. And yeah, we have like a fresh start right now. It's a new season. It's sadly, and mostly sadly, the fact that Cologne is the first tournament, and then we have to test it because we just played one bootcamp with Drain, and then now we have to see how it goes in officials because it's different than practices, and it went pretty good so far.
So far, so good. Now, were you guys, we'll start with like the fact that you have Cologne coming out of the major as like the first big tournament, which is, with Valve shifting the calendar in the last couple of years and so on. This wasn't the case before. Now Cologne, you're straight into it with a big event. Were you guys expecting the success right off the bat like you guys have seen so far?
I think also Blade said that we had kind of no expectation or something like this because of what I said previously. And this is our first tournament together, so it's kind of a test to see how it goes from where we start, with what map we can work or what we have to work again and again. And yeah, I'm just happy that we managed to make it to the playoffs, to make his first playoffs, and then imagine first playoffs is gonna be Lanxess.
No, it's a remarkable start for you. Now let's go back to Blade in terms of expectations. Now, my knowledge of Blade is he's the general, right? So how has he been in terms of incorporating you into the lineup? Obviously, you're replacing JL. You guys have had to make some positional changes and so on. How have you found it?
We changed a lot of position, I think, in some maps. I think everyone is comfortable, I would say. And everyone is excited to learn new position, me also. So, yeah.
And Emma, do you find that with like the positional changes that it kind of reinvigorates your game?
I think I'm the same page with him. Like for example, if we will change a position, it can be bad, but it can also be good. For example, because you learn like new spots, new timings, new roles in the game, and it's much fun than have the same spot over and over.
Yeah, same old. It gets repetitive and so on. Now, from the IGL standpoint, we've seen the rise of Vitality and kind of their approach to the game, and I think we're seeing in terms of their level of play is the fact that they're now thinking more about what the opposition is going to do rather than having to kind of reinvent strats and so on. You know, in terms of your success back last year, did you guys find yourselves in that position where it's much more like, what's the opponent going to do versus, you know, what we should be doing?
Obviously, I think it's different from team to team. So I cannot say how they will handle this, but for sure they have a little pressure, maybe more, maybe less, that everyone wants to beat them. So they will have they have this target on their back. So there is something that probably at one point they will beat them, and then they will ruin this best of three straight from them. And yeah, like everyone wants that, and then I think that's the target on their head.
Massive target on their head. Now, you're from Kosovo, and we saw, you know, a group of guys from the region, you know, a few years ago in Bad News Eagles, see some tremendous success, especially in the majors. You know, were you a fan? Did they have any sort of impact in terms of your bringing yourself into Counter-Strike?
Yes, for sure, they have impact on me. And also one of their players, Johan Flater, helped me a lot before starting career. He put me in FPLC, he bought me PC and his stuff, so I had just to play. So thanks for him. And yeah, at least I will try to do all what they did. Maybe I make them proud. I don't know, let's see.
And in terms of like the region and so on, you know, you've got in order to make the scene kind of work in that region is difficult, right? And very insular, I think, for you guys in particular. So, are we going to see more of a rise in terms of players from the area?
I think yes. I think one of them is going to be Karabene, that I was playing with him in Avi Junior. So it's just going to be time, and I think he will probably do it soon. Maybe not this season, maybe next year.
And in terms of going from Navi Junior into, you know, Tier 1 Counter-Strike, how have you found it so far?
I'm not like fully comfortable. I still need time because still I need to learn like strats, position, because it's like Tier 1 and it's my first LAN. But I'm trying my best. So maybe next event I will feel comfortable, and let's see how it will go.
And anyone on the team like kind of taking you under their wing? Like, are you finding anyone who's kind of been that role model for you yet?
They're helping me a lot, to be honest, everyone. So I would say everyone. Every
single one of them. Now, you've got Alexi as well in terms of a massively experienced player and so on. When you guys were, you know, pulling up to Cologne and kind of doing the media day and so on, what was his advice in terms of, you know, keeping calm and collected?
I was asking him a lot about media stuff. I was saying like what we're gonna do here, what we're gonna do here, and he was just explaining what we're gonna do and this stuff, and he just say like no pressure, just go and just do the media thing. It's like nothing special, but I don't have experience at this moment, so that's why.
With Navi, when you were arriving, we're like, can you lay off the interviews a little bit, give you some time to you know, acclimatize, I guess, in terms of just being able to take it all in and so on. Here we are now. How's your comfort level with the interviews?
Not yet. I'm not comfortable at this moment. But
not yet?
Need time, yes, not yet.
You're doing excellent, though.
I mean, it's my third interview, so it's fine. I did 2 at tournament, and this is the third with ACL.
But this is more chill, no pressure, right? Now, what, you know, in terms of, like, everyone at home wants to get to know the players a little bit. So, like, what are you into outside of Counter-Strike? Obviously, you're in the server a lot, because in order to get to the level you're playing at, you've just got to keep playing. But what do you do outside of the server?
To be honest, when we have off day, I go out with my friends. We go some like villa and stuff, and we just chill for like 2-3 days. We take a rest, and after before joining here, I was playing Faceit like 10-11 games every day, and I was just taking like 2-3 off days, and after just going back to grind, full energy back. So I think like 2-3 days with friends, it can be nice, one in a month.
Nice to have a little break, reset the mind, get away from the computer for a little bit, right?
Yes, like 2-3 days is enough. If you go more, I think it's too much. You cannot rest more than 2-3 days, I think.
Excellent. Now we're going to chase down Bit. Thank you so much. Good luck with the semifinal. He's yelling no. Late 2024, the last tournament you guys won in terms of Rio. You started the year in March with a PGL major. Now you're in playoffs in Cologne with a new lineup. How has it been so far?
To be honest, we were struggling in the end of the year, at the last two events. But actually, Katowice was fine as well for us. But eventually, it was not that good like we wanted. So, kinda with this change, we are trying to grow up,
Growing up, I mean, you've grown up within this Tier 1 scene, really, and now you've got Makazi. He's 18 years old. What's been your advice to him in terms of having like another young player on the roster?
For sure, I will not say it here, but I'm trying to always help him. If I see some good situations, some situations when he could play better, I always will help him. So it's hard to say this kind of advice here in an interview.
No, if that's fair. It is a lot to take on when you're first coming into it. Like when your first few events, how did you feel about it?
It was a long time ago about me, and hard to say this, really.
Yeah, hard to say. It's a lot going on though, right?
Yeah, I don't remember because it was really around 5 years ago.
How old? You were like 17?
I was 18 exactly at the moment when I joined.
18 at that moment. Okay, so very similar situation. Yeah. I was saying to Makazi and Emma in terms of Blade and the way that the positional changes are happening for you guys. How have you felt in terms of moving around the map and so on? Is it a bit revitalizing? Is it nice to be able to play a bit differently again?
You mean this change? I can say that obviously if team changing the one player, it affects kind of structure, but not that much. He's kind of playing a bit different situations, so it's good. I don't know how to answer this question, but we are kind of playing a bit differently.
But with playing differently, is that like, I don't feel like you're someone who falls out of love with Counter-Strike, right? Like you seem to enjoy playing no matter what, but you keep, say the last 9 months has been a struggle for Navi, let's be honest. And now you get an opportunity to kind of play in a new way. Is that helpful in terms of, keeping your passion for the game?
Actually, this is also one part because he's kind of young and he's playing a lot. This is the very crucial and important part because if a player playing all his free time, he's always getting better every time. He has this kind of passion. This is always like win, so it's the big plus,
It's a massive plus when someone actually wants to be on the server and so on. Okay, so unrelated to Navi chat is you guys travel a lot. What's your favorite mode of transport? Like planes, trains, cars? What are you into in terms of travel?
To be honest, especially for me, I like trains. But I'm not really traveling a lot with train, but I kind of love it.
Trains are pretty sick.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
It's time for the playoffs here at IEM Cologne. As you can see, lots of fans making that long pilgrimage all around the world to Cologne to see their favorite teams play. And the question is, who's going to beat Vitality, or are they just going to win it back to back? Maybe it's Spirit. They're on the other side of the bracket with some new blood of their own. But speaking of Furia and Fallen, who won here back in 2016 and 2017, they are taking on Mouz in our second quarterfinal of the day. But the first one will be Navi up versus the Mongols. Navi, they had to make a change, and they did. Let's see how their rookie does on the big stage in the Cathedral. and the Mongols. They're a fan favorite, but can they make it this time? So many incredible stories, so many incredible fans. So let's kick off the playoffs of IEM Cologne 2025.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. Astralis winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Only 6 teams remain here in Cologne after a grueling group stage as Na'Vi, Mongols, Furia, Mouz, and Spirit look to dethrone Apex and Team Vitality. Boys, Cologne has officially begun. We're inside the Lanxess. I went for a coffee this morning, Chad. You're going to appreciate this. I went for a coffee this morning. All across the cities, it's jerseys.
Yeah, of course.
It's Esports jerseys, it's Counter-Strike jerseys.
Especially down there on Deutz. I've lost my directions, but that's not too far away. Plenty of coffee to get there. But Jason, I feel like, step right up, get your pre-show here. It's like the popcorn, but this one's free.
We should have, baited them with some popcorn.
We still could. There was someone selling popcorn not far away. There's Doritos.
A single tweet might have done it as well.
That could have helped too.
Yeah, one tweet could have done it.
Probably.
Who could have foreseen this? Not me. But it's great to see the two of you. I haven't seen much of you throughout this event. Really, I've been on my own, doing my own thing. So it's great to see your faces.
Yeah, we haven't talked much during the event, unfortunately, and really discussed any topics pertaining to
Especially Counter-Strike, yeah.
Especially Counter-Strike, but, it's always nice to mix it up a little bit. Chad, hear your thoughts. You're not a guy that's particularly open to the community, and sometimes hard to know what you think about
not
these
very approachable
things.
No, and that's the thing. Like, everybody's wondering, what am I thinking? They don't hear me talking ever, so today will be a great opportunity to get into exactly that.
It's a great opportunity because today, coming into these playoff games, we've had so many teams at Cologne so far coming in with roster changes, first event of the second season. So there's still just one burning question overarching this whole event, which is, who can beat Vitality?
Can we do Vitality a little bit of a service?
Yeah, let's do Vitality.
Obviously, we say that they're the best and we don't know who can beat them, but we need to talk about just how dominant they've been, right? When you look at their map pool, obviously it's just been buffed with Overpass, or at least we assume. So Anubis goes out, which was seen as their weakness. But this team, the exciting factor about them is we're living in the greatness right now, so I don't think it's being appreciated as much as it should.
Sure.
Once upon a time, we had Astralis, and we compare everything to that Astralis time. But this team right now, with what they're doing, the new iteration of the game, where the game's been pushed to, I was taking a look. I think it's like 43 matches, if we're going to talk about best of ones, best of threes, and best of fives. It's 37 in a row as far as best of threes and best of fives are concerned.
Yep.
They lost one best of three at the start of the year against Eternal Fire, and they lost one best of one against Legacy. So their record is like 41-2 for the entire year so far.
Yeah, and their only losses are coming from teams that you would least expect to be the ones to beat them as well.
Well, look, at the start of the year, you give it to them, right? Because it's just them getting started. The Legacy one, we can put down to the best of ones, but Legacy played a really good game and blew them out there. But all in all, Vitality, they are just setting the bar every single time we see them in the server.
It's a new flavor of dominance. It's like a new kind of it. It's not the same feeling as the Astralis one had in terms of tactical dominance. This one is just like, where's the weakness? They have 4 players in the top 7 of the event.
I think outside of the NIP era at the very beginning of CSGO is the most dominant season that we've had and the most dominant stretch we've had in the history of Counter-Strike. And the only reason why people are still hesitant to put them above Astralis is Astralis did it over a longer period of time. And no matter what Vitality does, until some of that time passes and we can look back and look at their track record, we can't really judge them. That's why the Major was such a huge test, because it is the pinnacle of competitive Counter-Strike, and they passed it. They passed it with flying colors, you might say. So now it's talking to them, you feel like they're struggling to find goals, that they're going to aspire for. But, winning 2 Grand Slams in one calendar year is not too bad.
I think that's a big one to make a mark that can be different, obviously, from the Astralis era. But if you want to try and live up to that, especially over the longevity, you need a couple more majors.
Sure.
Now that we have a more, I say, designated calendar, the seasons are clearer. And that's another thing that I think that they did fantastically well. Obviously, it helps when you're winning.
Win everything, you can manage your schedule.
Yeah, the way that they manage their schedule in the first half of the year, I think that should be the blueprint for all top teams going forward. Be more selective. Not like Liquid, right? You have to attend everything if you're Liquid, if you're FaZe. But if you're one of the top dogs, like a Mouz, like a Vitality, like a Spirit, be selective, pick your events, go in, make sure you're at 110% with your performance. And this is the first event out the gate for a lot of those big names. And a lot of those big names are performing towards the upper limit of what we would hope for.
Sure. Well, let's go over some of the other teams other than Vitality that are in the playoffs, because these are the teams making the biggest run, obviously, at the moment at Cologne to actually take them down and beat them, which, as far-fetched as it might seem, I want to talk about what they can possibly do to actually beat Vitality at this event. So let's start with the Furia.
So well, we can get there, and I want to get there,
okay.
But in my mind, because I was thinking this conversation we were going to have today, how can we make it interesting? How can we spice it up? Because it's boring to go, oh, well, Vitality's going to win. Who can beat them, right? That's what we're going to attempt to do. But the way that I've reframed it is this isn't a straight line bracket into a best of 5. It's not broken up into 2 halves. It's king of the hill. Vitality are at the top. Who of any of them are going to have any chance in any configuration, in any match, to beat them? Because if you beat Vitality, you are then now in the conversation to lift the trophy. And that's all you have to get past. You're either going to do it on this side of the bracket with Furia that you're talking about, or you're going to have to do it in the grand final if you're a Na'Vi, a Mongols, or a Spirit. So one way, shape, or form, you have to beat Vitality if you want to win. And that right there is going to be the toughest thing. So for Furia, unfortunately, they're down the bottom of the list, Jason, I would say.
Yeah,
maybe not last, but they're down the bottom.
They're definitely not last. They're definitely not last. I have them a little bit higher up. I think if you want to look at them, I think obviously the big addition of Molodoy as the AWPer. He's been a revelation, a lovely AWP prospect. He's maintaining aggression. He's really sharp. But more than anything, him and Yakinder coming into this team, it feels like it's given K-Serato more space. K-Serato and
Yuri's playing well as well.
a duo are playing well again. They're playing impactfully. But K-Serato, I think, with their addition, kind of like Nico with Kiyosuke, he gets to take his time a little bit more. He gets to pick and choose his battles. He's not overextending as much.
I think for me, Furia is the wild card in this one. Like, they're the dark horse because no one is looking at them. They have the X factor in Yakinder and Molodoy. When Yakinder is having good games, and he's had them more often than not in this Furia lineup, like that can be very hard to stop because he's finding you openings. Now you're playing with an advantage, that fallen, slow-paced, suffocating sort of a style. You have K-Serato and Yuri there to close out these rounds. You have Molodoy, who's been very, very good, if a little bit inconsistent. So, if they come, because the other thing that comes from that side of the bracket is Mouz, who has lost to Vitality 7 times this season, wasn't really close in any of those matchups. I say that even in the 3-2 because the map losses have been super one-sided.
Yes.
So it hasn't been like back and forth and you really felt like they had a chance to take them down. But on the other side of things, they were the number 2 team. So could they find that extra 5% that they're missing from some of their stars if they go up against Vitality to overcome it? You have a better chance in a best of 3 than in a best of 5.
Do we have the time to change the format? Because I don't think Furia will get past Mouz, but I could have a conversation of how Furia could try and be competitive against Vitality, assuming they didn't have to play Mouz.
I assume some of the strengths you talk about, if they were to beat Mouz, are going to translate and be the same strengths you'd point to beat Vitality.
They have a veto issue against Mouz. They don't have that same veto issue against Vitality. They will get to play Dust 2, and that's where Molodoy, he's the fresh face. He's the one that has been propelling them forward in some of these tougher games. Sure, he's had some off matches too, but I think that he's a difference maker on the AWP because he's playing like an AWP player of the old days, impactful, not like a CS2 AWPer that, unless you're the elites, like a Monacy, like a Zywoo, like a Shiro, we're not really talking about too many other AWPers. Just look at Sampaius the other day, right? He was literally weighing G2 down. So I think Molodoy's been great in that aspect. If they can beat Mouz and take on Vitality, they'll get to play Dust 2. Do I think they'll win? No.
No, probably not.
Sorry.
No, not
Sorry,
at all.
everyone.
All right, well, let's go to another team. Let's go to another one. This is the one I'd probably have towards the bottom of the ranking instead of Furia would be Na'Vi. Coming in with the stand-in, but I think the biggest issue that's going to hurt Na'Vi in any kind of, well, in any of their series, but certainly against Vitality, the one they've already admitted to, they have a huge map pool problem. Blade mentions it going into every series. They don't exactly know what their map pool problem is. Against Vitality, who's got the deepest map pool in the game, that's going to be a huge issue. But against anyone they step into, it feels like with the kind of map veto disadvantage they'll have, a lot comes down to Blade and a lot comes down to Alexi to have a good good game plan to be able to work themselves around that.
Here's the recipe for success for Na'Vi.
Yep.
Have no expectations. Because apparently you perform your best. Just look at last year with Copenhagen.
Sure.
Right, when this team is kind of written off, Jacob Pimvinicky, as soon as it's over, this team isn't going to win anything else. And then they are one of the more successful teams in 2024, right, where they're having pop-up performances from each of their players.
And now they're irrelevant again. So he wasn't wrong, just early.
Yeah, just missed the timing on it.
But with them being irrelevant, right, this is where I think they're going to do their best because the expectations are so low, right? They've played Mongols twice this year in playoffs. They lost both times. They played twice in group stages. They won both times. Now, I would say that Mongols are the favorite in this matchup, where maybe before the argument could have been that Na'Vi were based off of history. We were like, Mongols, they're not great in the arenas. They haven't broken through. Mongols have broken through now. Senzu's played great at that major tournament just in Austin, and he was very, very good, very, very influential on the stage.
And also, Mongols have tremendous aura. Like, you're going to come into IEM Cologne, first event of the player break, without practicing whatsoever.
That is insane.
Who does that?
I know.
And they're straight into the playoffs. But yes, absolutely. Map pool, if Na'Vi wants to pick Mirage again, Mongols are more than happy to play that map. So that's where the issues lie. And just stylistically, they're a team that has very good fundamentals, shoots hard, and punishes mistakes and gaps in your game. And Na'Vi having a rookie player, changing roles, changing positions, you can imagine that there's going to be gaps there for the Mongols to exploit. And absolutely, everyone's excited to watch them play because they make the playoffs in Shanghai, right? Don't do much, win one game in Katowice. Senzu still not great, but at the very end, in Astana, at the Austin major, they make all the way to the final, and Senzu finally has like a really, really strong playoffs. So you want to see them build on that, because if that's the case, maybe their ceiling is higher than we thought.
Yeah, well, that's the next team I wanted to talk about was Mongols, so we can just go right into it off of that.
Poor Na'Vi.
Yeah, poor Na'Vi.
Didn't get much shine.
No, but there's not much shine yet.
Well, that's why they're going to perform their best. First quarterfinal of the day, the Friday, we're warming in. It'll be, Jason, you'll be surprised.
We'll find that shine. We'll find that shine
exactly.
today.
The new boy, Makazi, he's been average. Maybe today he'll be better. His first big event.
He's subtly above average would be great.
We'll find out.
Yeah. But Mongols, they faced off against him in the Austin Grand Finals, obviously faced off against him here in the group stage. Neither of those panned out the way they would have liked, although the first map of the Grand Finals at Austin was nice. I still don't see what it's going to take. Still don't see where the improvement is to beat them across the series.
Again, the problem is you had that one seeding game in Dallas where they were really close. The maps were really close. But then after that, they weren't really able to build on that, in Austin and even here in another seeding game. So Melbourne also, they got stomped. So if you're the Mongols, there really isn't much to be optimistic about.
Sure.
Right? And also the fact that if they were to play them, it will be in a best of 5. Mongols don't have a depth. They don't have the depth in best of 5. They don't. Just in general, not against Vitality, but in general, they don't have a deep enough map pool. So that's what's holding them back in particular, is the combination of the two. And if it were to come to that, you feel like Vitality would just take care of business.
It feels like Mongol slander though, doesn't it, right? Because how much more do they have to do? I think the thing is, when you look at the major, it was their best performances on stages throughout the year, but their other losses earlier in the year on the stage were to Vitality, or at least some of them, not all of them. And you go, well, you just lost to the best team in the world. There's no harm, no foul there. But it was players like Senzu not showing up the same way as they do in the groups. So I want to see, like Yanko said, build on that, build on the major, make sure that we're getting a similar performance out of them. And then from there, well, how far can they go? They should beat Na'Vi, right? They should beat Na'Vi. And then at that point, going up against Spirit, that could be a banger of a match. Lots of firepower on display within that game. But again, returning to the key point, I don't think they beat Vitality.
Yeah, I don't think we have anyone yet who maybe even would beat Vitality. Who's the second star of Mongols if they do want to overcome that? Because we have Senzu performing well. Blitz was kind of the player at the major who stepped up above his average usually. Do you look towards Mazinho as the guy I kind of point my finger at?
I think I would have to
9-10.
I have to go with 9-10, but also because of his style a little bit, he is that wild card type of a player, right? Like that just can sometimes take matters into his own hands, play a little bit reckless, but make it work. And that has to be the name of the game if they're going to beat Vitality. Like their players have to peak. They have to think a little bit outside of the box. They have to sort of frustrate Vitality if they're going to be able to have a chance against them.
All right, cool. We're going to send this one off to a quick break. This is the IEM Cologne pre-show that you're watching. We're going to send it up to the
Where's the popcorn
on it, and then we'll see you right back for more pre-show.
Is that beer?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 1xBet On It. I got Chatty B with me, and we're going to go, B stands for Birchall and brackets. That's what we're here for.
Semifinals,
quarterfinals, grand finals, not in that order.
But that's kind of how it works.
Matches need to be played. So we've got Mouz versus Furia. Alex, what's your take? Furia been looking hot.
They have. I find it hard to doubt Fallen. I'm a lot of soft spot for
Back
the
in the Lanxess
elder
after 8
statesman.
years.
You know, there is history there, absolutely. SK days and all that, but I am leaning towards Mouz. I think I've got to go with my brain on this one, despite my heart screaming for Furia. I think Mouz will take this one. I think they'll even take it convincingly. Dare I say 2-0, but there's a cheeky OT.
I'll back you up there with a 2-0. I think they have a massive map pool advantage because Mouz right now are flirting with a 7-map pool, so they probably removed us too, and that means that we likely get the train pick out of the Furia boys. So I'll go 2-0 for Mouz to line up a match in the semi-final against Vitality, but jumping down to the lower side of the bracket, Mongols versus Na'Vi. Who you got there?
Okay, good question. I don't know with Na'Vi, not a known quantity yet,
It's
especially
early
in the
days.
playoffs. Yeah, so I'm kind of going to go with the known quantity of Mongols. I think perhaps their underperformances in that seeding match, you know, I don't know if that's necessarily a sign of their form right now so much as it was their hunger. The hunger will be there in this quarter.
And I think that's backed up by previous results in the year. Na'Vi, sure, it's a different roster. Ema and Bit are playing very well as wonderful. But I think that the Mongols, they've got the confidence now. Once they're in the arenas, they kind of shook that off once we saw them in Austin in the major, putting in their absolute best foot forward with the Counter-Strike. So I'm going to go with Mongols. I'm going to say they're going to take this one 2-1.
Yeah, okay, I'll join you. 2-1. Just give Na'Vi a map. And that takes us to our semi-finals then, where we do have the Mouz Vitality clash. Stats, can I get a quick stats check on the head-to-head?
7-0 in favor of Vitality over Mouz this year so far.
So let's call it 8. Hard to really argue against the stats there.
It's the bane of their existence for poor Mouz, and I think the map will only get stronger. Obviously, before it was being an Anubis ban for Mouz, well, now both teams are flirting with Overpass. So it's tough to argue with Vitality. They're the most dominant team in Counter-Strike at the moment.
Something's got to give at some point, right?
Maybe not in Cologne.
Maybe not in Cologne. Okay, fair. And that puts us in then with that Mongols Spirit second semi. Who's playing Vitality in that final? Who's winning that semi-final?
Look, I think Spirit have Donk in fantastic form right now. Zwei, he's going to be the biggest factor. How nervous is he on that stage? And can he perform up to the standard that he expects of himself? They've got the wins. They took down Mouz, which I think was 3 in a row that Mouz were over Spirit. So they've been able to topple that. I want to go with Spirit here. I want to see a different final. I want to see the same way we kicked off last season with Spirit taking on Vitality in a best-of-5 grand final. So I'm going to go 2-1 in favor of Spirit.
I can see that. I would love to see the the Zywoo Donk head-to-head in the final. Whether or not it's a close game, though, that becomes the conversation for the finale.
No, it's going to be a Vitality 3-0.
Yeah, okay.
Another trophy added to the cabinet, 8 in a row, another Zywoo MVP. You happy with that?
I'm very happy with that.
Okay.
Yeah, lock it in. Final answer. But anyway, this has been your 1xBet predictions for IEM Cologne 2025. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters pre-show. We're chilling in the concourse as all the fans step in to get some popcorn, take their seats, ready for the matchups today, ready for Mongols versus Na'Vi coming up first at you. Last two teams we have to talk about in the context of trying to beat Vitality this event. Mouz and Spirit.
Do we not include Vitality in trying to beat themselves?
Oh, it hasn't looked.
Could they beat themselves?
It hasn't looked that way so far this year.
They tried. They tried against Falcons
in Melbourne,
but Falcons ended up doing a better job at beating themselves.
They found an area where they can excel.
I think people should go and watch that. Right, ESL just released the 5th installment of the Field of View. Yeah,
so good.
36 minutes. You're going to be locked in the whole time. That nuke map in Melbourne was absolutely banger of a game. Crowd was going nuts. It was a great one. So I recommend, not right now, keep watching us. Maybe in the break, maybe after the day, but go and watch that because really, really good stuff coming out from ESL with that one.
So where do you want to begin? Spirit? Let's start with Spirit. Because we already know the Mouz matchup, but Spirit taking them on. Can Spirit actually beat them? They've made this change, Zwei in for Magics.
But the important thing with Spirit and why they would have a chance, and we're also talking about map pools and best of 5 and everything, because when you have Donk, it kind of washes some of these, it washes some of these issues away, because when you have a player that skilled, he's going to be skilled no matter the map. And sure, the team might not be as practiced. They also made the roster change. It's going to be tough to have a deep map pool early on. But there's always the potential of the Donk pop-off, right? And having, Shiro help him out, and maybe Zwei starts having slightly better games, or Zontic steps up again a little bit, right? Like, that's the potential always when you go up against Team Spirit, right? It's like Donk can just have one of his games, and it can ruin whatever plans you had.
I kind of feel that, at least from my perspective and maybe our perspective, because the Spirit games, I'm pretty sure were all on the B stream throughout the...
Yes. Yeah, we haven't seen many of them.
So it's under the radar, at least from first eye. So, you've gone back, you've done the Skybox, you watched the VODs, you've watched the demos, you've looked at the stats, and you've gone, okay, well, Donk is popping off. The interesting one is obviously Zwei. He's very, very young. We saw him on Namiga. He was a strong player there, but this is a whole different kettle of fish. This is his first big event. The rookie conversation coming into this, he fits into that, but only just. past, right? Because we talk about Mikaze, we talk about Kiyosuke first, and then he comes into it ever so slightly. He's kind of at the moment just a 1-for-1 for Magix, but worse, right? I thought what he would do is give them more options. Now that might grow with time. It's a new system, it's a new style, but it's hard to see for a 17-year-old to find your footing in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. That's the hard part. Unless there's no pressure, which I don't know how there's going to be no pressure. I was talking to him the other day on Media Day.
Maybe Zontix has given him some tips.
Well, Zontix is saying, yeah, don't worry about the stats. It doesn't matter, right? The only thing that should matter is the top of the screen, the score overall. And they took down Mouz, which they had a hard time doing previously. So that's already a step in the right direction. Yeah. And I'm sure that Donk, Chopper, Zontix, Shiro want revenge from the way the year started back in Katowice, because you look at this for Vitality. They played Spirit in Katowice, so that was the first grand final, right? Yep. Then it was 3 against Mouz, 2 against Falcons, and then it was 1 against the Mongols, right? And that's all the teams that they played in the grand finals throughout this year. Spirit only had 1 crack. And coming into this year, with the way they kicked off Bounty, they were meant to be just picking up where they left off from the Shanghai Major, but it hasn't been that way, right? It's been a little bit less, and you would love to get revenge in an environment like this.
I feel like they got lost in the conversation this year, because like there wasn't really a whole lot to talk about. I was just saying, like, some of the results going deeper of like really shocking us and getting some trophies never occurred, and it still felt like it was a lot of the Donk show, which is just not a fun conversation.
They also
to have.
skipped Melbourne and skipped Dallas, which are the 2 events that Vitality ended up winning, so you didn't even have a chance to see them face off against each other. You know, they got beaten at Rivals by Vitality and by someone else, I think, at a different tournament. So it's, you know, you don't even get to that opportunity. At the Major, they got taken down by Mouz. So I think that's like the issue for them. And just a bit of a silver lining, I guess, for them potential grand final is Spirit gets rid of Inferno, which is one of the best maps for Vitality, and they hated Anubis. So Anubis being removed and Overpass being there, sure, they won't be amazing on it. We already seen Vitality pick it, I think, in the opening game of the tournament for them, but still, that sort of evens the field a little bit for them if it comes to that.
Now, I don't want to act like we're doing him a disservice, because Shiro's having a great event, and I think Shiro's been under some criticism, rightfully so, towards the end of last year. I think this year came in with like a little bit of a different philosophy. Seems much more motivated to get involved in action, much more impactful for the team. He's another second piece this team can use. As an AWPer, he's performing well. Go on, Chad, you got that smile.
No. Look, we're right now obstructing the concourse, and people are walking by, they don't know what's going on, they're like, who are these clowns, you know? So it's fair enough. We're getting some fun interactions going on right now. But nobody's brought us a beer or popcorn, which is...
Yeah, the hospitality really isn't, you know, I
might
guess,
be a bit early.
Yeah, it's the first game,
Yeah, it's
first day.
Everyone's lingering in, I
just wanted to not talk about Shiro.
Okay, yeah.
No, it's fine, we can. I'm only joking. I like Shiro. I'm not a hater. There's this guy over here.
I was trying to get...
I reserve it for this guy.
I'm not a hater.
You might be the biggest
I
hater.
give constructive criticism.
I
give pointers.
Well, he's playing well. So what type of construction on the criticism?
Yes, he's been playing really well for a couple of years now. No,
what else are they going to do? They beat Mouz.
My only grudge with Shiro was like that sometimes he wasn't aggressive enough in the early round, mid-round on the CT side, and was struggling to find impact. Shiro's impact, for the most part, comes from clutching, and he's one of the best clutchers in the world. No doubt about that. The Shanghai Major final round is a Shiro 1v2 that they end up lifting the trophy, you know? So it's just about that, sort of being a little bit more aggressive in the early, in the mid-round, so that your opponents can't feel as comfortable doing their default and whatnot. And we've seen them towards the second part of last season try to do that, which is a great sign, you know? But also Shiro in Team Spirit makes sense, a player like that, because you have someone like Donk, right? Who just want to let off the leash and let him create the advantages, and then you have a safe pair of hands to close out the rounds in Shiro.
So look, here's my point, and I understand that I was the one that brought King of the Hill into the conversation. Yeah. But does Spirit even get past Mongols?
It's going to be tricky.
Ooh, it's going to be a very hard match, but I think that's one that Donk can carry. I think they can get past Mongols. I think, yeah.
Right, I think that on paper, the best final that we could have is Spirit versus Vitality. Yes. Right, that is the final that I would hope that the people of Cologne get this event. And that's not to, like, you know, dismiss the Mongols by any stretch of the imagination.
But I'm sorry, Chad, you'll have to enjoy Mouz versus Mongols in the grand final, because Mouz is the final team.
Come on now.
We have left.
There's the transition.
If they could beat Vitality, and in a best of 3, they could. I think they absolutely could. The problem for Mouz is every time they go up against Vitality, it's like they become that clown in that meme, you know, surrounded by special forces guys, which is Mouz playing against everyone else up until they go up against Vitality. Because for whatever reason, that's when everything goes to hell. They start losing 4v2s, they start messing up clutches, they start messing up basic shit, because they're so paranoid. Oh, it's Vitality, they know what we're going to do, they're aware, they must have the information. You feel like there's 10 of them on the server instead of 5 of them. Meanwhile, if you just try to play them as much as if they were anyone else, you had a much better time. And also the individuals, that's where we see the most inconsistency, right? Just look at the semifinal of the major. Torji has a good game, they stomp them on Inferno. Torji disappears on the other two maps and they lose, right? You can't just go completely missing when you go up against Vitality.
It's been an issue, I think, for Mouz against Vitality specifically, is like these star players on the cusp of being superstars of Torji and Exertion. I feel one of them is always missing. One of them, you never get both of them performing at a high level at the same time. Either Torji's having a great game and Exertion's struggling, or Exertion's having a great game and Torji's struggling, and that doesn't work. You clearly need both of them.
I think to build on Yanko's point and yours as well there is to go up against them and them to not look out of place means that those two names you mentioned need to call their shots the same way they would in every other match. But when they go up against Vitality, one of them's lacking, and maybe their confidence is slightly shaken within that because it's like, oh, we're going up against Vitality. They know we do this. We can't do that. We have to do a different reaction than we normally would. I want to go for a different fight. And then when that doesn't work, it feels like it starts to spiral out of control. They're not calling their shots as much. They're not making their plays because without Exertion and Torji, right, then it's to Brolin. And Brolin is so used to at this point. Right, I made a comment about this earlier in the year because we heard it in the comms. It's always Exertion. It's always that of Torji calling the round openers, which is fine. That's the positions they play. I have no issue with that. But this is where it's going to be the rest of the team, your Spinks of the world. He was the champion in the Vitality jersey last time round, right, with them. He won that with Vitality last year. So can he bring the level necessary of contributions? Because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be ideas that are going to win those games against Vitality.
Well, it's going to be those ideas, but also there's a vast difference if you go into that grand final after running through the group stage in the playoffs against Vitality or the semifinals against Vitality, and you're calling 4v5 rounds because Exertion can't get anything going. Or you're calling 3v5 rounds because someone else gets picked off. Brolin has the luxury of most of the tournament being able to call a pretty chill game because Exertion and Torji.
Yeah, they stick the landing on their openers, yeah.
But if you all of a sudden go into the playoff game and you're calling every round a man down, that sucks.
Well, not even if they're 4v5, if they're not calling it as much. Right?
Exactly.
If they become a little bit more quiet because now it's, higher stakes, higher pressure, or maybe they started off poorly and then don't have the confidence to call it. I think for Spinks also, a lot of people were saying, you're willingly leaving a team that has Zaivu on it. And I think he got a taste of that in every grand final that they played. Sure. Because you see Zaivu on the other side, he's performing every single time, and he was able to be that second star. Now, Torji, where you at? Exertion, where you at? It's like he is their most consistent performer, and he isn't lights out in these moments, but he doesn't fall off as much. And we praise Mouz as a team that has the highest floor. It's their floor that's letting them down in these games. It's not that they don't have the ceiling, that if they could only win a 3v3. That's not the problem. It's they have the advantages in a lot of rounds and they just throw them away.
Isn't that one of also the sad things about talking about Mouz in this context is we always mention they're one of the most consistent, one of the highest floors. So it's like we really can't blame all these losses on like a bad performance.
It consistently turns around against Vitality. That's the thing. It becomes Bizarro world when Vitality is on the other side.
But it's got to be mental, right? This is, if they do face them in the semi, it'll be the 8th time, right? So at one point, it has to change. Yes. And this is the thing. Probability says it will eventually, but when? Is this going to be the time? Is it going to be in the Lanxess when we have Vitality, right? And they're hunting the chance to have the opportunity for the 2 calendar year ESL Grand Slam, right? So there's a lot on the line. And you were saying Vitality might be struggling to find goals. I think, continue to chase this best of 3, best of 5 record. Continue to look to see if you could do something that nobody else has ever done before or even felt like they've had the opportunity before of winning 2 Grand Slams in a calendar year. There's a lot for them to play for. And I think, why stop now? Like, look at the way Mezzi's been playing, the way Flamesy's been playing. We're not just talking about Zai, we're not just talking about Rops. Right now, Vitality is showing their depth, and I don't think that anybody in this tournament right now has what it takes to take them down.
No, I actually don't either. I mean, Vitality's going to obviously be the safe call. It's just on that day who actually does, and it feels like really Mouz and Spirit are the two you'd point to and say they have the slightest.
They have the best chance.
The best.
Let's put it this way: we will have to see something from any of these teams that we have not seen before, for them to be able to take down Vitality, right? Because unfortunately, we know who Mouz is when they go up against Vitality. They're a 0-7 team. We know who Spirit is for the most part. They also had to go through a roster change. We can go down the list, right? So it's going to take something extraordinary from any of the other 5 teams to be able to break the streak of Vitality.
Well, it's going to take something extraordinary. We're about to find out this weekend at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne. Coming up, it's the Mongols facing off against Na'Vi. But first, we've got the Kolex Fantasy Draft recommendations with Harry and Hugo.
Willkommen, Cologne. It's time for the Kolex Fantasy Draft. I'm talking to you, and I'm talking to you alone. We had $150 to build these teams. It was one hell of a mission, but I've put together what I'm confident is the best roster of all time. Zai Wu as my starter. You might have heard of him. He's pretty darn gifted with the AWP. Then I have 2 picks from Spirit, Donk and Zwei, both lights out fraggers. You know what Donk's going to deliver. I finished it off, and it feels fitting as we're stood between the 2 SK wins with some Furia players. I have Yakindar back in form, and I have Yuri, who played phenomenally in groups. Look, it's a strong team, Harry. No one's denying that, and it was certainly hard to match it as the second pick. But I think I figured it out, going also bullish on the Mongols. I've come in with Blitz and Senzu. Senzu, the star rifler. I've added in Flames because you've got to have a piece of that Vitality team. And there's also me rounding it out with Zwei and Spinks to really just get a full picture across this entire playoff bracket. I think I'm going to compete with you. We'll have to see how these games turn out, how these players show up on the big stage in the Lanxess, and that's where we are right now, waiting for that opening ceremony. But first, the pre-match to Mongols v Na'Vi.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, that's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Today is the day, guys. We have been tasked
to deliver this year's major trophy.
Come on, boss.
And we have been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove that we are not some forgotten division.
This is our moment, and we are going to crush it!
I mean, obviously we played against Na'Vi, and I don't want to spoil, how they play and the position and everything. But I think Makaze will do fine, but I feel like some other players might drop off a little bit because of the new positions. And for me, I feel like this change, what they did, it just seemed like they didn't want to let Makaze go anywhere else, and they just wanted to secure him to stay in Na'Vi. That's how it seemed to me, basically. So will this make them better or come back to the level that they have been in early 2024? I think obviously if they find the confidence in every one of each players, if they all do very well, I feel like this team, in order to play good, all of 5 players need to feel good in their roles.
Mouz.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if they manage to do that, they will be good again. But I have a hard time seeing it because of the role changes that they did.
Okay. What about you, Don?
Makazi is good, but it's weird for me because I thought they will change Ime for Makazi, because Makazi was playing the Ime roles, and they changed JL, who was pretty good. And so I don't know really how they will change the roles. and where Makazi gonna play is he play on jail roles or EMA roles? I don't know about it, and it's kind of interesting for me to see how it will go. And but Makazi is good. Blade knows how to use players with a strong individual skills, so we'll see.
All right, well, we'll see. Boys, anything you want to say before we say goodbye?
See you tomorrow.
Yep.
See you in the games.
Nice. All right. Don't.
See you tomorrow.
All right.
Wait
Thank
for
you, boys.
our games.
All right. Thank you, boys. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I know them. They did not prep this map that well. They don't prep 5 maps. They're gonna lose to themselves.
As they will have the pressure to finish. We just need to be calm. Just need to play well again.
Rox's attention has been drawn elsewhere. Free frag, taps his head. Zywu up against it. Can he come up clutch? Kingston's low as well. A clean click. Oh no, Zyu's doing it. Matt just stabilizes. Oh, and Flames, the first one, not looking. Oh, Magis. Monacy makes that short-lived. Good from Kingston. Oh, Menzi from Flames. It's all theirs. Another Falcons round. Never before has a team slain the giant, taken the bonus, denied a Grand Slam.
Coming into Melbourne, it was an opportunity that we never thought at the start of the season would be given to us. We come into a chance to be able to win the Grand Slam. I think when we won Cologne, it was like, okay, maybe we can win a couple of tournaments and get close to it, but you never think so far down the line, okay, now we bring in ROPS and now is our chance, now is our time to be able to get things rolling, and now we're here at Melbourne given the opportunity to be able to win the gold bar and put ourselves in the history books.
Actually, we were not really focused about the win streak. For us, we take mostly as a bonus. For us, it was really important to bring good mood, to bring like good energy during this final.
I'm very excited to be playing with Nico again. I mean, I haven't played in a lot of teams in my career, and the only team I played it was in Navi Junior Academy and in G2. I mean, I didn't expect myself to leave G2. Just some weird feeling came with some day, and I felt like I need some change. I feel like when you have this feeling, you just need to do something with that.
The other guys on the team had a bit of concerns how long it's going to take for Ilya to fit into the system, but I told them I think it's just going to be very natural for us to just get him on the team and implement him with everything that we have. 1, 2, 3, First event, we had literally no practice at all, and it's amazing to have him by my side.
Very happy to see him on the left side of me. We could be losing 10-2 or 11-5, doesn't matter. And I felt like we can always come back, and that feeling was very, very nice.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
Our first quarterfinal of IEM Cologne 2025 begins with last year's second place finishers. Since then, a twist in the tail for Na'Vi with -JL plus Makaze to the roster. Not only his first event in the Na'Vi jersey, but the first time ever on a Tier 1 stage. Speaking of first, for the Mongols, today marks their Lanxess debut, as never before have the Mongolians made it to the playoffs of Cologne. So let's see how they're feeling upon their arrival into the cathedral.
Mzinho, you knew we weren't going to let you go to the Lanxess without talking to me, right?
Yeah.
Are you excited for today?
Yeah, very excited. The very first match in Lanxess for me, yeah.
That's a big step. The Mongols keep taking big steps. Tell me about not having practice coming to this event. Tell me what that's all about. How did you get this far and you guys aren't practicing?
I think it shows that we're top tier team and we're so good at individually and like playing on our individual skills. So not team practice at all, but we make it this far. Yeah, I think that's because of it.
I like the tunes, first of all, good tunes. Do you think the Mongols have overcome all their stage problems, all the stage adversities?
Can I say overcome?
Do you think the Mongols overcame all the stage dilemmas and problems?
Yeah, I think so. As a team, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anything you want to say to the people back home?
To people back home. Одоо гонавт тогтох чинь тэгээ бидний дэмжээрэй. Баярлалаа.
Thank you very much, Emzinho.
Third time's a charm for the Mongols after trying and failing to qualify in both 2023 and 2024. Now, finally, they make top 6 in Cologne. My name is Ferris Beers, joined by Janko and Mouz to be breaking down what is going to be Na'Vi versus the Mongols. Gentlemen, we are back in the belly of the beast. It's been 10 years since you were first here, Janko, since we were first here.
He was observing.
Yeah, what were you doing back
then? It was the first Lanxess, right? I got promoted from being an observer to being on the desk. Freya, you got promoted from just being in the crowd.
Being a vlogger.
I was somewhere up there. Hey, I wasn't vlogging. I was just spectating. Yeah, I remember MV versus Fnatic. I thought MV had it.
Yeah.
Kenny S crying on stage. That was a moment, Jason.
Beautiful moments.
Jason got demoted from being a caster to becoming an analyst.
That has happened in the meantime, yes.
Who are you commentating with?
Back then, that was Anders and Semler, the famous TriCast picture. It was great. Yeah, that was the whole thing.
Where is Anders?
Gentlemen, we have got quite the stacked lineup on our hands for this top 6 coming into Cologne 2025. Let's begin kind of top level for Mongols versus Na'Vi, because it's kind of been a little bit of a crisscross, I guess, in terms of trajectory for both of these teams. Think about this time last year, Jason. Na'Vi, they made it to the grand final.
Yeah, they did. A much different spot. That was kind of in like the heyday of their run of where they became, the #1 team of 2024. Obviously now with all the conversation, Makaze being brought in, JL being dropped from the roster, role swaps across the team, a map pool that's going to have to be redone. All the talk out of the Na'Vi camp from Blade is this is a transitional period and we're managing our expectations. We're not letting them get too high. It's great to see us in the playoffs this early, ahead of schedule, you'd imagine, for Blade. But still, this team hasn't figured everything out. A lot of it is a work in progress as we go along.
It's crazy how much has changed in just a year for Na'Vi, right? They ended last year as Team of the Year. They had IGL of the Year in Alexi, Closer of the Year in JL, not even on the team anymore, and Bit being the Anchor of the Year as well. And it's been a struggle whole season long, right? Prompted a roster change, bringing in a rookie in Makaze, which also means a lot of guys have to change positions, have to change roles. And I think it's a huge success for them actually to make it to the playoffs straight away.
100%, considering Makaze has 0 experience at Tier 1 prior to coming into IEM Cologne during that stage 2. Let's talk a bit about the Mongols' expectations though, because it's been, I guess, a work in progress, Janko, in terms of making it more consistently to playoffs, making it deeper and deeper and deeper, culminating in that major grand final.
It has been, and it's been good work in progress, right? Because if you look towards the end of last year with the Shanghai Major, they make the playoffs. It's an incredible achievement, right? But that's where the journey ends. Then they're in the playoffs again in Katowice, this time winning a playoff game, and a couple of tournaments doesn't go so hot for them. Senzu was the big talking point, right? Always struggling. He actually was going from being their highest rated player to their lowest rated player in the playoffs, right? But the last 2 times they were in an arena, especially at the Austin Major, he stepped up and the rest of the team stepped up. So now the big question is, did the Mongols turn a corner, right? Is it this what we were going to come to expect from them now?
Well, that's the phase game back at the Major, right? That's that phase game that they faced up against, and it was kind of like, this is the one. If you can beat this phase team with the excitement that Simple's bringing and everyone kind of expecting FaZe to be able to take you down amidst your struggles, that's supposed to be the win that turned the corner for them. Yes. That's supposed to be the win that infused them with the new level of confidence, and they've talked about it plenty. I think the craziest thing about them from a big picture is coming into this, you want to see them build upon that. Senzu continuing to have good performances, but they've just come in and been like, yeah, we actually didn't practice coming into this event whatsoever. Actually,
How wild is that?
Just to clarify, not even a little bit. Yeah, like he doubled down on it.
You have Vitality, who's won everything except for the first tournament of the season. These dudes came back for at least a short boot camp, right? You have Navi change the player 2 weeks boot camp. Everyone is really trying to, as the first tournament of the season, do a short boot camp to get everyone in form individually as well. That's the thing. People don't really play that much during the break, and Mongols are just like, nah, we're good. We're just going to rock up and, you know, play and see what happens. And
oh, you brought in a new map? No big deal. We don't need to practice that one. We're all good. We just won't even play Overpass the whole time. So, look, on one sense, like, you don't want to be in this situation where we're having a conversation about any team. In another sense, it's like, well, fair play to them. They got through with what they're, you know, like they figured it out. The floor that they brought into this event is great. Even without practice, they've been able to handle business. Now they find themselves in a tough matchup, and you've kind of warmed up as this went along. So even in this warm-up phase, you've still managed to qualify for the playoffs.
Cold aura. That's what the...
But that's the thing, right? If they didn't make it to top 6, then we could criticize the lack of practice.
Oh, we definitely...
But they still make it.
We would be all over them.
We'd be rinsing them. Yeah, it'd be terrible. We wouldn't let them get away with it at all.
Think about this time last year, though, for the Mongols, right? As we said, this is their first foray inside the Langsess. It's one of the final, you know, big arenas they have to tick off their bucket list. They were the ones to initially submit Spirit a loss, which meant the Spirit also didn't make it. We'll obviously be talking about it tomorrow, but the fact that it's Donk's first time in the arena as well, you know, Chopper, Zontex, obviously Zwei as well.
Sure.
Mongols were one of the reasons why they didn't make it last year.
Yeah, and I mean that was when they were still kind of figuring things out. That's when they were still kind of rising up. This particular Mongols is going to have a whole different angle to them, a whole new ceiling that they can reach. This is a really dangerous squad when you go down the list. I mean, Blitz had a great performance back at the major for this team, but Mazinho, the babyface assassin, 9-10 with his op. You add in consistency from Senzu. I mean, this team can do way more damage than just denying a favorite, you know, access to a deep run.
And I think two teams where Mongols know exactly who they are. I mean, these guys have played more than 350 maps together with the same lineup, and Navi on the other side of things, they're just in the process of figuring it out because of the changes. So that's what Mongols have going for them. You know, they're coming in with no doubts. They play a pretty straightforward style. They're really good at punishing mistakes from their opponents, abusing gaps in their game. And for Navi, we've seen some of that, right? We've seen some good signs against FaZe, most notably because that's how they got here. They beat FaZe 2-time, NIP once. And we've seen also how it can be a bit of a struggle in that Mouz game. And that's going to be normal once you've made such a change and you have a rookie player on your lineup.
Give me your thoughts on Senzu and what we saw at the Austin Major, because, you know, coming into that, I think all eyes were on him as being a more consistent force when you make it to those playoffs. Did he deliver in your book, Janko?
I think he did. Absolutely, he did. And it wasn't even a problem that he wasn't the best player for them anymore. It's just the drop-off, right? Like, the drop-off was way, way too big for someone who's a star player on the team. And then in Austin, he didn't just not play poorly, he played really, really well. And
set some records, you know, had a nice playoff win.
That's the reason why they made it all the way to the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, he was fantastic. It's the level we want to see out of him, and Yanko's right. Like, the drop-off was just so brutal. You go into a game, you're used to him during the group stage, just getting you 25 kills, get into a game on the stage, and he's got you 12, and all of a sudden you've got to make up the difference, and on the fly, that's a really hard thing to do. So seeing him establish that confidence and that level in the playoffs of the biggest tournament we had is an incredibly positive result. Now it's about continuing to build upon it. Now it's becoming so reliable that we no longer question the possibility of you disappearing.
And we hear it time and time again from players, you know, playoff Counter-Strike is different than arena Counter-Strike. It takes it to a whole different level, you know, in terms of calling, in terms of which plays you can make, in terms of just how the Counter-Strike flows. So that's the premier test. That's the biggest hurdle. And that, if you're truly going to be a star player for a contending lineup, this is where you need to show up. No one cares about how you're going to play in the studio and, you know, getting up to this point. It's here where it counts.
That's why that Mirage win, that was so impressive, wasn't it, Jason? We got to see some highlights going down, particularly of Senzu on that map, because he stepped up massively in the grand finals of a major versus Vitality. We were on the desk afterwards, literally mind blown after that form.
Yeah, that was wild to see. And it was cool seeing them hit that form where they just like hit that momentum that they just rolled with and just really buried Vitality in that isolated map. And then came the struggles after the fact. But again, now that Mongols have so much talent across the roster and they've brought enough people up and they've trained all these different players to fit into how they like to play the game, this team can run over people. Like, this Navi team, you have to be really careful in this because you are the new lineup without as much experience, without as many protocols set. If you let it slip, if you let a mistake happen, that can turn around and that can end up being 3-4 rounds in a row so quickly for Mongols.
We're talking about big game players.
Yeah.
No, and one of the reasons why it was a struggle for Navi this year is also someone like Bit hasn't played on the same level when it comes to playoff games for Navi, right? And he's a tremendous player, already said anchor of the year last year, but just mechanically, I mean, when he first joined Navi, we talked about headshot percentage and being a part of that simple electronic lineup, the major winning best team in the world in 2021 and so on, right? And that's what you want to see. Like, we shouldn't forget about him first and foremost, but IME in this tournament has been absolutely lights out.
Let's talk about Bit first of all, because I think you're totally right. We wanted to see more from him. I know it's a really small sample size, but since Makaze has been added to the roster, has there been anywhere that Bit's maybe been freed up a little bit more? Are we seeing flares of the old Bit yet?
Yeah, I mean, shades of it and flares of it. I think the person who's been freed up the most has been IME, but there's no doubt, like when you watch this team now that Makaze has come into the roster with the role swaps that have had, Bit and IME have changed positions on a couple maps, and it feels very much to me like they're setting Bit and IME up moving forward into the future, the second half of the season. Those guys are going to have a lot of responsibility in terms of their role. Like, they're stepping into a new position, this team, where I think they're going to have a little bit more of like leadership figures. Obviously, you have Alexi as the caller, but those two guys are going to have a lot of control in terms of the communication that's working in the map at any given round. But Bit especially, if you can get him going on the T side, he's been so important for Navi, and I think that's really where you feel his loss, his inability to get you an opening, his inability to trade as fast as he used to. But the T side, I think, is where he can have the most impact for Navi.
Yeah, absolutely. He's what Rops is for Vitality, or what someone like Jimmy is for a team like Mouz, and he's had so much impact for them in the past. Like, he's a guy who's a little bit more aggressive on the T side too, so just having someone being able to apply that pressure on the extremity while actually the majority of the team is working a different side of the map, it strains the defense, right? It puts pressure on the CTs. It's important, something as simple as just drawing out utility, right? So Alexi has an option late round when he goes for his signature go B, but actually
go A,
right? Like, that's where it really all comes together.
It's that 1-2 punch that you really want to be seeing, right? So with IME, so far, so good for him, right? Third highest rated player currently at Cologne, second if we're looking at players that still remain within the tournament. So we've definitely seen better shades of IME coming into this half of the year.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, again, I think a lot of it comes down to some of the positions that he's in, but he's certainly kind of taken this role in this position, and he's really enjoying the kind of honeymoon period of experiencing something new as he swapped on a few different maps. But this is still an insane level for him to hit. I mean, this has got to be giving you to some degree shades of the Paris major, where he was the MVP that never was. Like, he has that in him. And for a long time in Navi, like especially at the start, he was struggling to find his place. But you can see the difference it makes for this team, and how important he is for a team that's built without superstars. Having someone of his caliber perform well is critical.
It looks like he also understands that he needs to take more initiative. You know, he needs to, or maybe he sees himself as the guy now, right, to make some of those plays, to create the space, because you can't just the entire time rely on, you know, team play and playing together and everything. Someone needs to step up, someone needs to go for these plays, and he has been the guy, and he's been making the plays for Navi.
Well, speaking of IME, let's hear from him, courtesy of Trace.
I'm here with M from Navi. You can call him him, isn't that right?
You can call me IME, not him.
Oh, my bad. Well, I was just going to call him him. He is Himi Neutron, him Kardashian. He is the man of the hour over here for Navi, at least that we're going to be catching up with before they jump into their game today versus the Mongols. So let's talk a little bit about this travel here to the Lanxess, right? In the tournament brackets, you guys were in those lower brackets. Tell me about your run up to this point.
I think it was not that smooth because we lost to Mouz, obviously, but I also think we had a big chance to beat them. Like, they comebacked us two times on the 2 different maps, and I think we played overall good, and especially against FaZe, and then pretty sure we deserve the spot in here.
So tell me this then, in your own words, describe to me this new team of Navi. You've got a new player over there, albeit brand new, a rookie, all in all. In your own words, describe this team of Navi.
Oh, that's hard, but I will say that we came here with a fresh blood, so we will. It's kind of sounds weird to say this is like a test tournament for us, because it's the first tournament after the bootcamp, after the change. But it is what it is. If Cologne was the first tournament, nothing we can do. But I think we did, like Blade, I think, said one time, we came here without expectations. But I think because we made it to playoffs, I think it's also like a huge plus for our start.
So where exactly do you fit into the process of bringing on a new player, a rookie? And are there any role conflicts? Is there anything that goes on in that department? Tell me a little bit about you in the process of bringing on Makaze.
I think before he arrived, I saw like a lot of people saying that me and him crashed like a lot of positions, but it was not true. Like we changed only 2 positions, I think, Ancient and Nuke, and so far it's fine. Like I'm down, he's also down to learn some new positions, and it's always fun to have something new.
Anything you want to say to the Navi Nation?
Navi Nation.
Thank you very much, Emil.
Thank you.
Yeah, an interesting topic when we think about potential role clashes, potential position clashes between Ime and Makaze. So far from what we saw in stage 2, how many times were they butting heads?
Yeah, he only changed positions on 2 out of the 6 maps that they play, so just a third of the maps that you play. It's funny how he puts.
They don't play many yet. They got to figure it out.
It's not a big change. I mean, I think it more speaks that Ime is versatile and doesn't have a problem, you know, taking the hit there and adjusting to some of these other positions and roles. He is the more experienced player, so I get that approach makes sense.
I would also say, again, like this Navi team is such a work in progress. Some of the interviews at Blade have been like, this is the way I envisioned it working right now, but things can change. Like we tried to put everyone in a position where we think their skill set is going to thrive, but that's going to change from map to map when we realize which ones we're good on, which ones we're struggling with. They can still move around a ton, so the Navi's still figuring the things out themselves.
And I appreciate that from a coach, you know, who likes to see things being executed perfectly, right? I'm just remembering back at the Stockholm Major where, you know, Navi go flawless, but he says there's still room for improvement. So I like that he's being honest. He said the same about the maps, right? It's not polished as of yet. You got to give it time.
Yeah, he's been super open about the fact that the veto process is where they have a little bit of a weakness because they're not entirely sure where they want to go. They haven't been able to get enough time with Makaze to dive that deep into things. So yeah, I think maps for Navi is going to be an issue in pretty much every series they play, which is why on some level I feel like Alexi and Blade have like the most important job for Navi throughout the entirety of whatever playoff run they have in front of them. Is you have to pick the maps well, you have to get tricky in the vetoes, and you have to have great game plans.
I think the problem that they have is Mirage has been their go-to map for a long time, and even with the new lineup they've been picking it. I don't think they're going to pick it here, but Mongols love the map too. I think they will probably go for something like an Inferno.
Yeah, makes
Mongols
sense.
have been on a 5-map losing streak. Navi picked it 2 times in this tournament, won it both times, and then for Mongols it gets a little bit tricky because they don't really pick to punish, right? Like they pick to their own strengths, and what's left out of their own strengths is still Mirage or Ancient. And Navi is fine with both maps, obviously Mirage, but Ancient is a map that they already played a couple of times in this tournament, and that's what, with a new team, with a new player, you don't want to play something for the first time in the playoffs, right? Sure. First time in the Lanxes for Makaze, so I think this is good for Navi so far, and then still, as the decider, they get Mirage, so this is the middle ground for both teams. So for Navi, this is fine. Like
about as good as you could hope for?
About as good as you can hope for, exactly. And for Mongols, I don't think there's any surprises in this veto either.
No, not really. I'm actually really intrigued for the Ancient game because that's where Ima has kind of moved away from the A-bomb side and moved more towards middle. Makaze's stuck in that A position.
It is the B anchor now.
And Ima is like, with the impact he's been having, it's such a critical part of the map. So that's where I think Navi can see some fireworks. I think there's a chance for an upset on that map.
Tell me your initial takeaways from Makaze, because I kind of like Blade's interview quote where he said, okay, if I had a star player to pick from, sure, that's the first best solution. Second best is going with an academy player because they don't have, you know, too much in terms of their already formed game. They're malleable. They're like a sponge to soak up information. Have you been impressed with what Makaze's done so far?
Impressed would be too strong of a word. Okay. I think you can tell that it's a rookie player in there who doesn't want to mess up necessarily, and I think the most impact that he's been able to find was when he was sort of pointed and directed in a little bit of a set opening, or when he's allowed to sort of just go for fights or fight early on in the round, right? I think mechanically he's solid, but I think you can see a player that's just getting adjusted to Tier 1 Counter-Strike and has all these players around him that are experienced, that talk a lot, so he's just trying to sort of keep up with that for now and be able to not lag behind them on the server.
Yeah, he gave that interview recently where he was just like, I don't have nearly as much freedom on this team as I did in the academy roster, which obviously makes sense despite the, you know, he was the stud of that team, so he got to do whatever he wanted. Blade, I think, is just trying to bring him in slowly and kind of bring him up as he's going along. It feels like he's got some early round responsibility, but he gets a decent amount of freedom once he's in these situations. Once he like takes that first step as designed, he gets a lot of his own agency to make decisions after that, but I think he's still kind of holding back a little bit and trying to play in figure out this system before we can really see what he's able to do.
Decision making has been conservative, right, for the most, which is understandable. Again, right, and I think that's fine. In the situation, in the position in which he's in, I mean, bang on 1 rating, right? Like that's you're the average.
Can't argue with that as the rook. Yeah.
So I think when you have guys like IEM playing like he has had some good games, especially on the CT side, right? Like. That's fine with you. He's not going to be the guy that's going to carry them to an even deeper run here, right? Like that's the responsibility for the other players on the team.
And particularly when we're looking at Makaze and the amount of firsts he's had this event. I'm not just talking about, first event in the Na'Vi jersey.
First time doing the SSD.
First time playing with Inniz as well. That's crazy, right? But if you're Makaze, this is arguably probably one of the best squads you could be in terms of the situation of being a rookie, right? You got Alexi. We know him as such a solid caller. Then you have Blaze behind you. We know he's such a supportive kind of father figure, I guess.
Yeah, in a way, but I would say, and I'm paraphrasing here, Blade did mention the best way to figure out what a new player has to offer is throw him into the deep end and see what he can do, and he specifically referenced doing it at Perfecto years back, and there's no bigger, deeper pool. There's no deeper pool than Cologne, than this stage right here. So Makaze is going to get tested, both in terms of responsibility inside the game, and what he can bring when he has to make his own decision and step up to the plate, and we're just going to have to find out what he's going to deliver for Na'Vi.
Baptism by fire in the Kachiro.
Yeah, exactly.
For Makaze, it's going to be interesting, but on the other side of things, for the Mongols, it's also first time in the Lanxess, right? And sure, they have stage experience by now, but going up against a team like Na'Vi, right, where they have been strong before, there's always that danger of, if they piece it together now, and if they start feeling not confident because they haven't practiced, then you can see it kind of spiraling out of control.
At least we have a different thing to point at than like the stage thing, because I think really with Mongols at this point we should just be over. Like the stage should no longer be a pass for them. Like you've shown you can deliver individually and as a team making the grand finals of the major. You no longer get the stage pass of getting nervous. You no longer have that allowed to be a thing.
For the Mongols, it's not that anymore. They've also had another problem for me was that you can tell sometimes in the games they can get tilt. They can get frustrated in games and sort of start playing overly aggressive and not have the best decision making. So I feel like that's the danger now for them at this point in the tournament.
Well, gentlemen, it is almost time to kick off the Intel Extreme Masters playoffs, where it's not just the trophy the teams have their eye on.
Lots of team made roster moves this break to beat Vitality, but this is not our main goal. I would say it's just for us to improve, and then if we can face them, that's a big bonus. Of course, we need a revenge for the last Cologne.
I think we have good chances. We got a new player. Even if we lose, we won't be frustrated.
I think we can beat them, and hopefully we're gonna have a chance to prove that. We can do it this time. This can be different. This is the time. To be honest, I think I jinxed it, so I don't want to jinx it again.
Definitely hate them for how good they are. They push me to emotions I didn't know I could have after losing 7 times in a row. Hate them, and I want to say you guys. Hopefully at some point we're gonna beat you so I can be a bit more happy in my life.
Let's see who is gonna beat us first in best of 3 or best of 5, and then I promise you that you won't take all the shots you want. You ready?
You can try.
Flames 1v3 needs the ace clutch. Fire in his heart for the first 2 though. Flames 1 left for all.
Zontix will have a quick little look here. Far too wide, not expecting him that close at all. Shiro then on the AWP. Gonna try and
find him, Brolin. Shiro covers for the second. Oh my god. Cathedral might just be their tomb as Apex, all 5!
An unprecedented period of dominance.
Robin Cool, unfazed, breathes new life into Vitality.
Strategy, synergy, secondary. Rule maintained by your monopoly of violence.
Zywoo arrives in this grand final exactly when he needed to.
Your kingdom is built on crushed dreams and dead teams. They want nothing more than to see you break.
Has to plant.
Fakes it out, it's the shot, has to isolate the Johnny's ready to go! Odyssey, you beasts! Solo hold of his side, just racks him up, sends him back! This is where the round lives and dies!
Another chance. Dog with 3, and you cannot stop him. Dog is designed for violence.
They will come. Your rule will be challenged. Do not relent. The chalice awaits.
Vitality versus the world in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike on the holy soil of Cologne. 5 teams looking to break that streak, waiting in the wings, gunning for that legendary trophy, the most prestigious in all of CS2. Let's meet your contenders. Your 2-time Cologne champions, Na'Vi! Their first foray into the Cathedral, the hope of a nation on their shoulders, the Mongols! Fallen forged his legacy here, and finally, he's back with Furia! Still reeling from that major heartbreak, determined to change their destiny, Mouz! Your first semi-finalist boasting Counter-Strike's most impactful weapon, Team Spirit! Teams circling the chalice, but what they are facing is no ordinary foe. The kings of CS2, Team Vitality! Entrance. They took the trophy home last year. Let's see if they do it again this year. But not if these teams have anything to say about it. So let's get into our first quarterfinal. Na'Vi versus the Mongols. I need you to make some noise. Lax says, "Auf geht's, make some noise!"
The major grand finalists now enter untrodden territory, their first time in the Lanxess. And if this was a year ago, Janko, maybe I would be worried for them. But the power up they've had into playoffs all the way out through 2025, I'm looking at Mongols as the favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. I just have to say, that was so badass.
Oh, yeah.
It's Vitality bringing out the trophy.
Absolutely.
That was some next level stuff. I mean, that was awesome to see. But yeah, absolutely. A different tale compared to last year. And this time, it's Mongols who are the favorite.
Yeah, but you know what? There's something about this Na'Vi team. There's something about Blade. I'm not going to call an upset, but Na'Vi's going to make this close. Na'Vi's going to fight for this one. And on one sense, I feel like Mongols should be able to blow them out of the water, expose all these weaknesses, have an easy run into the semifinals. But something about the way IEM is playing, Bit is playing, and the way Blade already has this team being competitive makes me feel like this is not going to be as easy as it looks on paper.
This is such a cool moment for the Mongols to prove to us, right, that they've grown, to prove to us that the success that they've had at Austin, in Dallas, and all these previous tournaments is enough for them to just take care of business here, because they are, without a doubt, at this moment, the better team.
Let's not sleep on what Makaze must be feeling at the moment. You come out into an absolute rip-roaring crowd. He must be feeling some kind of nerves, some kind of adrenaline on that stage right now.
Absolutely, and I imagine if I'm him, I think the pistol round's going to go by very fast for him. I think this moment to like the second or third round in the game, he might not even remember him when this is all said and done. So everything is going through his head, everything that he wants to accomplish onside this stage, everything he expects to encounter on this stage. But when the game starts, it can calm down, and you can lose yourself into the game once you get there.
I just hope he went to 7-11 before this game, because on the other side, you have guys who made that leap, right? And who come into this tournament with no practice, and they're just based off of individual prowess, beating teams left and right. They're one of the sharpest teams we have, the Mongols, and it's going to be a real test for Na'Vi today.
Gentlemen, it is time to officially get this show on the road. Our first quarterfinal here at IEM Cologne 2025, Na'Vi versus the Mongols.
This quarterfinal is a game of firsts. 3 years for the Mongols. They've been trying to make it to this very stage in the Lanxess Arena. Now they've finally done it. An uptick in performance across 2025. Multiple stage wins to their name. A grand final in Austin. The Mongols are leveling up. The Mongols might be ready. For Na'Vi, you want to talk first. Talk about this kid. Makazi, the playmaker, added to this roster. First big event, first international LAN, first time on a stage of any size, let alone the biggest in Counter-Strike. Na'Vi, they say getting here was job well done. But can this more experienced team add more twists to the tale?
On the other side of the bracket lurks Counter-Strike's best team in Team Vitality. That means we've got a three-way race towards those finals. It's been a long time coming for the Mongols. It's been a dream. Same for Makazi taking his first steps up on this stage. So Lanxess, let's give them a warm welcome to Counter-Strike's biggest and best stage!
A quarterfinal on a Friday afternoon. We're only just getting started. Mongols, Na'Vi, Inferno, Ancient, Mirage, and everything to play for.
There were a lot of ways this one could have gone. Both these teams liking Mirage. It's Na'Vi's pick up first of Inferno. They got to dictate when and where that Mirage came through, and they left it to the Mongols to pick it up. That's given them a slight edge in the veto. But in this pistol, they've already lost their new face, Makaze. His first round played on the Lanxess stage ends in disaster. He's found first to open up this round.
Has to sit back and just breathe. Watch his team play out this 4v5. We know how difficult these rounds are. Let alone when you've lost your banana piece on this T side. Na'Vi going to go back into middle. Is this a predictable play? For the Mongols, it doesn't look like it. 3 strong on the other side. They start to get inquisitive.
They took a little jiggle there. Got the spot on Wonderful. It's Na'Vi with the regroup. They're going into a triple setup here. They're playing right in to the hands of the Mongols. Already a man down as they attempt this boost. They'll go into the top of Banana, and they will get out with the kills. All of them for Na'Vi!
Pre-fire by Wonderful.
And so just like that, the best laid of plans, the Mongols in the right spot, none of it comes to matter. Bomb plant for Na'Vi. And as Alexi holds the key to this round, if he can find this kill, it stops the retake dead in its tracks. He won't even be required. They've already dealt with Mizinho. Blitz moving in, finished off as the captains clash. And Na'Vi course correct that pistol.
Oh, shaky start really for both squads, with Makazi getting picked and Mongols just falling apart at the top of B. Techno throwing grenades when he's the linchpin of that position. Uncovered at sandbags, Wonderful's ready. And so Na'Vi take that pistol away. Grand finalists last year, a very different position now sit Na'Vi. A team struggling in playoffs, arguably more so than the Mongols. Yet to pick up a match in an arena in 2025.
Exactly, you talk about the Mongols going strength to strength all the way into the finals at the major, kind of culminating in that to show the improvement from this squad. For Na'Vi, their playoff results tell a very different story, and what are the reasons why this change of Makazi coming into the squad? It felt like it had to happen. They were no longer getting those wins in playoffs, getting stopped every time they arrive.
I mean, they've made it to near about every playoff in this year, with the exception of Melbourne. And, you know, they have one map to their name, Harry. A map over Astralis in a series they lost back in Astana. Na'Vi don't have a lot to love when it comes to these playoffs, so no surprises that changes felt imminent. But making that jump back up to being able to compete for trophies, compete in the biggest arenas, that's what Na'Vi are looking for right now. Rarely an exception to the second round Mongols fight. An aggressive team with their economy. Looking for yet another gamble.
Crowds behind the Mongols on this force buy. For Na'Vi, it's a bit of an Alexi classic. Grouped in the apartments, they're ready to move out. In for an A hit, and there's only two players here. Techno remains tucked. Oh my God, there's no accounting for that! Techno gets a lot of mileage out of that 5-7. Can Na'Vi really wrestle back this round? They think so! And already this quarterfinal is a roller coaster. Can Blitz make it any more interesting? Playing through, Bit stops him in his tracks. Another recovery from Na'Vi.
That's a 3v5 with a team kill in there for Na'Vi, and they win it like it's not even close. Two guns getting out of that round. Blimey. It's a great double for Techno, but Mongols throwing themselves at Na'Vi, understandably, is what gives the round away. You really cannot blame them for charging through that smoke with the double Techno gives us. But Na'Vi remain calm, remain composed, and push the Mongols to eco.
If you want to look at players that are going to have to perform today for Na'Vi, Ema, one of the ones that's on the tip of your tongue. Been a fantastic tournament from this guy. And so you want him to kind of hit the ground running here in this quarterfinal. Gets his first kill here up against the Pistols. And so we'll be keeping a close eye on him.
There's been a few positional changes for Na'Vi, not just the vibe change of adding in a new player, but players having to get comfortable with different spots and different paces on their T sides, like Ema. Speeding up, slowing down, depending on the map. All these things could rejig your roster a little bit, breathe new life into a team that has been hitting a wall. So safe to say, I like the desk left it open, that Na'Vi could make things interesting. Mongols favorites, yes. But to doubt Na'Vi would be a mistake many have done before. pressure on, just peppering this save. Mongols going to get out with pistols and nothing more.
I mean, this one's a bit of a departure from all these other rounds where the pistols have been able to make it competitive. Na'Vi keep this one nice and clean. Blade's very happy with that, getting out with 5 alive, making a bit of money here for the Na'Vi squad.
Yeah, if you're Na'Vi, you're feeling super confident coming into this first gun round, right? You've won a very difficult round. You've walked into 2 stacks as well. You've had no issue getting rid of them. So Na'Vi doing things from the back foot, fighting forward as Mongols come in with the guns.
910's going to bring his AWP out straight away. And he had a good spawn for Banana as well, so wouldn't put it past him to want to be involved early. At all posts. And the rifles work their way in close. What's their idea behind this 910 AWP? Na'Vi want nothing to do with it. They've thrown attention over towards Banana. They put util there, and that has kept the Mongols stacked towards this B side of the map.
Just the fact that Makazi's not in Banana says this is going to be a pretty quick round. Na'Vi speeding up towards middle.
Out they come, Blitz, tucked in this corner, there's a lineup! That's the Mongols captain with a double opening, Mizinho. Starting to feel a bit of pressure here, but this is an unorthodox way of responding to it. I don't know if Bit's going to be ready for this. They've traded places around this smoke. Mizinho realizes he's got time to get the reload off here. As the rounds grinded to a halt for Na'Vi.
Mongols don't jump the gun, right? Na'Vi are hoping to come in on a big flank and they get that kill down Banana, opening up a new path in this round. Senzu's tucked in. He's giving away nothing. This is a position that surely should get a single kill on a 50-50 angle.
No way. Wonderful clears this, making some noise. He's even running the risk of getting peeked here. And it's not even so much that Senzu could find him on this aggressive pathing. It's what it's enabled for the Mongols, but they haven't lent heavy into this A site. Still too strong here. Techno and Mizinho split between the pits. And Na'Vi move in. They have the site control. They know about these pit players. They're going to take a bomb plant here and have themselves a 2v4 to play around. That's a hell of a clear from Mizinho, who gets the ball rolling on this retake. You needed someone to kind of step up, take charge there. Mizinho is that guy.
Cocky play for Mizinho, just jumping out of the pit before his team are even ready. Feels like that's the only way that can let Na'Vi back into the round, but Mongols allow them to plant nothing more. A nice clean round to get on the board here on this CT side. On the bright side here for Na'Vi, a couple of games already locked in on Inferno inside of the group stage. Had some time to get acquainted with Makazi on that B bomb site. Starting to get more comfortable. We might see a bit more pressure here. Makazi leads the fray with first spawn.
And he will successfully battle the Mongols off of Banana. Good map control for Na'Vi to have. Not one they realized yet. As that retake util comes out from the Mongols, they really want to fight for this control. They're willing to go blow for blow with Makaze here.
It's more than meets the eye.
Ooh.
Great grenade. Stegner tries to capitalize. They call for a third rotation. Mongols with the perfect read in this round. The whole map is far too quiet. They don't like what they don't hear.
And Na'Vi's just going to go. Makazi at the front. Runs straight into Techno. And this is where Na'Vi are going to start to piece together just how strong, just how entrenched this site is for the Mongols. That skirmish does not end in their favor. Now they look to link up with Bit. He'd started giving up ground on his lurk out towards the apartments, and so it's a mission to go and re-clear all this space. Tries to move quickly. This is confident stuff from Bit. Knows the time is of the essence as he tries to put this pressure on. You'll note the bomb never left Banana. Bit is just selling the Mongols a lie on this A fake.
Oh, dear, that's disastrous. 20 seconds. Bit's going to go for more. He's going to fully send into this site. That will be his demise.
Drawn the rotation.
But only Senzu in this B bomb site.
Lies in wait. Senzu, the top performer for the Mongols. It was his step up on stages that was meant to make this team move down that path to greatness, but he falls off. Techno can't find them on the smoke spam. 9-10, missed shot on that AWP. Ema and Wonderful will have a bit of time to get set up here in this 2v2. On the move, rounds 9-10. Down to the rifle, Techno knocked out. And Na'Vi have pieced together where this last man's coming from. 9-10 might have found the first, but Wonderful goes and retrieves that AWP from the spawn. He might be low on health, but Wonderful has his weapon of choice. That tap forces the fight out. It's real close on this defuse, but 9-10, with milliseconds the difference, snatches that one away from Na'Vi.
Already some very exciting close rounds in this game. Mongols are hanging on by a thread on economy. A 3-on-5 for Na'Vi that gets far too close for comfort, but seconds between him and the defuse. Great round for the Mongols, considering every step of the way they were fraught with peril. Over-rotating, losing their anchor on B. And in a difficult 1v1, but the AWP in the clutch with a smoke on the bomb is too much for Wonderful.
Blade taking a moment to try and talk this over with the squad. They can feel the game really starting to tighten up here. The Mongols starting to grind the path back in. First doors as well. It's the moment these rifles have made their first appearance. The money kind of at its wit's end for Na'Vi. AWP takes a very confident fight down through mid. That was 9-10, hoping to secure the opener.
Late timing for Na'Vi. Out they go into Banana. And again, Mongols have the same setup as rounds before. Bit of util damage, but Mongols block yet again. They don't allow Na'Vi into their bomb site. Makazi having a rough time at things. It was never going to be easy stepping onto your first stage in a T side of Inferno.
No, I mean, this was a guy coming into the tournament who had to learn to use in-ears. He'd never played with that before. A series of firsts for Makazi, and it's not going to get easier.
Not against such a sharp squad. Mongols shooting hard right now.
With Ema floating back here, offering assistance to Bit on his lurk in the apartments, it feels like the decision is to redirect back into this A play for Na'Vi. They played a second man here from the get-go. They made sure they get that apps control. And you can see Makazi lining up the util now to try and facilitate this play.
Nades go in, double porch setup. Blitz might catch them off guard as he baits from Mizzino. They don't clear him properly. Double kill for the second man in, and the AWP holds strong for one. There's no breaking through this hold. 1-on-4 here for Wonderful. He goes no further. Mongols keep up the streak. 3 in a row since the guns, and Na'Vi are broke.
I mean, outside of that last round where we had, Wonderful locked in the 1v1, they've been pretty one-sided in favor of the Mongols as well. It's 4 alive in both the other rounds. So Na'Vi struggling to make much of a dent here. Still don't know if they're entirely aware just how often the Mongols are starting with this triple B hold as well. It's kind of obscured by the fact that 9-10 is still making very aggressive moves over here on A. Even have Mizzino there to support him in this round. This is a nice adaptation for Na'Vi. Trying to maintain this A pressure. They want to get the Mongols away from these triple B starts.
Well, you're going to have to put up a fight. This doesn't feel like the round 4 at Deagle's out, probing the apartments. Boost for the pit side. They try to set Makazi up for success. Mizzino gives him nothing. Na'Vi trying to scratch their way out of the coffin right now.
You're really hoping as well that there'd be a bit more resistance here from the Mongols, right? You were kind of looking for this early fight on the pistols. And amidst all the silence, with no control of Banana, you're nervous now about a stack, and that is what Na'Vi are walking into.
It's a good flash, but it blinds Wonderful as well. Not going to do them any favors as they just get their heads rolling in middle. Double for Blitz, Wonderful with a deagle. Goes no further than 2. A good sign as an individual. Wonderful 11-4, starting strong, but these need to convert into rounds for Na'Vi as Mongols are picking up steam.
I mean, it's very, very good to see Wonderful in this form, but yeah, he's going to need that kind of supporting cast. We've seen him trying to update his gameplay. That was something that was happening even before JL was removed from this Na'Vi squad, being a lot more involved, less of a supportive element for this Na'Vi squad. You don't want to waste an 11-4 performance on your AWPer.
This is probably the best start for Makazi, getting up to car without taking damage, and Mongols have given it up, making a gamble. 4 strong versus just the one, captain of Blitz with nades at the ready. If Na'Vi just go on this early timing with a flash, it might catch him off guard. Blitz has got to drop that Molotov. Does he believe it? Calls their bluff. And that's enough to send Na'Vi back. But if you take stock, 2 smokes, a molly, and a flash, there's not a lot to work with. It almost forces you back into your original plan.
Which is lucky for Na'Vi here, right? They're hitting this site that only has Blitz in it.
Oh, they're in.
They dodged the stack. They've gotten past Blitz's early volley. He will open. Alexi dead, but Blitz knows the goal is to buy time, and buy time he shall. A second kill from the Mongols captain, and it's bought enough time for his teammates now who are layering up these flashes, trying to facilitate even more mileage for Blitz. Dead after the double, but he's done his job. You couldn't ask for more there, and it should be enough for the Mongols. They've got Bit trapped at the top of Banana. He might feel the pressure to play through this smoke. He doesn't want Ema to feel too isolated in the site. Smoke blowing open, 9-10 with a heads-up play. And they're never given the choice. It's Ema now in the hot seat who has to deliver a clutch. There's the first. Ema's head on a swivel, can't quite track it down. The Mongols deal with a spinning top of Ema well.
Shame to see that from Na'Vi though, right? They throw old meta utility. That's the easy Molotov for Dark, or for Quad rather, but it's easy for a reason. Doesn't spread fully and doesn't burn out Blitz. He's able to play behind that new box and get 2 kills and get to throw out grenades without getting punished. Na'Vi need to update their utility in this position. A good molly would have won them that round cleanly. They would have had B-site for free. Instead, Blitz is able to live far longer than anticipated. This clutch was not for Ema. And this half is turning into the Mongols, 5 in a row. Makazi eats another grenade. Just the cost of doing business, burning down to 30. You've got the 2 stars of Na'Vi on rifles. But is that enough to carry them through?
This long smoke's come in constantly for Na'Vi, and the Mongols have often looked to try and play ahead of it, but not in this round. They respect that util, they give up top mid. They know the burden of pressure rests on the shoulders of Na'Vi.
I mean, Mongols could be expecting a 4-buy here, right? This is somewhat saving for later, but Max Loss with a bomb plant gives Na'Vi fighting chance, and 9-10 just rips it out of their hands. Even Blitz trying to get back in the site in time. He might not be needed. Techno's put on 2, looking for a 3rd. Techno holding strong, and Mongols across the board, every player holding their position valiantly. Bit trying to box his way out of this corner, but Mongols have got him on the ropes.
And this is flawless. From the moment those rifles made their first appearance for the Mongols, they've yet to drop a round. They've been finding them convincingly. This is starting to feel very one-sided to open up. Another timeout burned for Na'Vi. As things start to feel desperate on this T side.
Yeah, they just can't avoid the stacks, right? Even when they have, they've been held down by a one-man site hold. It's not a good sign for Na'Vi at all. And a brutal entry to his first stage game for Makazi, 1-8. I think the position is definitely dictating a lot of that, not getting a lot of support, being left to fend for yourself in Banana.
I mean, you're starting off your opening map in an arena you've been dreaming of playing in your whole career. You're the Banana player on Inferno. You're going to get bullied by Util. You're going to have to play some slow, kind of uncomfortable rounds. And with how often the Mongols have looked to fight for this control, it's no wonder Kaze's having a rough showing to open up.
Oh god, yeah, high risk and no reward for Alexi. Jump spots middle, sees two, but they see him back, and now we have to have Na'Vi finding the gap. There is none. Mongols block that B bomb site, block the apartments. Na'Vi at least can call that a lot of util has been used, but Mongols threw nothing at the start of the round. They still have 2 smokes, 2 incendiaries left. Na'Vi have got to force something out of their hands, and Senzu takes another kill.
That was wonderful, trying to lend Makazi a bit of a helping hand, put him in positions to succeed, and so quickly it's building to a round where Bit and Makazi have to go huge. Now 9-10 is wounded. This is far from impossible. With Bit hitting that transfer, it's given them some runway. Senzu tapping around this smoke. Doesn't want to risk giving away this 2v1, but the nades will find him, bring him down low.
Going through together.
They leave Makaze to plant, and they trust Bit to cover from a range. Only Techno left. Concealed for now. Does he want to give this 1v2 a try? It's been a flawless game thus far from the Mongols. Can Techno keep it that way? Or is Bit's activation going to arrive just in time for Na'Vi? Swing from the pit. Makaze and Bit with a crazy 2v4 turnaround. The Mongols get sent packing.
Yeah, great round from Bit. Down in the pit on T side, no less. It's going to get easier for him. He's very comfortable in that position. The swing on long for Blitz doesn't feel like it really matters when Bit gets that jumping turnaround shot, but my God, it costs them. And funnily enough, despite this strong start for the Mongols on the CT side, it's 2 of the highest fragging players who have come in very cold. Senzu 3 and 5, Mizzino 4 and 7. Sure, he got luck shot through the smoke there. But the rest of the gang uplifting this team. What I'm trying to say is there are more tricks up the sleeve of Mongols yet to activate. It's a frustrating round to lose, but it's not the end of the world. Already holding with 6 CT rounds is a good start.
I mean, the Mongols here just don't want to feel like they let Na'Vi back in. They had them beat 6 in a row. Na'Vi break through, but you don't want them to start chaining rounds together now. Double AWP bought out for the Mongols. Senzu gonna don one as well. Just said it's been a bit of a quiet start from him. But they feel like this second AWP will bring Senzu online.
A lot of space getting denied by these Molotovs up mid and Banana. RV just trying to keep Mongols back in their bomb sites. Trying to keep them blind. Senzu refuses to force the kill against Makazi. Both live to tell the tale.
Can also be a bit of misdirection for the Mongols, right? Senzu is the one searching, even though he's on that secondary AWP. So when they hear it fire off a Banana, they think that's 9-10. They play right into him in the top of middle.
Oh,
Flash set up to hit the flick. Wonderful. 9-10 exchange blows.
Yeah, Ema going before the long smoke, maybe part of what you're talking about, right? Having the second AWP surprising Na'Vi, but it's a bit of an awkward way to lose your life. A couple of seconds difference would have made all the difference. And now Na'Vi sit struggling towards the end of the half, where many teams would save. Do they want to give it up without a fight? Seems like that is the call. And not the wrong one for Na'Vi in this position. Only way they're going to have 3 AKs in that follow-up round is if they survive. Seeing a slow and meticulous T-side here for Na'Vi, but just not finding the crucial kills when they need to break into bomb sites. And for Mongols, a lot of individual agency players getting to do what they want, reaggress when they want. Some early well-called stacks for Blitz.
Counter-terrorists win.
And this could be a very pretty CT side.
It's something I think the CS landscape as a whole recognizes about this Mongols team. One of the things that makes them so exciting is how they always learn from their mistakes, right? And when talking about making it into the Lanxess for the first time, you know, with the kind of history tied there with the Mongols v Cadian, if you remember, in that game that could have sent them here sooner in their careers, they actually said they think it was the right thing, the good thing, that they didn't make it back then, that they've made it to the Lanxess for the first time now. They said they needed the reps, they needed the experience. They learned lessons and took a lot away from that major final versus Vitality. And it's a polar opposite story to Makaze on the other side. Now at his first Tier 1 debut, he's dealt a very rough hand here in this opening map of the quarterfinal. 2-9 will be his finishing score on the half.
Well, Na'Vi did the pistol 4v5. Is this last chance on the T side going to be anything of the same as Senzu reblocks B at the worst possible timing for Na'Vi to regroup?
They don't have a need to break that open either.
They got nothing. 2 smokes and a flash, and we've just been seeing these contact B hits with very limited utility here for Na'Vi already. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Senzu with a chance to improve his score in this final round.
He is the lone defender at this B side of the map, and even though his teammates can react quickly, Senzu can't afford to go down without putting up a fight. There's a follow-up for Senzu. And he wants even more. His teammates crunching in through mid. They know that Na'Vi are fighting and dying in Banana. The Mongols on a runaway CT side to open up this quarterfinal.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
It's a damn good day to be a fan of the Mongols. They run away with this first half of the quarterfinal. Navi's pick of Inferno. Slow start for Makaze, the new boy. Ema, the chart topper for Navi, and Alexi. Failure to launch for the Mongols. It is a convincing streak of rounds, winning all but one past the pistol. They're looking for a statement win to open up. And they might just take us there. This pistol round really will be the decider on how much intrigue Na'Vi have.
Yeah, safe to say 8-4, it really is do or die. Lose it, and it feels like the game is slipping through your fingers. Win it, and suddenly you have a huge opportunity. Can Na'Vi seize the moment? Mongols across the board, reliable, not requiring their star of Senzu to pop off. Put up a 1.2 in the groups. Was Mongols' standout player by quite some margin. But everyone's showing up when it matters. This, on the other side, is what Na'Vi need. Ema activation in the apps finds his first.
Gonna need a couple more like that. The one and done for Ema may not be enough. Stop this looming threat of the A-hit from the Mongols. They'll make their way in. Na'Vi is so far away on this retake, and from bad to worse, Bit never even gets a chance to play this pistol round.
Can't believe Blitz stops to plant there to take that fight through the smoke. It works wonders for the Mongols.
If the Mongols can shut down this short retake, Inferno is theirs for the taking. That would be all the legwork, the hard part done. They just need to stop this spillover. Makaze opens up, but it's Techno and the rest of his gang are from the pit that rain down terror on Na'Vi.
This must feel hopeless for Na'Vi now, right? Losing that pistol off the back of just falling apart in the first half. Has to feel like this game is just disappearing in front of you. You are passengers in this vehicle, not steering the ship. Na'Vi forced to force. And a 5v4 that goes nowhere fast. More than anything, it's a great sign for the Mongols, a team that have gone strength to strength, a team that have started to pick up wind in arenas, starting back in Caddo. Went on to Melbourne with another win. We saw them make a run into that major final, and right now here in Cologne, this weekend, they've got to prove that was not a fluke, that they can deal with the pressure of playing the biggest games. And for a very young team, that is easier said than done. But Mongols making a statement here on Inferno.
They're not going to dodge the stack here. They might just play right into it. And so a pretty tall test here for the Mongols as they set their sights on this A-bomb site. But there's the opening. Ema dead in the apartments. Follow-up kills all come through at the hands of Blitz. Not just cool in a great game, but playing 1-2, top in the charts for the Mongols. Very young team. Their more grizzled captain.
And even then, 24 years of age, right? Hardly been around the block and back again. He leads this young team of teenagers looking for trophies. But he's not afraid to take matters into his own hands. We saw some incredible clutches from Blitz, some incredible moments in the group stage as well. MVP on that flash though, 9-10. It felt like Na'Vi had a chance with 3 players on a crossfire and a 100 damage nade, but they got fully blinded. And Mongols run over them on that force buy. This was Na'Vi's map pick. Saving Mirage for the decider. We might not even get there if Mongols go to plan.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal in this series for Na'Vi was sort of about survival with that Mirage waiting as the third. They know that if they get there, that's where they can really look to pressure the Mongols. It's going to be a comfortable map, a very comfortable map for both of those squads.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. For both those squads being the most important part, because Mongols are no sleepers on Mirage. They might just be one of, if not the best team in the world on it. But that comfort goes both ways here on Inferno. Mongols shocking out of the gate. On a map, Na'Vi look to make their mainstay.
We talked about this team always seems to learn from the defeats, from the losses. They spoke about the major, saying that, you know, they actually hit a point after winning that first map where they felt like they could envision themselves lifting the trophy. And they said that was a mistake, that added too much pressure, that caused them to kind of fall apart in the long run. We're seeing a very methodical T-side, right? Considering in this round, they're only up against that one saved gun on Alexi. And even then, it's just this 5-7 and armor. They're going to work their way into this B stack. Pressure being applied. Alexi and Ema with kills apiece. This could get out of hand. It was just this 5-7 on Alexi. That's what they were playing to dodge. They've gone right into him, and now we look on. Mazinho has not been a requirement in this game for the Mongols. Left at the tail end of a misplaced round. A rough play into this pistol stack at B. Can Mazinho save them? No. Just shy of it. Stopped in his tracks by Bit. And Na'Vi, and the round that never should have been, sees them through and onto a fifth.
Yeah, call it a lifeline at this point in the game. It might not even make a difference. It might not matter with the form we're seeing out of the Mongols. But if you were ever going to win, that's certainly a contributing factor. Na'Vi winning a round with nothing. 3 kills off the 5-7. Alexi over doubles his KD or kill count in that round. Running through the smoke to finish the job. Right place, right time for Na'Vi with a full B stack. Can they prove it on the guns? Makazi burns in the Molotov to come through and fight Banana. Na'Vi know the importance of keeping Mongols out of this position. And for now, they've done so. An AWP in apps. 14-5 on 9-10. Fearless.
It's no slouch in the apartments, though. And he's what lies in wait for 9-10, who for now is trying to thread the needle on these long angles. He'll hear that drop down into the pit, and so a bit of a better picture as to where Na'Vi are.
He made trouble.
That's what 9-10 was waiting for. The shot sails past, and now it's Wonderful's AWP next to play. Aggression into top mid. And Senzu caught by it. Advantage for Na'Vi. The Mongols, only 40 seconds left here. It's time to start making a move.
These are the rounds they can be surprisingly lethal in when you're ready to count them out. Mongols going back very late in the round, and we need a block on this B bomb site. Alexi's got all the remains. Makazi and Alexi, 2 bottom performers here for Na'Vi, have to hold against this horde of Mongols.
Timing on the molly pull. Great timing on the flash, just to try and slow down this B hit, waste time that the Mongols simply don't have. It's allowed a third player to join the ranks of the B hold. Ema on the spam, finding success. Makaze makes it a double.
Got the bomb.
Will that be enough as time is running low? It's in the fire. Techno can't pick it up. And so time will decide it. Na'Vi played a delay, and it's the right move.
Ooh, oh, he got him as well. AWP removed, Na'Vi. That's a bit of an annoyance. They can drop it over. It's not the end of the world. But that is back-to-back rounds. They convert upon that eco win. Very nice play for Makazi, not getting too overwhelmed. Lots of nades flying in, takes his fight cautiously, but confidently.
And look, if one thing's been clear since the start of this game, it's that Na'Vi are well aware that Makaze is going to be feeling stressed, going to be feeling some degree of pressure. They've so often had him playing tag team. They've got someone there to kind of lend that helping hand. If Na'Vi can help him find his foot here, up on the stage, find his footing, trying to tee him up to get back into this game. Because in these last 2 rounds, it's now been big B holds from Alexi and Makaze. Money's starting to run out for the Mongols. They've got hero guns in play now. A chance for Na'Vi to try and regain a semblance of control on Inferno.
Yeah, it's an understandable force keeping 2 AKs. Mongols putting money behind it, knowing they'd rather be on the same page moving forward.
They're going to B again. They really want to test these bottom performers, but here's that help. There's that flash. It's going to set up Makaze for the opening.
Straight into that B-bomb site. Mongols going to jump the gun, try and force it into this double manhole, but Makaze's up for a second, and Alexi supports. 1-2 punch here, and it's a knockout blow. The Mongols desperately try and drag their way back into this B site. 9-10 with a dig, no guns retrieved, and Makaze buying as much time as possible. They will flush him out. 2v5 starting to build, but it's onto the plant. 9-10, no shot, surely. They come in 1 by 1, no! He takes a second. And Ema saves the day for Na'Vi. Almost disaster averted by Ema.
And that is such a sigh of relief for Na'Vi. They themselves starting to get caught up in the idea of this comeback. There's a shocking reminder of the mileage the Mongols can get in these rounds. It's a low econ round, the force buy around the saved guns. 9-10 nearly claws it all the way back. Na'Vi can never get too comfortable. It was another promising showing on that B hold, going 3 for 2.
Oh my God.
These digs are hitting very, very hard. Blitz up next. On the jump. Makaze. Help from Alexi. They remain in contention for this top banana control. They really want to own it.
3 double kills in a row for Makaze. Safe to say, starting to feel it now. Oh, pistols find heads. But Na'Vi find another round. This is going to be a 4th in a row. Gap available here for Mizzino.
But no connection. Na'Vi, a 2-round game. It all starts with that Alexi B 5-7 pistol round. On the back of that, Makaze starting to feel himself in this game. Multi-kills across the last few rounds for the new boy in the Na'Vi jersey.
How stubborn are the Mongols? So they keep going back to these B hits because, sure, in theory, the weaker players, the exploitables. But so far, put to the test, they've answered every single time. A slow burner here for Na'Vi in this second half.
They've exceeded expectations, keeping themselves in this map. With how desperate that first half felt, especially. But this is where we get to see the mileage on this comeback. The rifles back out for the Mongols, and this battle for banana control once more goes the way of this B-site duo, Alexi and Makaze.
What a great time to call a bit of aggression, right? They've been giving away banana to Mongols. They've been playing back in the bomb site, using their utility very slowly. Na'Vi now force the issue in another crucial gun round and find a 5v3. They can't get ahead of themselves. Makaze, confident fight, but if he goes down with nothing here, it leaves Alexi in a 1-on-3. Flash teed up, but timing missed. Mongols getting closer. Makaze gives it up entirely.
Gets around the corner. They were ready to fire off on him. One shot did ring out. That's at least given up the aim of the game, and they're further ahead than Na'Vi are ready for. Makaze with the first catch. Even more from the rookie. finished off, sure, but that's where Alexi steps up.
Dude, it's a 2v5 right now. This game is just the B-bomb site. Mongols are just running in round after round
and this
getting turned to shreds.
This plan of bullying the captain and the rookie, the two most struggling players for Na'Vi, is not working for the Mongols.
And now it almost feels predictable. What are you going to do? Are you going to switch it up, or are you really going to be stubborn and try and force this once more? A 3v5 and a full house on this B-bomb site. Alexi and Makazi holding so strong.
They had 2 and 3 kills between them coming into this second half. Makazi's now moved up to top of the board for his team. 10 kills in this CT side. Aggression from Bit up against the force by Na'Vi in full swing.
What's happened to the Mongols? No pause for Blitz, no moment to gather your thoughts, to talk about what's going wrong, to change the pace. Starting to get scary for the Mongols, who had this game, it felt like, under their thumb. Pinch of Banana, Techno 4 blind, goes both ways.
Blind, but there's no swing yet, and that decision to go a little later, it's going to haunt Makazi.
They're both 4 blind, nothing he could do. Rotator scrambling here for Na'Vi. Bit can't afford to die alone.
Bomb is still down towards T-Ramp for the Mongols. Their mind is not made up in this round. As you say, Bit is now the one in the limelight. He can't afford to fall here, but he will pressure them back out of top mid. It's not just the one, though. He's got to be ready for the full force of the Mongols lurking out here in middle. Bit, it's the lineup for a double. He's kept Na'Vi in this round. Ema conceals himself back at the site, looks for them on the cross-in. Once more is demanded from Alexi. He's got Wonderful in tow. Replenished on the long smoke, and Senzu with taps to send them out of the round. Feels like he's done enough. That's an overstep. That's given Alexi the 1v1 and a route back into this round. The Mongols give him something to aim for, only to rip it all away. Clutch denied, and the Mongols finally break through.
It wouldn't be Mongols if they weren't winning a 2v4 right when everything has been going wrong. Out of absolutely nowhere, Bit holds valiantly on short side, and Mongols just come through and steamroll Na'Vi. "2v4 right when it felt like nothing could go wrong. And this game's got legs on it. Mongols back to their winning ways, a bit of an absence of 5 rounds straight.
It's game, set, and match. That 2v4 looking to rival the Alexi 5-7 round in the weight it carries of deciding this game. Can Na'Vi match it?
How's the synergy on B now? Because Alexi's decided to rotate, leaving this AWP here. It's going to be Wonderful and Makazi with just a smoke between them. AWP could be the difference maker if Mongols give it dry fight.
Looks like they're going to boost. He's going to have to hit a flick. Oh, Wonderful will! Blitz wiped clean. Wonderful fast on the trigger.
They learned the hard way. It's not going to stop the end goal, knowing that good utility can displace this AWP and can buy Mongols around with 40 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to do everything they can to make life hard for Wonderful. That's where Makazi might have to do the heavy lifting, but full blind. It's Wonderful's AWP, ringing out with a second. Does Wonderful have more in the chamber? He's going to pull back, wait for his team. Wait for the rest of Na'Vi to arrive. The cavalry is here. Another 2v4 for the Mongols. Na'Vi don't want to slip up. The entire comeback resting on this round. Techno from up top. 4 on the floor. 120 beats per minute. Hearts racing now, and they'll finish him off. Wonderful! With an electric round on that AWP. Sparks new life into Na'Vi.
absolutely saving them from devastation on this CT side. The first time it's mattered in this map. Wonderful. Coming through with 4 kills on the B hold and the retake. That's not meant to be easy.
Starts with that flick and rounds it out with this stunning sequence of kills. Double swung, and he makes it look easy.
He's coming in with renewed form. When I think of Wonderful in the Lanxess, I think of missed shots that maybe cost Na'Vi a trophy back last year. That game of Mirage, those many overtimes where Wonderful felt like 1 or 2 more bullets connecting could have made the difference, could have forced Na'Vi over the line. Wonderful showing up right when Na'Vi demand him to. Around behind the Mongols. After that clutch 2v4, it might not matter.
This entire map rests on this round. I mean, both these teams in a rough spot economically. This one could end up hitting like a bit of a 2-for-1. The pressure more so on the Mongols there.
Doubt it will stop them from buying.
So this is what Na'Vi have been playing for.
This is Mongols giving up everything early in the round, knowing in these high pressure matches to take a moment, let Na'Vi burn their util.
It was a realization Na'Vi themselves had to come to in that first half, right? Stay away from some of this early banana aggression.
Don't know if they ever truly learned that.
And even though it's slower, it's still good timing on the util. Akazi's actually going to hang around here. He's got Alexi once again waiting with this retake flash. It's a move they've tried and pulled off many a time, but on this occasion it lets them down. Senzu has secured the path forward into this B site. And even though Ema arrives on the rotate, it's only Alexi playing in the site itself. The one man that can make a difference. Ema tries to come through, but that's all the help Alexi's getting. He's in this alone, and Spam will connect onto Na'Vi's captain. This B site that was propping Na'Vi up, the site that the Mongols never wanted to lose a grip on and kept going back to. It falls down for Na'Vi, handing over map point to the Mongols.
He's going to have to smoke his teammate out. He's going to have to try and save this orb. Will Mongols commit and risk their rifles to take away this AWP? They know the value it has. Wonderful darting out of the site. Mongols not overcommitting. And that is map point for the Mongols after a really ugly T side. Round after round on this B side, they finally break through when it matters. Good realization that these reflashes are coming in for Na'Vi. Mongols play anti-flash half wall. They have a guy on the boost. They have another one ready to swing. Both are prepared for Makaze.
Right when you think you've solved this B site, if you're Alexi, right when you think you've got the winning plays, the Mongols adapt. They keep it fresh. They threw a new challenge the way of Na'Vi. Final timeout used for the Mongols. They want to deliver the crushing blow here and now. They want Inferno done with.
Great to see Wonderful finding his form, though. It's a good sign of things to come here for Na'Vi. I'm sure disappointing if they lose on their map pick. But more chances in the series still. Mongols looking to finish on what they've started. Back up Banana, that's quite a pace. They've got the freedom of 2 rounds to play with. Very aggressive, very impressive. Util landing at the feet of Makaze. He can't get comfortable, dumping everything he has. And still allowed to survive. The Mongols, a clear message, we are here. Must have been a very boring CT side for Bit, who's only been met with really one proper site take. Had That doesn't look to change. 2 MP9s. All that stands between the Mongols and Na'Vi's map.
This is a good timing on this reaction, because I think you're dead on. For the 3 heavy hitters on this Na'Vi squad, Bit, Wonderful, and Ema, they've been getting dodged. They've been getting left out of the picture in these rounds. They hear more util in top Banana. And Na'Vi, in a time of great desperation, call the gamble of bringing a 3rd player over. Alexi dead. There's a lineup. 2 snipes back. Ema just gets there in time. It felt like Na'Vi left it too long, but that double from Makaze has kept them in this round. Another 4v2 for Na'Vi, and this time they want to deliver on it. Blitz in this clutch takes it no further. It's overtime or it's nothing, as Na'Vi make it a 1-round game.
Unbelievable staying power in this map. I don't know how they've kept in it from this CT side. They lost the pistol. It relied on a force buy. And even though Na'Vi got over the line, I didn't think it was going to turn into much. Mongols just don't want to give up on this B bomb site, round after round. And to think their best T-side round this half has been that 2v4 over on A. They are still stubborn. Double dipping. A huge comeback for Na'Vi. Was it all in vain? I've never seen such a stubborn T-side refusing to change their tune. Is it to the betterment or the detriment of the Mongols? Is it going to open up a new opportunity for a Na'Vi that was slow to start?
And I mean, going in now in the final round of regulation poses a whole new set of questions, a whole new set of challenges. This is an unexplored site for the Mongols. They haven't seen the setups that Na'Vi have been running. They haven't tested them before. Wonderful decides not to fire off on a feeling, but it's a big spot still for the Mongols.
Would have been a kill.
He'll retake this deep line down through Banana. Flash to try and force him off the angle. Wonderful. Refusing to fire off. Does not want to give away the location of his AWP. Believes you can use it to end this round. Bring us into overtime. The nades connect. It's info for the Mongols.
They hear that smoke. There's 35 seconds. Mongols can do this in the final hour, but they might just have to go back. This is a desperate call. 25.
Leaving this so late. The bomb's still in mid.
These Banana players are going to have to come back. Someone's got to make a move, and they've got to make it fast. Sub 20 on the clock. Na'Vi ready to receive.
They've left this down to the wire. They've left this so there is no margin for error. You cannot misstep. It has to be flawless from the Mongols. Moving in, that bomb trying to cross, and it's not going to get there in time. Na'Vi slow the Mongols long enough. Finally back into that A play. And Na'Vi stop them. Overtime in this opening map of the quarterfinal.
How the hell are they still here? I could not tell you. And Mongols, of course, they get all the entries required. They've done enough to win the round, but the clock is what decides it. A second's difference between a plant in that A bomb site and Na'Vi taking us to bonus play. A game that should have been done.
And it's been a game of incredibly small margins. In that round, a second making the difference between victory or extra time. And as we go on now, that pressure that Na'Vi felt of playing from the back foot, having to watch their money, make sure they're fine for buys in the future, while everyone feels a bit more freedom now. Aggression from Wonderful. That's the sign of the times. Throws himself into a fight on the AWP, and a quick flash to get Ema out. Bit lends a helping hand from down in the pit. Got to provide something in the kill feed too, and Bit will. There's Ema with the trade. The interplay between the two of them, the Mongols are sliced in half. Na'Vi, the first round in overtime, falls in their favor.
This has been a fearless CT side for Na'Vi, not afraid to come through a single smoke, not afraid to reflash a position. The comms looking on point. Excellent assist from down in the pit. And even though Wonderful goes 1 for 1, risking his life, it's so much info, it's so much slow for the Mongols to get Ema in this position.
It's also the very first time since the pistol round that Na'Vi have been in the winning position. They had to embark on this comeback with just 3 rounds to their name. They lost the pistol to open up the second half. They were at such a deficit.
Very different game now. A game where Makazi is not coming cold. He's confident, taking kills, forcing them in the banana. A 5v4 for Na'Vi, they sit back and relax. A rotate comes in as well. Oh, now you want to try A, Mongols? Now you realize there's 2 sides? It might be too late.
I mean, this is the trio that have been hitting hard for Na'Vi from the get-go, who have felt that they've been left out of the picture in a lot of these rounds. Only now, in overtime, getting their taste of the action. It's a chance that Bit Wonderful and Ema have all been waiting for. Aggression from Wonderful. We'll see that advantage squandered. Mongols set their sights on the A play, but they've got to get past Ema. Fighting through this library smoke. Will pick up the first. It's an important trade back for Blitz, and there is a crazy opening. Mizinho has secured this A site with that kill on a bit in the apartments. Alexi and Makaze, there's been no doubt of what this duo is capable of in these B holds, but this is a retake. It's a very different picture. They have a full belt of util on Alexi that runs the risk of going down as he tries to play out through this library control. Missed smoke from Na'Vi's captain. And here's a long wrap. Blitz makes a play of his own. The Mongols weren't going to go fully quiet in this OT now, were they?
Impossible game to call at this point. Blade takes a timeout as Na'Vi need a breather. Looking on. Mongols just trying to stay in it. Ample opportunity to close.
I mean, look, both these teams, it's no secret, have struggled immensely at finding these T-side rounds. For Na'Vi now, the whole objective is to win this out on the CT side. They at least need this second round. It is a matter of the utmost importance for Na'Vi. If the Mongols can break through with 2, they feel like victory's assured. It's theirs for the taking. So an important opener for Wonderful, and what a way to make amends for that death in the 5v4 in the round prior.
Had a lot of impact on the CT side as Wonderful's AWP. That huge 4K retake on the B-bomb site, holding his position on A when required. A couple of opening kills that have gone a long way. He has never died first in this game.
Exec back in a B. Once more, into the belly of the beast. Makazi gets out at 1 health.
What a debut, to consider how down he was after that first half. 2 kills to his name, or 3 rather. Nothing to show for it. No success taking Banana on the T side. Would have been easy to expect him to crumble. Makazi has stepped up massively in this comeback arc. Na'Vi look to finish the job. 5-on-2 into this B-bomb site, nowhere to go.
He's at 1 health back of the site in this round, so instead you're going to look at Alexi to have to lend a helping hand. Makazi rounds it out with a hat-trick, still gets his. And the record will show that Makazi might bend, but he'll never break in these B holds. Yeah!
Back to the T side though, if you remember how poorly that started for Na'Vi, they've at least been given a gift of overtime, of an advantage, and of everyone being warmed up now. It's a very different game, but the strategy remains the same. Mongols would not let them up Banana for free.
I mean, if you remember, it was Makaze getting the most bullied by this Banana util, but he's looking like a different player since that second half. Let's see if this is going to uplift his T side at all.
I like that Na'Vi don't run into that early util, as the Mongols didn't on their T side. Let it bleed.
You'll also note like a very heavy A side lean for the Mongols to open up here. Maybe remembering all their success towards Banana in that first half. They're worried about an A hit. Na'Vi get the space at B. It's only 9-10 Zorp here, so we can't play too aggressive.
Don't tell him what to do. Back through this smoke. 9-10 dumping everything he has, puffing up his chest, but Na'Vi still look interested in this late attack. Boost up on the port side is going to be valuable, and Senzu can buy a bit of room for his team by smoking that Molotov. Still, Mongols sit 4 strong in middle, getting played with by Bit, getting baited by this lurk. Mongols don't believe it. They rotate a second man. The AWP gets overwhelmed on this entry, and if Blitz finds nothing, this might be Na'Vi on map point.
It's that same duo again for Na'Vi. There was no limit to their struggles when they opened up in this quarterfinal, but now their success is what's speaking volumes. Alexi and Makaze entries on this B here.
Yeah, it's what the papers will read. These two struggling players, the saving grace of this game for Na'Vi across both halves as well, to break into a T side, B site for free.
Techno, one to the dome. It does not last long. This retake for the Mongols, getting chewed up and spat out. Makaze leads the way, and everyone else falls in line. Na'Vi on map point, and 2 chances to take this game over the line.
Yeah, you said it when we got into OT. Finally, Na'Vi take a lead for the first time since the pistol. Well, now they've got the chance to finish this map, to take their pick. Would have seemed impossible after that first half, after the pistol for the Mongols at 9-4. Excellent staying power here for Na'Vi, but the job is not done. And a disappearance from Senzu, an absence from Muzino. We saw some difficult rounds for him on T-side alone, pulling nades at the wrong time, getting caught by smoke breaks. Some frustrating rounds for Senzu, just not been there in terms of impact, not had any sharp shots. And Mongols need him now more than ever. Na'Vi sit on the edge of their seat. Trying to make this comeback a reality.
Let's talk about how this is a dream that they've been chasing for years. You don't want to feel like you squandered a golden opportunity of a statement win in the quarterfinals, especially not for this team with far greater ambitions. Further to go as far as the Mongols are concerned, but is it out of their hands? Apartment's aggression, 9-10, a blinder hit on the AWP, but even more will be required. The rest of Na'Vi wait in top mid, and they're gonna respect this.
They've had enough.
The 9-10 AWP is hitting very, very hard. They've got to tell, they've got something here, that A site is not the place to go.
Really
so as they
read.
wrap back round, as almost every round of this game has gone on, this B site is where the spotlight lays. It's been the test of your B defense, your B offense. That has been what has decided success in this game. Techno, even though he withstands the first, gets aggressive and even knocks out Wonderful. Makaze on his aggressive pathing, that flash deletes him.
Wow.
Great awareness from the Mongols. Techno 4K living up to his name. The solo B player keeps the Mongols in Inferno.
No right to be here. Neither team really in overtime. This should have been done days ago, but Techno, a perfect read on that coffin flank as Wonderful waits for his teammate to get in position. Techno forces that kill. He calls for the flash, and he shuts down every stage of that B hit for Na'Vi. We have more rounds to play. We might have another overtime.
We either run it back in another OT, or Na'Vi take it right as the clock strikes midnight. Aggression into top banana.
Oof.
Kaze softened up. An early rotate from the Mongols as a third player joins the ranks of B.
I think that Makazi's 21 and 21 after that first half is shocking. Na'Vi don't want that bomb side though, they leave him on his own. Potentially coming back late in the round, but he is getting bullied by Nate again. Back to old tricks. Na'Vi force Mongols back on the A side, the orb here. Static as ever, 9-10 the turret. They've done what they wanted, they forced that rotate, but as Blitz throws his long utility, he immediately rotates. That Na'Vi are gonna think it's a 3-man A-hold. Mongols have made the perfect call. This is the call that should send them all the way to a second overtime and to another chance here on Inferno.
Just playing straight through, but timing on that smoke pull, that's where the rest of the Mongols roar to life. Techno with another multi-kill, refusing to let B go peacefully. And here's the support, here's the rest of them flooding in to finish the job. More play is demanded. The Mongols, stellar defense in that second half. And with a little help from Techno 4K, there's still a score to be settled on Inferno.
Yeah, we're back to how this game began, with Na'Vi really having trouble just getting into either bomb site, getting shut down on both sides of the map. And, well, the difference maker is Techno this time around, 25 and 17. Hold strong every time the Mongols demanded to. A 4K the first time, a 2K here and now. And the Mongols are hitting hard. It's more the calling of the T side that let them down in this game. And so we go again, first and 19.
Second overtime, this is where things are going to start to feel pretty wild. This is where you're exploring new strats, new ideas, sometimes for the first time. Aggression into the top of Banana, but this time there's a real rip-roaring pace behind it.
Lots of damage done. It's not going to be where the round ends just yet for Na'Vi. They've just got the space, they plug Makazi in, they leave him for later. But already through the smoke with the util, those two B players hollowed out.
One thing's clear from the rest of the game, it's that these T-side rounds, they're the most valuable. You have to try and just get one past the Mongols. That's kind of the goal here for Na'Vi.
And I've got to say, Blitz's rotations have been on the money all CT side across every single time he's asked to be in the right place. He's made the right read. That's why it makes that T side even more frustrating. Two smokes that don't really give a lot of love for the Mongols. They don't get that information, so they pull back into the bomb site.
Na'Vi with an A hit.
Gotta go.
Haven't seen many, but it's bit to open up. The rest of Na'Vi hoping to spill over in amidst all this chaos. They will get away with kills. It's Blitz on the long side, buying enough time for Techno to move in and join him. The full weight of this rotate moving in. Kazi and Wonderful. 2 versus 2, and it's more aggression out through short. That's a big spot to pick up. Denying some serious room. They'll go back and fight for this long control. Blitz is now being asked to clutch, and they double swing in a confident display. Must win at T-side rounds. Na'Vi, get on the board early, get ahead of it.
He's a playmaker, all right. You can see him calling that move, trying to get re-aggressive in that post-bar, trying to take the fight on his terms, and forces the kills out on the long side. Makazi and Wonderful shut out a T-side round. You said that's what they needed. Got to get one past the keeper. And Na'Vi starts strong on the hard half.
An immediate timeout for the Mongols. They know, okay, one's made it past. The rest of this CT side has to be flawless now. That adds a tremendous amount of pressure to this CT side. You would have loved to have Na'Vi scrapping for this 1T round later in overtime. They bring the double AWPs out again. These are expensive investments for the Mongols. It's facilitated by the OT, but it's not a buy they can repeat.
Oh, and again, missed shot. Senzu really struggling.
And dude, with how this game's going, if you miss on Makaze, he's going to start trying to close the distance. They do. They work their way up in a top banana and take this control away very, very quickly. For a triple start there, the AWP trying to take a fight down through banana. It's not the opening the Mongols wanted.
Blitz again, making that rotation. Is it too little? Is it too late? The trades have come in. Wonderful, chasing down on this B bomb site. Techno has been a rock in defense. He's got to do it again.
How many times can Techno stand and deliver as the one-man army in B? It's none for him on the swing. And Blitz in a world of hurt. 3 players in the site in front of him. Bit lurks in the back lines. Na'Vi are playing for maximum damage, maximum chaos. No saves for the Mongols.
And now you have to call it out because Senzu's second AWP has done absolutely nothing in overtime. He hit a couple of shots towards the end of regulation, but once we've hit bonus play, it has been the opener for Na'Vi. It has been the way in. Getting bullied on this B bomb site, no matter what weapon he wields, that AWP comes at a cost. It breaks Mongols' money for the last chance here in the CT side of overtime. If Na'Vi could really drag us through a flawless half, it feels like this game is meant to be. 9-4 down. Na'Vi never give up.
Great nades to soften up the B hit, but I mean, these have been a fixture for the Mongols. Even when they do good damage onto Makaze as this game's gone on, it's not been enough to quell that immediate threat of him just barreling through these smokes and looking for entries. You've heard it, that's how this guy likes to play. Well, he's got Alexi there and he's convinced him on the same, playing through that top banana smoke. Na'Vi get the control, they spot 2 players having rotated over, they relay that to Bit and they tell him to get to work. They know there's more gaps. With 1 less player to watch A, Bit thinks he has room, and he's right in that.
Oh, dear.
Bit, a huge miss for 9-10. Bit's bullying him, has him trapped back in the library. And with such a foothold on A, with wonderful catching re-aggression on B, this might be teed up for a convincing Na'Vi finish. There's another catch from the wonderful AWP. And in a game where T-sides have been the struggle, going flawless in overtime does not feel small for this Na'Vi squad. They rise to the occasion. That's 3 straight on this T-side. 3 chances to pick up Inferno.
It just feels inevitable at this point. Mongols, categorical choke after a dominant defense. The same round again and again and again. Madness, insanity, and now out of steam. Unbelievable recovery for Makaze, and Wonderful's AWP, a dominant force across the entire map. Na'Vi with no weak link in sight. 5 kills away from their map pick.
Molly's in there trying to make Makaze uncomfortable. That's a hard thing to do with how this guy's playing. And he takes it in his stride to actually get more aggressive after that util.
And even though it feels like Mongols have won the utility game in this match, it really hasn't mattered. The holds have been strong. Techno up to 600 UD. Does any of this make a difference? Blitz opening kill. Wonderful. The Rock forced back into the bomb site, but it's him alongside Bit, the two top performers in the server to stop this play.
With the game he's had, you have a lot of faith in Wonderful right now. But if he misses an opportunity to play because of this timing out through the apartment, that ult never gets to fire. You won't know what he's capable of. Makazi spotted on that rotate. That's info for the Mongols. They know exactly where that guy's playing. They know where he's come from, and that's going to redirect them back around the world into a last-second B hit. You've seen the Mongols betrayed by the clock. That was a contributing factor into this overtime. And so now it all is to line up. They have to get past Alexi B.
He doesn't want to use his molly. The element of surprise could do the heavy lifting here. Alexi waits for them to enter his bomb site, and he could say goodnight right now. Molly comes off the plant. Techno gets that bomb down. Mongols have a shot in the 3v3.
It's down to the wire. But that bomb planted. Silence sets in.
Double
smoke fade. 9-10 adjusts. That's a huge pickup, but he won't go any further. Wonderful Zorp brings Na'Vi back in. He's got Alexi here alongside him. Techno down in the pit, playing for sound cues, listens in. Important trade, and Mezzinho, perfect timing on that swing to keep it safe.
Oh, Alexi's kicking himself, maybe feeling like he could have used that Molotov just to stop the site from getting scaled by the Mongols. He only gets a single kill in that hold, favoring the element of surprise, but costing Na'Vi the chance to close clean. Mongols 1 out of 3 to force another overtime. It's not the end of the world for Na'Vi, but it is a missed opportunity.
Yeah, right now, while there's still rounds to be played, it feels like anything can happen. You won't think about that one. Where you will is if this gets dragged into an extra overtime. You only get so many chances to close. More damage exchanged at Banana. Another one where the Mongols come out favorably.
Na'Vi tried to set him up again. Deep molly with their break on the smoke, but bounding out of Banana are the Mongols.
There's also just a lot of noise, right? A lot of sound cues at top Banana. You can anticipate the triple B start with the AWP firing off there. And that's something Na'Vi are accounting for.
They want to jump the gun.
They've pulled 4 players around into this A site. They think that AWP firing off is going to cause the Mongols to pick up some pace. They're hoping it sends them into this stack.
Oh, back to B. Not to B. 40 seconds. Wonderful's missed that info. He's missed that timing. They might have even heard the rotate. Mongols creep. They walk the walk into this site. It is only one man for Na'Vi.
And doing this now when you're this deep into the overtimes, when B has been the object for both of these squads, there's no wonder Na'Vi don't see it coming.
They thought they cleared it, Harry. They thought they got that info. Wonderful with the mid-check at the worst possible time. And Na'Vi announced their rotation, confirming Blitz's decision to walk up short. And after a game dominated by CT sides, Mongols look to do what Na'Vi just did to them, a flawless T-half to force another overtime and go again.
And when you get into the realms of flawless, when teams start streaking together 3-0, the fact it's even happened on this T side, it's demanding perfection. You cannot make a mistake. You cannot do anything wrong. There are no second chances. This is the Mongols trying to match the performance of Na'Vi and meet them in another overtime. Cologne, what do we think it's going to be? Is it Na'Vi? Is it overtime?
We got a split house, and we might have a split game if Mongols can finish this final round of double overtime.
No one knows how this is going to play out. It's the same type of staging as the start of most of these rounds here on Inferno. A triple B lean to open up. Util exchange for banana control. The Mongols play so slowly that they haven't had to worry about that.
The longer this game has gotten, the more both teams have conceded banana on this T side, refusing to give away free damage, allowing the defense to play the sandbags. Na'Vi hang around. Kaze looks for another multi-kill. He's been good for them all CT side long. Mongols search elsewhere, leaving Senzu as a get-out plan, a fallback. That's exactly what he does. Does that spell decisiveness? Does that spell Mongols committing here in a 5-on-2? Alexi given a chance to commit inside of the bomb site. He goes ahead of their smoke, forcing them down a single alley.
Right now for Na'Vi, they're hoping that this duo, Bit and Ema, both played fantastically in the groups to get here. I hope they can put the squeeze on the Mongols. Alexi reluctantly concedes this long space, but never takes his eyes off the prize. There's the ball rolling. The advantage for Na'Vi, and this time there's no option to go back for the Mongols. They have to battle through. They have to battle what lays in front of them. They get past Ema. Seconds to spare on this bomb plot. First to arrive is Mikaze. And this guy has been a revelation in one half, having to catch up on this route to progress that the Mongols have been on, improving on these stage games. Mikaze has had to do that in real time. Well, he's knocked out first, but wonderful here, and a 1v1. Leg spotted, shot sails past, Blitz demands more!
Unstoppable force meets immovable object. Flawless T-sides in this overtime. And seconds the difference round after round. These margins are so tight. How do Mongols stay in this game? They choked it from the start. But they fight tooth and nail. They demand more. We play on.
I mean, we have to start looking at Blitz and the clutches he's had to keep the Mongols in Cologne, right? They're not just limited to this quarterfinal. He's been doing it ever since the groups. Blitz has been in fantastic form. Everyone will remember that particular hair-raising clip of him on Dust 2. One of the squads that led to that Falcons downfall. And so in these clutches, Blitz is no stranger to them, and with the game he's having, and now also the game he's cooling as these T-sides have gone on, it's looking a lot more varied. There's been way more twists and turns than it feels like Na'Vi were ready for. Back to B, looking for this control, and a rare miss for Mikaze.
Even more important, the Senzu gets that opening kill. Been the struggling player, been the one with the highest expectations. He's also been the guy who disappears on the stage for the Mongols. We thought we were past that. Felt like Austin was the changing of the Mongols, the improvement coming from Senzu, doing what he did all tournament long. Vizier's having a hard one. The reload's not going to make it any easier. Bit comes darting through the apartments for that kill. The wheels are somewhat off here at the start of a new overtime. No match point looming over you. Bit goes back for more. He's had enough of waiting in the wrong spot.
Oh!
Clinical from Bit.
(9-10) caught on his jaunt out into top middle. And Senzu might be relegated to a very lonely save in the apartments. What is concerning here for the Mongols, and a concern that's never truly gone away, is even though Blitz, Techno, 9-10, these three are doing everything they can to keep the Mongols here. It's two star pieces for this Mongol squad, Senzu and Mazinho, both still struggling.
That round's such a great example of why when you reset the clock in overtime and go back to the start of a new one, it can just feel almost random at times. Teams getting very aggressive, willing to make plays they wouldn't when the pressure's on. Bit forcing 3 kills in second mid. And despite that 5-on-4 for Mongols, it goes nowhere.
I think the other thing that's concerning here with Senzu being one of the guys we're talking about is he was someone who used to hit so hard for the Mongols in those group stages and kind of had the most ground to make up on when it came to translating that into the playoffs, into the arenas. And it felt like he conquered that at the major. Posted some great numbers, did Senzu, to get them into that final. But here, an old problem rearing its head. And it's not the time for it.
But there's still time to save it. First map into a triple overtime, into a quarterfinal.
I mean, what a way to kick off this Cologne playoffs.
It's going to be a great weekend.
Couldn't ask for a better match to open.
They had me in the first half, not going to lie. Can Mongols show us more on this T side? That spam is available, but they punished Mizzino for going for it last round, so Mizzino doesn't announce it.
Because they boosted quietly, yeah. I don't imagine they want to attempt it. Instead, just taking this position as an advantage onto itself. They're going to group in the apartments. There is this double porch setup. One of its biggest vulnerabilities is to a heavy apps play from the Ts, and that's what the Mongols are looking to do here.
Oh dear.
This is a little awkward. You'll hear this from the boost, from this porch setup in mid, and so it's given Na'Vi a far better idea as to what's happening, or what could happen in this round. Here's the play, 40 seconds. Bit up top. He's got a lot to be responsible for here. He needs his teammates to hold down mid. He can just focus forward, looking at the apartment. It's actually wonderful to pick that up. Extinguishes the smoke. They play out in the mid. They can't find him. Wonderful's elusive. And they trade places, but it's a trade that Wonderful will take in his stride. He could run down the planter right now. He can finish this right now.
Through the smoke.
Wonderful seals the deal.
35-21. Wonderful's impact has been measurable across this entire map. It's been massive. Even when his team was so cold, so slow to start, he was still giving us opening kills. He was still making rounds interesting. He has still not died first in this game. 6-0 on those opening duels. 8 multi-kill rounds alongside Makaze.
This is Na'Vi trying to bring it right back and go flawless the other way.
Yeah.
The Mongols just gonna pop. They play with some pace in this round, out into the top of mid, out in a bit. Convincing hold to open, and now you've got Wonderful, who might be feeling some pressure on the apartments, but deals with it diligently. Wonderful, mollied wide. It takes the util to punish that AWP.
Too late.
Makaze in through the back line, and it's flawless from Na'Vi. Not once, but now twice over.
On both halves, no less. They did it on T side, they've done it on CT side. Strapbook's out the window at this point, but it does feel like surely Na'Vi can finish this one off. Those improvements towards the end of the T sides starting to look a lot better. Mongols once again playing catch up, have to match what Na'Vi are giving us, but it feels like they're running away. Talk about multi-kills. There's only 4 across the entirety of the Mongols, everyone having 1. Those heroic moments relying on everyone doing their job. It has not been as consistent for the Mongols.
So if that's the worry, the Mongols are only as strong as their weakest link. Eyes on Mizzino and Senzu in this second half. Blitz once more in the kill feed to open. Gets that 5v4 to his squad. Mizzino backstab. Quick turn. They have Mazinho pressured. Makaze runs and guns to bring Na'Vi into this A site.
A 3-on-5 to end the map.
Makaze are both very, very low. As has been demanded of them for almost the last hour, there is no margin for error here. Every shot has to connect flawlessly if you want to win this. The molly just bounced off Makaze. It didn't explode straight away, and so it let him get out. He's still in this round now. He's still in the picture. Makaze on the swing! Gifted a second chance in life! And boy, will he make it worthwhile! Makaze, a revelation for Na'Vi! Resilience on display in spades! A map they had no business winning, and it's the rookie in his debut game at Tier 1 and a land this big to get Na'Vi there.
I'm city. Coming, guys. Try to take her. 1, 2, 3, pick.
Together, nice.
You're going for 30 seconds. Close. Time.
I'm going back. No time for A.
Lost. Triple. He's last. Bot. Now. I'm coming in, fighting. Not now.
10.
I will call. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Nice! CT, next guy.
Come, yeah. Come.
You break, careful.
Chill, don't die.
Jump.
Alex, nice.
On C5. I will have your banana.
Have smoke, Alex. Smoke range after. No, smoke CT.
I will save it for 1 sec. All good. I'm gonna smoke CT.
Don't die from spawn, please.
Guys, I have money, guys. They will come. I smoke CT, I'm gonna hold Alex.
I'll take you.
Yeah, I will do it.
Isha can smoke as well.
Coils, Only coils.
Close.
I smoke coils.
Smoke CT, bro. Smoke CT now. Smoke CT.
Smoke coils. Wait. You are ready to flash coils. I flashed it already.
Get calls.
Point one.
Pick on me range.
Jesus, go. Nice! Good job. Many you till there. You can also fight Alexi.
Nice, I will go through here. I'm flashing deep. Wait, no, don't do nothing.
Air swing.
I
smoke airs.
How much is 3 HP on you?
Air jump down.
I'm behind.
Dead airs.
3 HP.
I need help, guys.
Yeah. Short one.
Short.
I'm dead.
I think two. Short.
Yeah, I'm doing chaos smoke. Can you go short? Side, one more side.
Nice!
A tug of war on Inferno, but one in which Na'Vi would eventually outlast. Despite a dire start from them in that first half, they show resilience. I'm talking about Bit stepping up, wonderful back in action, but most impressively, Makaze igniting in his first big stage game. There is no better way to start off a Cologne matchup than triple overtime. Is that Jason?
No, this is the perfect kickoff to the entire playoffs. This was absolutely magnificent. Well, lovely comeback from Na'Vi as well after the first half. I think the real thing is we were laughing because it was like we have to kind of bring up Makaze's stats after the first half, and he had like 3 kills, and then he just shot up the scoreboard. And that was the thing. Na'Vi did enough to survive to where everyone else was actually going to show up into the game. Bit started having a great performance. Wonderful was there in place of Ema. Makaze stepping up. Everyone kind of eventually got into the game.
And something that Na'Vi Navi was known for, while they were the #1 team in the world and a contender for all these trophies, was their resiliency. You know, how many times did they come back into games? How many times were they able to grind out games where maybe they weren't playing their best? And this was very reminiscent of that.
Particularly when we're looking at that first half, right? Because Mongols, they were just on fire on that CT side. We have round 5, which was kind of the start of the Mongols putting a hell of a lot of rounds on.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we always talk about how these reset rounds are important. There's a couple of them in the half, and I think if you look at this round, after Navi won pistol, Mongols win the first gun, you can see Blitz rotating towards B in the mid round. They have a good read in this situation. They have a bit of an app setup going. The A players still have some utility, and they're going to be in great position here, right? Initially to find the kill, to sort of fend off the hit from Navi, right? Get a bit of a trade 4v3. And then what happens is there's just a small sort of misplay towards the A bomb threat from Menzinho. He has Bit running back Cat. He whiffs on him. All of a sudden, wow, now it's coming. Now it's becoming like really close. And then after that, right, it's going to be a 2v2 situation on the B bomb side, and Mongols are going to be able to clutch. And that's a really hard retake to go for, 2v2 on B, right? And if they lose this round, Navi's 4-1 up, half by 5-1 up maybe, right? And the game goes to hell. But they were able to sort of salvage it and still go on a run from that point on.
It was a round that it felt like Navi never should have found a way to get into in the first place, and then Mongols just barely recover it right at the end. Like, it was very back and forth, which is, I mean, a great way to describe this entire match, because it felt like whenever one team got an upper hand, the other team figured it out very, very quickly, and Mongols is so lucky to get away with this round, to be honest with you.
100%. It felt like a map of millimeters when we're looking at this first round of Inferno. Then we move on to the second half. I know it feels like almost a lifetime ago, Yanko, but round 15, this is where we see Navi buying back and the start of their eventual comeback.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's not even, we talk about, you know, it's very tricky. If you win pistol and lose the second round, that's hell. You know what's worse? When you win the pistol, you win the second round, and then actually against the eco following that, you go on and lose that one. And I think here we see a lack of discipline for the Mongols. Here we see them being a little bit too lackadaisical, right, in their approach.
Feeling they got it in the bag, maybe.
Yeah, they don't have armor, they just have pistols. Screw it, even if it's a stack, you know, we'll just get it done. And instead, they get decimated by the one saved 5-7 and armor from Alexi. Here's Senzu. You know, you don't worry about the guy running through the smoke. Your job is to push, pull, and clear towards the left. Your teammate behind you needs to kill that guy, right? You can see all the turning around. All of a sudden, Alexi comes alive, gets his first kill since the first pistol round, by the way, and gives Navi some life.
Yeah, it felt like Mongols in that round, just like half the people wanted to keep fighting forward into the stack, and half of everyone wanted to fall away and come with a new idea, just disjointed. It was something that came back to bite them, I think, towards the end in regulation and overtime. They started looking a little bit more scattered as the game went on, a little bit more like worried, concerned, like playing outside of whatever strategy is called.
Jason, you already alluded to it, but you know, we have our little group chat with the producers. That's where we request, you know, the stats, the graphics, the highlights we want to show. We obviously put a message in after the first half saying, feels BM, but we have to bring up Makaze's stat. But boy, oh boy, did he completely turn around as we moved into that second half and then the subsequent OTs after that.
Yeah, which was really good, because remember early on, Mongols did a lot of emphasis towards the B bomb site on his CT side. He was getting annihilated, and the fact that he stepped up is what made it so difficult for them. But just, I mean, yeah, look at it. Kill death obviously is an easy one, but the duels he was losing early on compared to winning them later on, the multi-kills he was able to add in. So yeah, I think we saw what we just witnessed right there was the rookie being a little bit nervous, hitting the stage and being like, holy shit, this arena's massive. There's a lot of people here.
HE pops off, the stage shakes.
Right, all the offshoots out, and you feel the vibrations. And finally, as the game went on, he was kind of able to calm himself down and settle into things. And then we got to see what caused him to be such an interesting prospect for this Navi team. All the skills on display, the multi-fragging, good play, not making too many mistakes, not being a liability. This guy was an absolute monster in the second half on.
I can't even blame too much the Mongols for their approach initially, because Alexi and Makaze had 5 kills combined in the first half, right? Feels as good of a sight as ever to test
Even if you just say go at the rookie in IGL.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to argue with that too much.
Even with that, but I think the issue was after losing that Tico, you sort of rush into the next buy, that goes away. Now your economy is in the bin, right? So the Mongols struggle to have gun rounds. The first proper gun round they get after that, they lose 2 guys in banana trying to fight it, right? So it spiraled out of control for the Mongols really quickly. If it weren't for that 2v4, they might have lost in regulation.
Yeah, because as soon as you start losing some of those rounds, it's the other side where Navi's just like, all right, now we got our legs beneath us. Everybody just one round at a time, break them here. One more round, great clutch, and you just keep building and building.
That's been the story for Navi for a lot of this tournament. Like, their T sides have been sketchy. They've been lackluster, right? It's mostly on the CT sides where they've been doing work where they can, you know, just sort of react, play to their individual skill a little bit more, and I think we saw some of that on Inferno as well.
And this is where we can start to maybe lose our minds a little bit, because we move into what I thought was going to be, you know, the only OT that we see. Nope, turns out we get 3 more on top of that total. As Hugo aptly said, the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It felt like even when one team had the upper hand, Janko, the other one would just always figure it out. It was a game of numbers, a game of just inches, where Na'Vi just managed to close it out narrow.
It was crazy. It was a game of CT sides until the second overtime, where then Na'Vi wins all their three T-side rounds, and then the Mongols do the same. But it's just when you get to OT, it gets a little bit crazy in that sense, because your game plan is done. You know, your main idea is over. You've done all of those things. Now you're starting to play a little bit more random, in a sense of players take more initiative. They try to go for claymores. They take more risks in these rounds, and then you can see a lot of crazy things happen.
And that's where I think Mongols really got kind of slowed down I think that transition outside of a game plan where, you know, B stopped working as effectively. They tried to break themselves into A, which is you had the 2 hot hands of Wonderful, of Bit over and Pit. Bit was incredible on both sides of the map in this series. You get stuffed at A a number of times, and you're just kind of struggling to make anything work. And like Mongols just kind of ran out of it. A few times going way down the wire in terms of timing, playing with the clock. That was so brutal. Lost a round because of that. I think Mongols fell out of their own game as that wore on.
Well, let's go ahead and check in with Blade to see how he is feeling after what was a crazy first map.
Few quick words here from Blade. Blade, just right out in front of this one. Inferno, big set of overtimes. What happened?
Nothing. You always focus on the game, that we can still come back, like what we're doing wrong. We just tried to, we know how to play Inferno basically, and we just played bad T side, and we were trying to focus on stepping up. Let's start playing correct. So if you play correct, for example, we won several times 3-0 on T side on OT. So it just was a slow start for us, let's say.
Mongols picking an ancient map too. What do you expect, and can Wonderful continue on this trend?
We Makaze is playing really good ancient. It's his signature map. So I think we need to focus on this.
Thank you very much, Blade.
Yeah, let's not forget, Inferno, first map of the series, that was Navi's pick coming into things. We move on to Ancient. Mongols' choice, we said maybe they could have gone into Mirage. We do get that as a third, if we do so require it. What do you think the logic was, going with Ancient instead?
I think they want to attack some of the role swaps likely. I mean, take advantage of another map where there's been some movement from the Na'Vi side of things and maybe be able to catch some kind of weakness. Although I would say when you see the performance of Makaze in this one, they might be thinking otherwise. But also, as Janko I think highlighted in the video as well, I think there's some traps in that they just avoided by going towards Ancient. It was probably the map left in the pool they felt the most comfortable, and they haven't brought Overpass in quite yet. So I think in terms of that, Mirage being an equal ground for both teams, going to one where they felt like they had the most advantage.
Yeah, they don't play the veto game as much in the sense of Mongols will pick what they're strong on, right? Which is Mirage, Ancient for the most part, something of the two. And considering that Na'Vi loves Mirage too, okay, let's pick Ancient. We'll probably get Mirage as the third. They did, and I think this is actually the worst way to lose a game for the Mongols, right? Because it was a long map, you had them, you had a big lead, you felt like you let this one slip, and now you have to mentally reset for Ancient. I think they would have been better off if the game just said, okay, now we're going to our map pick. But this is where they have to show us, again, that they've matured. They have to show us that they're grown because, as we said leading into this, they are the better team. They just need to show it on the server.
And I didn't think they, I mean, outside of like, towards the end, maybe the game plan collapsing a little bit, I thought as a team they played well. I think, one thing that we touched on in the pre-match as well that you have to point out is the Senzu performance on Inferno was very, very quiet. Not so much impactful out of him. It was other guys leading the way, 9-10 having a great game. They're going to need Senzu now. When elimination is on the line inside the arena, like this is where we have to see that Senzu that broke out at the major. He has to show up on Ancient.
Truly is do or die time for the Mongols here in the Langsess. Their first foray in the playoffs of Cologne, and it could all end here. But their map pick of Ancient does lay in wait. We'll see you in a few.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
We are at the Intel tent with Acer Predator and Intel. A lot going on around here. That much I can assure you here on my new Helios 16 laptop. This thing is sweet. So we're gonna open some cases today. Let's go see if we can make some new friends. Maybe they want to open cases. Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, it's all fine.
See, you guys know each other? Or you just wear matching hats?
Yeah, we are friends. Yeah.
Where are you from?
Germany.
Nice. You guys want to open some cases with me?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Well, then do it. Do the honors.
Yeah.
Yep.
All we need is gold, 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 right?
Yep. We're gonna channel our Oni pixel here, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's so close.
That's not good enough.
I have seen the gold one too.
In fact, I don't know that we could have gotten any worse of a skin right out of the gate. So maybe you have better luck. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess I'm going for purple.
Purple? Which case you want? You want this one or you want this one?
No, the weapon case.
All right.
Always the
You pick the key, bud. You pick the key.
The left one.
Which part of Germany are you guys from?
From Bavaria. Near Frankfurt.
All right. And the survey says.
Oh, so close.
Would have been
At least
nice.
that track.
Yeah, it is Stat Track.
And a better wear.
Cool. Well, I've got maybe just one more case to open here. Hey, man. You want to open a case?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, where are you from, bro?
I'm from France.
Cool. Maybe you'll bring better luck than my German friends just did there. Here, hold that bad boy.
Okay.
Let's get you like this, and then go close.
Yeah, let's go.
And then we're gonna open one of these. You pick whichever one you want.
This one for real.
Yep. That's gonna be an unlocked container.
Yeah,
Yep.
let's go.
Now we're gonna show the people at home. When we go down here, I want you to do it, man.
Okay, let's go.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Wait. Okay, let's go.
Yep.
I usually don't have luck on this.
That's not what we were looking
No,
for.
that's shit.
It is. But
That's
you know what
quite
isn't?
shit.
You know what isn't?
What is?
That's
oh!
That's pretty cool, right?
Damn, thank you. Damn. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup à vous. Have a great...
We are at the Intel.
It's going to be hard to top that first map. Something very rare and exciting is happening here today. Under the pressure, the bright lights, the swell of the crowd, Navi's rookie, Makaze, leveled up became something great in that opening map, with Wonderful and Bit both hitting hard around him, and that classic Na'Vi resilience on display. They now sit a map up, a map closer to those semi-finals. It's a hell of a task for the Mongols on the other side. The challenge that awaits them now is to make this a 3-map series. Redemption must be found on Ancient, or else that long-awaited dream of playing in this sacred arena won't be a dream at all. It'll be their nightmare.
Back to the stage woes for the Mongols. If you want to redeem yourself, it's going to be right here and right now. Their map pick, Ancient, their chance of redemption, or Na'Vi to pick up their first stage win all year long.
And it looks like we might be starting this one off with a bang. It's fast over towards B for the Mongols. Let's see what type of pace they start their map pick off with. Aggression straight away out towards the cave. Wonderful. Stellar hold with 2 from the dual Berettas, but the Mongols move in. They have their control.
I like the idea for Na'Vi breaking the smoke, gets him another fight. It's actually Bit spamming on the short side to take down that cave player. Bomb makes it in, but now they've got to make it out with the round. Mongols, 2v3, stuck in the open, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and Na'Vi come hunting. Wonderful, Julie's already starting off as strong as he ended last map. That is a great sign. He went absolutely huge to take Inferno. The Makazi story is the one at the tip of our tongue, but without Wonderful playing lights out on the AWP, that never would have happened for Na'Vi. Na'Vi feeling good. I think the most exciting part about Na'Vi right now is the fact that they've even been talking in interviews, Blade, saying things like, you know, we've already done enough. We've already done better than many would expect. The pressure is kind of off to a degree here for Na'Vi, given that they are trying to level up for later in the year, the second major. They've been given a chance here to fight in Cologne, and they are seizing that opportunity. Trying to battle harden Makazi on the stage.
Back to the B hit. Bit only good for the first before he's overwhelmed, but that's where Ema is here to lend this helping hand. Even though there's some quick work for Blitz, it won't be enough to claw this round back. That was the force buy out of the Mongols.
It's a cool idea, but Na'Vi is thriving in chaos right now, running through smokes, flashing around corners, and the one thing that's very clear from that last map is comms are on point. They had great utility all across the game, especially on those B holds. So seeing Na'Vi just throw themselves around the corners into a Mongols force is a good sign of things to come.
Something else that's been sick to see is, I think, you know, one of the old criticisms you could look to level against this Na'Vi squad is sometimes it felt like there wasn't a huge degree of adaptability, right? We talk about them being a system team, a system that Blade and Alexi have gone on to implement within this squad, but when you're playing with a new player, it forces you to adapt, especially when you end up many overtimes deep in your opening map.
I even talked about the difficulty of, you know, you've got a really tight run system in this Na'Vi team, but you're adding in a player who's not even played at Tier 1, let alone had to be, you know, strong on this team and pulled around in the ways that Alexi wants. So there's a lot to learn from Makazi. There's a lot of things you have to change. And the fact that Na'Vi couldn't get a Tier 1 proven superstar maybe felt like this would hold them back for some time, but they've come through straight into the playoffs of their first event with a statement on Inferno, and they convert here on Ancient. So Mongols, yet again, fighting from the back.
I mean, look, it's not even like the first time Blade has looked to take a gamble on a young, unproven talent. Thinking back to some of the Na'Vi rosters of old and how they never panned out. MPL getting his start in the Na'Vi jersey. This was a return to that risk, but Makazi faring well on the stage.
He's looked really good on Ancient inside of groups as well, at least comfortable on T-side, coming out, getting entries, re-peaking, just very confident. So after that last game, I think it's only going to get worse for the Mongols. This round spells disaster. Makazi coming through the donut, taking his one, departing, and now Patient. Mongols have to flush him out. That shadow gives him a warning, and 9-10, that's no warning shot. That's a confirmed kill. Wonderful re-swing, dead after a single as well. And finally, that Molotov will stop a recommit. Miss smoke, not a problem. Mongols have the sight.
It is going to be closing the gap very quickly. Senzu's heard this, but that slows his roll with the bomb. Right now in Donut, trapped in there with Bit.
All this talk on Makazi and wonderful. Bits here with a statement as well. Coming through with laser-sharp headshots.
I mean, with Bit, it was never, you never doubt this guy's mechanics. He's world-class. Famed for headshots, knows that in these types of fights where he just has them rolled out in front of him, Bit is such a safe pair of hands. It's instant death for the opposition. And still flawless here for Na'Vi.
Our Mongols going to keep up this pace. These 4 rounds have gone by in the blink of an eye. A team that plays very fast, requiring those entry kills, is going to have to be delivered by the captain. The 1 AK in this eco round. Wonderful. Fins the herd. They get massacred before Blitz even gets to fire a shot. And is it too late on this A site? Not today. Nice deagle. Blitz has to finish what he started.
I mean, look, they put the hero AK in his hands. Blitz has been fantastic in these clutches, but it's asking way too much. The net is too tight around him. Na'Vi play fast once they hear that bomb planted. And while it took them such a long time to get going on Inferno, the opening map, the map that they would go on to win in that stunning comeback from 9-4 down, there is no slow start here on Ancient. Everyone is firing on all cylinders.
Good nade to middle, find Makazi, but it doesn't stop his swing. Again, just comes in wide and fights elbow alone. This is what he was doing in groups. Left to his own devices. Allowed to be comfortable playing his spots that he played before joining this team. Plug and play for Na'Vi. Oh my god, how does Makazi get out with that? Bit backs him up from behind as they push down the ramp. A 2-man crunch on the B side. Mongols, you can walk out A. That bomb is in T-spawn right now. Blitz is nowhere to be seen trying to retrieve it.
Yeah, it's so awkward here for the Mongols. They have all the info. They know where Na'Vi were, but it's not made dealing with this round any easier.
This is a massacre.
Blitz now left alone. He does have an open runway to a B plant. At bare minimum, all of Na'Vi up and left this side of the map. And so for now, Blitz has a lot of room to work with.
It's so quiet. How can you be certain? He wants info, he wants a kill. But moving in is about to sound the alarm here. Makazi playing it safe. Gets the info, refuses to die, and the net begins to tighten.
Blitz has felt this once already. Na'Vi tightening their grip around him. Clutch denied. Bomb plant sure, but flawless in this round and in the game from Na'Vi. 6-0.
Is this gonna be the collapse of the Mongols, using all their energy, everything on Inferno, getting ahead of themselves with 10 B hits in a row, and costing them the game in a triple overtime affair? Now they come in 6 rounds deep in just a few minutes, running it down. In a game that we've seen 4 times this year, even 2-2, never on a stage. And right now, Mongols, after 3 years of attempting to make it to the Lanxess, they've done it once, but they are getting swallowed. Think about how much Techno had to do just to drag that game on. Some of those B holds on his own were unbelievable. Where are the rest of the team?
Blitz is is going to try and put them in a good position again, looking for this mid control. He's got to be ready to square off against Wonderful on this AWP, who will have to hit the flick down blitz. There's the opening they were looking for. Re-aggression over here, and Mikaze trying to solo defend. Good decision to get this gun ready and on in time. He'll make it out with a second.
I think he tried to throw the smoke, but switched too quick. It didn't get out.
Once more, the bomb's going to be late, and so that will buy Na'Vi precious time. They're always having these, extra 10, 15 seconds to start moving around in the mid-round here, thanks to this bomb drop, and it's net another kill. They go on, it's a farm up mid.
Unstoppable right now, Bit with a statement game. I think something's cooking in Cologne for Na'Vi. If we're gonna get these matches out of Bit, if they're gonna roll over the Mongols with Spirit waiting, with everyone gunning for that grand final, who's to say that Na'Vi couldn't level up in the Lanxess? Right now, it's just the stoppable force of the Mongols. Na'Vi are moving mountains. (7-0), never a chance to breathe in this T side. These rounds have flown by. The boost idea is good. Alexi creeping in, and that is a naughty opening kill here for the Mongols.
It's a nice gimmick for the opener. And once more, it's Blitz to be the guy to go and secure it for his team.
Oh dear.
Takes it one step further. Looks like Bit was in the middle of communicating with Ema there. Saw him take his eyes off the prize.
Gotta win this.
Blitz has done really well to leave the Mongols in such a strong position. Entrusted with the hero gun, the captain's carved his own path into this round.
Uh-oh.
Will it be enough? 9-10 gets into a post plant. Blitz also waiting, and they immediately charge down at 9-10. Right now, there's time being lent to Mazinho on this backstab, but he knows he can't just play for one. Fires off as they try and close the distance. Mazinho trying to get mileage out of this flank. Defuse tapped. Both players knowing about.
Ooh.
They try and clothesline the Tech 9, and he'll find them.
Wait,
but this stick,
he's
holding it. Bros don't fake. Daylight robbery from Ema. And Na'Vi don't relent. Still flawless. In spite of Blitz's best efforts, the Mongols can't find a thing.
That spam's going nowhere. It's not even landing on the bomb, and Mazinho can't be forced to play. He's down long side with a pistol. Disaster strikes in a 5v3 for the Mongols. Red carpet rolled out and a backstab. None of this matters.
The thing that's so wild here is even when you think back to the kind of heyday of Na'Vi prior to this change, you think back to their major run and the likes. The story for this Na'Vi squad wasn't dominating teams. These were close games, right? It was win by rounds for Na'Vi. Yeah. That was how the system operated. This is dominant. You didn't have any type of scoreline like this on that major run.
A major they won by losing more rounds than they won. Now that speaks to the team play. Mikaze even said it coming into this game. He said it in an interview with HLTV, saying that Mongols, they're playing very individual. We can beat them as a team. And that's how Na'Vi have won that previous map. Right now, yes, the individuals are doing a lot of work, but Inferno was a full roster, a unit of Na'Vi, everyone carrying their weight. Oh dear, final bullet. Mikaze should be dead, can't escape from that corner. Techno doesn't keep it up after one. Orb looking for an A pick, expecting Wonderful. Instead, it's Bit.
He's been damn near flawless in this game as Bit. Every shot connecting cleanly. Very much embodying what it means to play your own game. Bit taking another head off. Flashes himself for even more. An important catch for the 9-10 AWP. But rather importantly, bit bought time. And Na'Vi are fully ready for this play. They have the Mongols surrounded. It's another round where Blitz is in the middle of the Na'Vi ranks, and this net continues to close. Can Blitz evade capture? No, he cannot. Na'Vi remain one step ahead. And after an incredibly competitive opening map, back and forth all the way through into the overtimes, a game of margins, while this second map is a game of miles. Na'Vi leaps and bounds ahead of the Mongols.
They've been given more than an inch, and they are taking it all away. The pace of this T side, something Mongols will regret. 9-0 down. No position, feeling safe. Nowhere they can call their home. Break on the cave smoke. Alexi, confident approach. They run past and take middle from heaven. Still, Alexi peppers them. Ouch. But impact nades, well, that saved the game for Na'Vi. Back on Inferno. Together. Nice re-clear. It is 1-for-1, but they weren't ready to jump. They're going to speed up towards the B bomb site. Mongols yet again sit in the advantage. Is it enough?
Awkward clear for a bit. Felt a lot of pressure. Felt like he had to make a move. Messinho will get picked up for free.
Now they've got to go.
This is a round where Na'Vi could have been tempted to never give it a go, but that one kill, clawing back one, well, that intrigued them. Kazima is making his way round. Bomb's gonna get planted here. There's nothing that Na'Vi can do to stop that. They're looking for that one kill that brings them back in to a very unlikely round. No one from the Mongols feels a great degree of comfort here, even in the 3v2, even though they've had time to get set up. It's a losing game, it's a losing battle. Na'Vi play it forward. A lot of damage provided from Ema, but not that critical kill, and an instant re-swing for Senzu. The Mongols in round 10 get on the board.
Senzu showcasing some of the individual ability we know he has. Big 3K round with the entry through cave and the closer as well. Opts not to take the AWP here for the Mongols, as they just need to squeeze out 3 to feel like they got a chance to play in this map. Their pick, knowing just opening the floor to a third on Mirage, that's when Mongols feel favored. Being able to beat the world's best on it, and dominantly so. A map where their individuals stand above the rest. A map they may never get to try in this quarterfinal if Na'Vi can keep up. 9-1, they laugh off the lost round. Na'Vi don't care.
No 1A in the opening move from Na'Vi. A heavy stream of nades out towards this B site. Nades that the Mongols are ahead of. Wonderful was posted. He was ready for this B push, and never content with just the one. Wonderful looks for even more. This might be a crushing blow dealt to the Mongols. Senzu left in this clutch. Only feels like he's found his voice here very late in the series, very late in the game. Can Senzu hold the key to unlocking a couple more rounds for the Mongols?
Just a smart reset here for Ema to go back to play with his teammate rather than give away these 2 1v1s that are available to trade. They don't even need to. 10-1, domination continues. And sure, Wonderful's hitting shots, that's exciting, but I think the thing that's so cool about how he's playing in this series is he's playing with agency. He looks like he's been let off the leash, allowed to make his own plays. Typically a player who was constricted, confined to just a couple of shots around, and when he missed them, you really felt that let Na'Vi down. He is forcing fights, he is pushing utility, he is playing on his terms. And it certainly helps that he's not missing a beat while he does that.
No, you know, in this era of the game, it's so quickly being dominated by these strong rifle and AWP duos, and it was clear for Na'Vi. Wonderful had to fit the bill there. He's emboldened and lived up to that across this series, across this game. Akaza playing in smokes.
Careful.
Turn to Mazinho. He's going to catch him on the flick in the bottom and middle. Still lusting for even more is Makaze. And he's really coming to his own. And Na'Vi beat back the Mongols. No hope here on Ancient. Just one round in this game on the Mongols map pick. It might all be over. If there were any doubters as to the resilience and the brilliance on display from Na'Vi, well, they've quelled them here. A deadly trio, Ema, Wonderful, and Bit, who are lights out back in the groups, keeping up those appearances well into the playoffs. Makaze is the X factor, the guy that could have made or broken this run, coming into his own and topping the charts here on this second map at an 11-1 scoreline. Victory is teed up for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and right now hitting the big red button, the eject button, is the Mongols, eliminated from Cologne in a dismal second map, unless they pull off a comeback to rival Na'Vi's on Inferno. Mazinho immediately headshot. He's had a horrific series. It's not going to get any better in this pistol. And Mongols know they need to make a rotation. They need to make a gamble. They roll the dice, but not in their favor.
Only one guy here. It's Techno 4K. It was his B holds back in Inferno that gave life to the Mongols, but just a one and done from him here might not be enough of a lifeline. Rush through on Mizinho, and in amidst all this chaos, Ema finds a way to thrive. 9-10 is the sole survivor of this B hit, and he's on a timer, and that timer just expired. Na'Vi, 11 chances. It has been no contest on this second map. One faint glimmer of hope provided by the captain Blitz. One of the few Mongols players who kept this up throughout the entire series. But it's the departure of Mizinho, Senzu never getting going. A failure to launch on this second map. That's what will be remembered. This leveling up of Na'Vi at just the right time.
Yeah, an unmemorable second map for the Mongols after such an exciting start. They come crumbling down. Oh, almost the collide. It's Wonderful who gets out. Low health. Some low players here. Perhaps a chance for the Mongols to delay their death. But even then, man advantage firmly held as Na'Vi wait for a mistake.
I mean, Na'Vi know it's all eyes, all pressure to make plays on the Mongols. They were waiting for one, and Senzu does find the gap. I almost don't want to say it, but you could really justify saving here.
Yeah, unfortunately true.
No one wants to admit it at 12-1. But it gives him a lot to work with in this next round. For now, Wonderful starts this little creep out through mid. Gonna go fish and see what he can get away with.
Yeah, the justification is just that you don't want to give Mongols AKs and Galils and let them rifle up for the next. You want to keep them low, but Na'Vi refuse to throw in the towel at a scoreline like this, and you have to commend that. Back to this B site. Techno, 2 shots, win the round. It's simple as that. He catches them, nades in hand. Respectable attempt, but that's all it is here for Na'Vi as Mongols find a second. Doesn't even feel like they're closer. We all know what's going to happen. I think that was a Collat Deagle headshot.
The hero gun saved for Wonderful. Pistol armor for everyone else. Blitz. That's not the type of death you want to give away. They try to overwhelm Techno, and he will respond. Are they ready for this A hit, though? Because it's only 9-10 here. MP9 up close. It's good range for it, but he's about to have 3 players on his screen. This won't be easy, 9-10. They boost up. That's info. That's something. Just the one and done. Rotate starting to peel on round. Alexi with the bomb plant. Wonderful, hoping to take some space. They get out with a plant, and that's it.
It's all about teeing yourselves up, right? Damage, plants, all these little details for Na'Vi make the difference in making their final round easier. That's not really enough. It will facilitate some pistols, but Na'Vi should just take a breather.
But the Mongols, they've taken their first few steps of a marathon here. Not thinking about a finish line, not even really thinking about a halfway point. You've got to take it round by round.
Isolated incidents.
You've had this little streak of success after the Force. You might have one more with more pistols fielded for Na'Vi, who feel like they have all the time in the world to bring the guns out. Aggression onto the lane. This is what Na'Vi are waiting for in the round. Flash comes out, blinds these ramp players. Won't come to matter. Alexi on a Glock, now armed with an AK. They pulled the knife. They're trying to stab him, and Blitz will.
Didn't even fire back. Just let it happen. And at least Mongols can have some fun in this matchup. It's very limited. There's not a lot to go around. Na'Vi have taken the stock. Everyone laughs it off, but this is it. Na'Vi's best chance yet.
Early on, Alexi's going to be feeling a big degree of freedom with this type of lead. He can call whatever type of round he wants. They've got the room to work with. Fast play out through mid. They're going to nade this open, and it's on that timing. Mikaze tries to strike. Just gets out with one.
Blitz has the second orb. That's the point we're at in this game. He's not even going to let Senzu play it. Takes matters into his own hands in the right place now.
Dude, with good reason, Blitz has been a very, very consistent piece for the Mongols in this series. 2 kills already from his orb. He's found his impact with it. Can he continue to justify this investment?
Unproblematic, but I'm always going to think back to the fact that they just went B for 10 rounds in a row on Inferno, and they never even really looked elsewhere. And then they won 1 2v4 on A, and they went back to B. And I think the calls somewhat let Mongols down in a game that we had players playing great.
Another good catch from Blitz on this second orb.
Playing his heart out. And running through the molly.
He nearly burns in the molly, trying to get even more aggressive. Hey, 9-10's the AWPer. There he is in the kill feed. Alexi's just discovered him.
Very loose game right now. Oh, wonderful. Give it a go. Nothing to lose, but he's gone. And Mazzino makes sure of that. So 4 rounds in a row for the Mongols. And I'm still not convinced.
I mean, we said they got to take it a round at a time. That's very much the vibe for the Mongols. They are approaching that halfway point on the comeback. But it's far too early for celebration.
Another half.
For Na'Vi, you just don't want to start to ever feel like you're running out of runway in this game. It's a ways away from that happening. It's another one of these partial buys with the goal of bringing out guns in the next. So a chance to remain competitive here. They set their sights on the B play.
Oh.
Hell of an opening for Senzu. Spam connects.
That's hap. Unlucky. They lose a lot of the util on Alexi as well, so now Na'Vi just kind of have to force their way into this B bomb site. Jump spot. Sees the AWP. Cave becomes more tempting. Cheers for the Mongols still echo in the Lanxess. The dying light of this CT side. As Na'Vi try to snuff it out, it's going to have to come down to that rifle round.
The conviction on display and how clean these rounds have felt is a huge sign of faith for the Mongols. It's just this game is already so far away from them.
They're just playing like it's already done. They're playing like they've got nothing to lose, and truly they don't at this point. After a 12-1 lead for Na'Vi, just throw yourselves around corners, take fights, screw it. We haven't got a chance anyway. It's when you hit those final couple of rounds that the pressure appears again. If you get to 12-10, you're going to start feeling like this is a reality. Can Mongols make it that far? Na'Vi, who just need that one round, those 5 kills, that 3v3 post-plant with time to take position, any situation where they can call their way over the line.
And what we're really looking for is kind of that opening door, right? You want that first 5v4, make life easy for Alexi, give him even more to work with. You'll take this if you can trade your way to a favorable spot and a 3-on-3 with a lot of damage done 9-10.
And the back door's left open. The porch light is on. Makazi's coming through the back line to backstab this entire round. The bomb can rotate out. They're scared of middle. Wonderful still takes that high-risk maneuver to move himself over, and this is a plant opened up. This is the beginning of the end. This should be an impossibility for the Mongols.
Makazi's so entrenched, so deep behind enemy lines. Taking a bold risk on that push out through A. He has carved this path to victory for Na'Vi. It took the Mongols 3 tries, 3 years to make it to the Langsers. They felt like this was their time after the finals in Austin. But Na'Vi have just stolen it all away.
A team in a rebuilding process, having to fit in a new, inexperienced, young player. He makes his way to the stage. He leaves with a statement on day one. Na'Vi, these building blocks forge a path to the semi-finals here in the Langsers.
Stuck bearing witness to a feat achieved by Mikaze, activating on this stage, something that the Mongols have struggled with for years. This was supposed to be their run. This was supposed to be their side of the bracket. But their journey ends in the quarterfinals. For Na'Vi, one hell of a debut for Mikaze and those group stage heroes keeping up form into the playoffs. It's a fantastic spot to be in ahead of those semi-finals.
Yeah, breaking your bad streak. Na'Vi have made nearly every playoff last season. They finally take their first victory on a stage where it matters, where there are no second chances, and Na'Vi make the most of every moment in this BO3. A comeback from 9-3 down, a triple overtime feat, and a dominant victory on Ancient. Wonderful, looking incredible, and higher heights to hit for Na'Vi as they have more games to play.
Alexi B, congratulations. What a performance. And can you tell me about how you may have started a little bit uncertain on Inferno, but then it got better and better and better?
I think just us playing playoffs again. And Drin was pretty shocked at first, like when we were at the tunnel waiting to come and play the game. I saw him not smiling at all on the T side. And as soon as he got rolling on the CT side, I just knew he's back, because whenever I looked at him, he's smiling to me. And he started to play super well, and on Ancient, he took it under his control.
Absolutely, it was lovely to see. And of course, Makaze, there were some questions. Is he going to be uncertain on the big stage? You as a captain, what did you feel from him?
I mean, as I said, a bit of nervousness at first, but I think it was the whole team. Then we got back into it. And it's just nice to see him happy and smiling, and, you know, winning for him, this game is important.
Well, not just him, especially on Inferno. You too held down that B side. How do you feel about your game?
It felt great. Being back in stage and winning a match feels amazing. There's a lot of Finnish fans here. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Now, I know that Blade said, give it some time. We don't want the fast results. We need to build this up. But you being in the server, right? Not just the new guys, but also, for instance, Emma having a great series. How do you feel about your run in the playoffs overall now that you've seen this?
The thing is, we did the first step, which is to getting to the playoffs. Managed to win them 2-0 now. It's gonna be Spirit, our kryptonite from last season and overall. So we're gonna do our best this evening, prepare our ass off, and play our best.
Lovely. Anything you want to say to, well, a lot of Na'Vi fans, but in general, a lot of legacy Na'Vi fans as well?
Viadana nyt!
Na'Vi full steam ahead to the semi-finals here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025. And there's almost nothing I love to see more than Alexi B smiling up on stage. I feel like I've had one too many exit interviews, as eloquent as they always are. It's great to see success for Na'Vi already this quickly, Jason. We heard it already from Blades. They weren't necessarily expecting too much from this tournament. It was about building to the major, but already semis, great stuff from Na'Vi.
Yeah, good job from them taking that second step towards winning the quarterfinals. That one's huge after making it just into the playoffs. So, look, Blade at one point, he also said, this team has jumped a couple steps in my game plan and kind of like the path of that we're supposed to be on. That's when they won the major. He's got another team again that's going to be skipping steps. Probably not lifting the trophy. I'm not going that far. But consistently, Blade has been able to bring players and new lineups together. and get them off running pretty quickly now 2 years in a row. That's a very impressive thing to do.
I think it's a testament to, you know, Blade and the coaching staff and the Navi organization, right? About the system that they have in place, about the foundations that they've laid over the course of years now, really. And even with the international team, you can see, you know, in these close games, right? And you can see just even with the new player and new roles, how Navi still doesn't look lost on these maps. It doesn't seem like, oh, they don't know what they're doing, they're missing a lot of things. No, like their foundation is still pretty strong, and it's going to take you playing a good game to beat them.
I love Alexi's honesty there on stage, right? He said, you know, Mikaze, when they're coming out for that 16 walkout, his first introduction to the Cathedral, he's nervous, obviously. And you know, you start on that T side of Inferno, he's getting absolutely bullied, but as soon as he felt comfortable, as soon as he got his game in the server, I mean, the stats just speak for themselves, right?
It's the unfortunate thing, because it's like I mentioned in the pre-match, like as a rookie, like it takes like those first 2 or 3 rounds just fly past. But as soon as you have a round where you get to deliver some impact and get to deliver in your position and something comes to you that you're comfortable with, then you can get into the game. And that's exactly what happened. He put together a great second map as well, though. Like he continued this. If you take away that first half of the first map, he had an incredible series. Like he played very, very well, Mikaze. So I think Navi going to be very happy. And for a team who's like managed their expectations to not be too crazy, kind of see what they're working with and see where they're going, this is a great sign. It's a great sign from Navi.
I think it's also easy to get distracted with everything that's going on, you know, opening ceremony, arrivals, vibe checks, the big headphones, the small head,
the arena fill in,
right? Like all these things are going on, and you know, it's easy to get lost in all that, but then you have a couple of good rounds and you're like, wait, I've been doing this all my life. I know how to do this part I know. So once you get into that and you can zone in on the Counter-Strike itself, that's where things become easier. And Ancient, his best map, favorite map over in Navi Junior as well, had a great performance on the second map.
Are we allowed to talk about Mongols at all? Or you want to hold off a little bit longer?
Could we just start on the highs,
sure.
Jason? You know, I know you like to look at the glass half empty, but let's just give our flowers to the rest of Navi whilst we're at it. Might as well. I mean, wonderful bit showed up on Inferno. Ime joins the impact list when we're looking at Ancient as well. This is a great, well-rounded performance from Navi.
Well, yeah,
right?
and that was one of the strengths of like Navi last year when they started kind of catching fire. Was you looked at it, you're like, you know, they don't really have a superstar, but they've got 5 or 4 really good players. Like, you know, and you still have those 4, or you still have those, you know, 3 or 4 really good players. Alexi's going to be calling the game, but Bit, Ima, and Wonderful all had fantastic sequences during this game, especially Wonderful and Bit. I think Bit more than anyone was just an absolute monster throughout this series. He was sharp, he's thriving in his new roles. His T side was really impressive on Inferno, didn't really have to deal with it a whole lot here on Ancient, but Bit, you can't say enough positive about what he gave Navi.
Bit was an absolute demon on Ancient. I can't believe he only had 14 kills. Well, it wasn't a super long game, but I felt like he had 25. I mean, those early rounds on the CT side, he's just ending 2v2s before anything can even happen. Just so crisp with his aim, got his hands on an AK, just deleting, you know, the Mongols players, and once they got rolling, you can see how hyped they were getting. It did really seem over very early on.
Does this like make sense for you, or logically? You know, we look at Navi, they're just making one roster move. Is that enough to unlock the whole Navi team that we saw just last year? Obviously lifting a major trophy by surprise, a couple more alongside that as well. Is this what it takes?
Yeah, I think more than anything, more than the roster addition, I think it's maybe the change in positions on some of the maps, as we just saw in Ancient as well. But I think you get guys like Bit, you get guys like Ima. Blade alludes to it in his interview, is taking the skill sets of some of these guys and putting them elsewhere and kind of managing what strengths they have and where you need those strengths, and then what weaknesses they have and how you can kind of hide those in with the strengths of your other players. And I think, you know, considering how short of a time they have with Mikaze, obviously did a really good job. But yeah, we're seeing Bit and Ima, it feels like, almost take a next step as a player.
Well, or come back to their level,
sure.
in a sense, you know, especially for someone like Bit. And I think Wonderful, you mentioned him, but a little bit under the radar. He's had consistent rounds, like especially on the CT side with the AWP, managing to find some consistency in terms of accuracy and just output in the sheer amount of frags. So everything seems to have come together for Navi, just capitalizing on what was a collapse from the Mongols.
Jason, your favorite time. Yanko's alluded to it. Tell me, ream off about the Mongols. You know, he's laid you up perfectly.
He has laid me up perfectly. Look, I think this conversation just has to start in one place, and it's unfortunately, I have to kind of give some criticism. If you're going to come into and give a playoff interview just before the quarterfinals begin and say you haven't practiced, not even a little bit, like that, like I don't know, that's a hard conversation to get over in my mind, because it's just like, well, what are we doing? Everyone had a long season, everyone had their difficulties, everyone was away from home for a very long time, and every other team managed to practice. So if you're going to come in here and not practice, I don't know if it's the full reason of why this has happened, but this should be a result after the major where the Mongols should be a little bit embarrassed by this one. They should be ashamed.
It's also Cologne. Like, it's not some random mid-tier tournament. I mean, it's one of the biggest, it's the biggest tournament we have in the calendar outside of the majors, right? Like, yes, you were all the way in the grand final of the Austin major, so your break wasn't going to be long. But come on, you need to do at least a week-long boot camp, get everyone on the same page. The thing with boot camps is you're there, and as a coach, you're there, and you see how much the players are playing. When everyone is there, they're going to spend most of their time playing the game, because the problem is you're going to take 2-3 weeks off, not even touch the PC maybe, right? Like, your individual level is going to drop off. That's the reason why teams do boot camps coming into the season. Make sure that there's not too much ring rust.
And I mean, even pushing the no practicing thing to the side for a little bit, just inside the server in these quarterfinals, Senzu didn't kind of follow up on his performance from the major, which is obviously unfortunate. Like, Blitz was their biggest step up in level. Like, Blitz was the guy who kind of stepped up to the plate. Like, fragging output, clutching was really impressive.
Techno.
But outside of that, Techno had some very good rounds. Outside of that, there's really not a whole lot. Like, guys you'd point to, some of the star players, I think, went a little bit quiet in the series.
Yeah, well, gentlemen, from lows on towards highs. It's time to check in with our DHL MVPs. Now, I know you guys at home, you've been hard at work earning those Twitch channel points, and now it is time to be using them. We have 3 potential candidates for our DHL MVP. Of course, if they do indeed win that coveted grand final on Sunday, we will be checking in with them on the analyst desk. First up to bat is Bit, and that's one very good choice, Jason, for them to be something.
Yeah, he's super sharp. He's returned to form, good on the T side and the CT side. Was instrumental on Inferno, was a monster on Ancient as well. He put together an absolute, I mean, a complete series. Wonderful as well, was one of the guys who got them started on Inferno with the AWP, one who kind of kept them their heads above water as everyone else kind of woke up into this game. His op was instrumental.
And it also felt like in this tournament he's been able to find impact more consistently, right? Which at the time was lacking for this Navi squad.
And then, yeah, I mean, he's just been so good for them with the AWP. I mean, what more can you say? Makaze, he's a big one to actually add in here. I mean, it's crazy to feel like you could give it to him, but like the multi-kills he was having on the CT side of Inferno, he got them started. He had a complete half, dominated them, made sure Mongols' playbook of going to the B-bomb site repeatedly was just shut down at a certain point. It's going to be really hard to beat someone like Bitten Wonderful, but Makaze puts his best foot forward for sure.
And props for just hanging in there, you know, after that first half, right? And not sort of getting too demoralized, right? And things turned for him, and definitely had a great series from that point.
It's not easy to be turning things around, not least when you're on a stage as big as this. Unfortunately for the Mongols, though, that does mark their end at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Techno and Stana.
Unfortunate setting situation here that's happened for the Mongols. They will be exiting Cologne, so I've caught up here, and we're going to discuss this a little bit. Tell me what happened, in your own words, what happened today?
We were winning on the first map, and so much lead, and I think we lost at the moment where we shouldn't be tied. I mean, we died so many times in the bomb sites when we got the sites, and we died so many times, and yeah, we had so many advantage, but however we lost it. Yeah, and the second map it was going not good.
That first map, did it take a lot of steam out of you guys? Did it take a lot of, fuel to get back in that server? I mean, that was a long first map of the series. Did it seem like you guys had to really get back in the server after that?
I don't think it's about the exhausted or tired. It's because we're kind of mentally down, maybe because of the, you were winning, and with so much lead, and you lost and got to overtime and lost this after the long time. Lost the first map. It's kind of tilting, yeah.
Well, look, man, I know that, you come to Cologne. This is a big stadium. This isn't where the Mongols want to go home. But in doing so, is there anything you'd like to say to the fans at home?
Keep cheering for us. Thanks for everyone. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, man.
Now, Janko, I don't often say that you're right, but you kind of alluded to this, right? After Inferno ended the way that it did, you said that was possibly the worst way Mongols could be going into their map choice. That came to fruition, and Techno alluded to it there, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, still issues with their mental in that regard, right? It was only their opponent's map pick, so you're still very much in it, but you could tell that on the server they had, opportunities, but players just weren't really focused anymore. Bit was, wrecking them left, right, and center, and they just could never really recover, get into Ancient whatsoever.
Yeah, if you don't get started in that map after such an incredible comeback into a loss, like you have to get started in those first 5 rounds, and it just wasn't there. I think Mongols is going to look back on this one as the second season goes on and be really, really upset with themselves how they performed today.
Understandably so. Na'Vi, however, full steam ahead to the semi-finals. It's time to find out which other team will indeed be joining them. That comes down to either Mouz or Furia. And for Fallen, it's been 8 years since he was last in the Lanxess. So let's get a few thoughts from him upon his arrival.
Gabriel, how you doing today, buddy?
Oh, good. Excited.
It is an exciting time to play some Counter-Strike, especially in the Cathedral. You're no stranger to this place. Gabriel, tell me about your history here.
It's amazing to be here back again. I was... what's the word in English? I was surprised that 2016 and 17 I was able to win back-to-back. So yeah, I had an amazing story here, bring all my family to watch one of their tournaments. And it's amazing to be here. The arena is a special place.
And even one of those was about last time Cologne was a major even. So back-to-back and a major here in Cologne, that's got to feel like you're coming home in a way.
Exactly. I told the guys I've never lost a tournament here in the Lanxess Arena. That's a good one.
I like what you've done. So tell me about this matchup today. Let's talk a little bit about what's in front of you. When you're going up against a team like Mouz, where do you start, Gabriel?
We're going to have to step up and play the best game we can. They have been a very good team for quite some time now. They didn't have many changes to come into the season. And for us, it's good because we have some material to kind of have an idea on how they play on some maps. But in the end, I think it's going to be to who can perform better on the stress that's going to be playing on the arena. And let's hope we can bring our A game and have a chance to beat them.
A little revenge because, they went all the way to Brazil and then spanked y'all around down there. So I guess you had to come all the way to Germany to show German organization Mouz what was up. Does that seem right?
Exactly. That's the best case scenario for us. We want a revenge. They gave us a hard time in Brazil, and we hope to do exactly the same treatment here.
You want to say anything to this arena full of people? They're just sitting there watching you right now, just looking right at you.
Yeah, just would like to thank you guys for coming, making all the atmosphere the way it is. We already came here for the presentation opening ceremony, and it was amazing. So I just hope we can deliver you guys some great CS and have some fun together.
Thank you very much, Gabriel.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, that's the shot. Hold. Forgot my keys. I'll carry you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
The man, the myth, the legend, two-time major winner, Fallen. Ooh, All right. Well, look, we're here for one reason only. It's to eat. It's lunchtime. Let's get into it. What flavor are you after? We've got a bunch here. We got doner kebab, chicken burritos, sweet and sour, broccoli and cheese and ham, chicken, cheese and croutons.
I think I'm gonna go broccoli and cheese or cheese and ham.
Broccoli and cheese. I'm gonna scold your hand here. This is the keyboard arm there, right? So we're all right.
if it goes wrong, it's the keyboard hand.
There we go. Oh, he's going with the chopsticks.
Good, bro.
All right,
Good.
I like it. Look, your career is decorated. It's a long career. You've won 2 majors in Counter-Strike. You have created a legacy in Brazil. What is your proudest achievement that you've done throughout your career?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's been a lot, but I think the one I'm biggest proud of is creating the Fortnite Academy that later on became Games Academy. Because at the time it was very pivotal in my career, because if I had not thought about something to keep me playing, to sustain me, like both financially and to have a goal in life, I don't think I would be in CS anymore. And that happened in 2010. So I was at the army at the time, and then the sergeant was taking care of my crew. He was like, "Oh, we play games and stuff." He knew I would go for tournaments. And then one of the interviews I was doing for a radio local channel, he asked me like, "What do you give classes for other people?" And then I thought of Jordan, because Jordan was doing that at the time for EG, and I was like, "No, there's a guy in the United States who does classes," but I had never thought of it. So then I went to my PC to play some deathmatch on another day, and a guy asked me to buy my Fire Gamers t-shirt. And then I was like, "Holy!" But I don't want to sell you the t-shirt. I'm gonna. What if I give you classes instead, and I'm gonna just give you the t-shirt? Will you pay for it? And they was like, "Oh, absolutely." And then from that point, I was like, "Okay, so maybe I can keep myself playing because I can give classes for other people." And from that point on, everything started, and I was helping the community so much because we creating teams, going for tournaments, and that kept the scene alive for a couple of years. And later on, we went to the United States. A team from Games Academy won the tournament in Brazil. I bring them to with Ricardo and Camila. We bring another team, and that was Taco and FNX joining us to later win both majors. So I all started with this small seed of creating classes.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for your time, Fallen.
Thank you. Appreciate it, bro. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the noodles.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Out there in the wild, the city never sleeps.
Gentlemen, excited for the show? Don't shit yourself. This isn't the quarterfinals. They'll pull through. All right, boys, buckle up. Our objective? To yoink Blade's scrapbook. The crown jewel of strategic documents. But where Blade goes, his scrapbook goes with him. To make matters worse, his hotel room is a fortress. Equipped with generational security.
This woman was suspicious her hotel mirror was a two-way mirror and someone was watching her.
The final catch, at night, his room goes into full lockdown. That leaves us one window. Blade's midday nap. Navi's performance coach has been bragging on socials about the team's sleep quality, and by the looks of it, Blade's out cold for a solid 15-minute window.
Okay, so the plan is break into this room while he's inside.
Oh, Sasha, please. Sick plan.
Don't worry. Whilst Blade has Gen Z security, we have Gen Z stars.
Look at me, Blade. I'm the captain now.
I'm at the top, it's lonely still. No, I don't flex, but broski roll. It's like I went on a hike, cause true, I'm king of the hill.
Put down the weapon.
You're not here to kill the guy.
Sorry, boss.
Oh, and don't forget the dupe. Good luck, boys.
Oh, Sasha, please. Please don't come back. Please don't come back. Sasha.
Boys, low
quality sleep. Aboard.
No! Sasha, please.
I repeat, abort.
Hide.
You're not here to kill the guy.
Look at me, Blade. I'm the captain now.
I really need some sleep.
Out there in the wild, the city never sleeps.
Boss, we got it.
Hell yeah. Out there in the wild, the city never sleeps.
We step up individually, guys.
Yeah, just make sure we listen to each other. When, like we said in the break, whenever we make a plan, whoever says it, let's go through it. Or we say cancel and then we make a new plan. Good job, we got these last rounds. Let's have a good CT side and we're all good.
Hey, Rush. Straight in.
Breaking door. Fuck me in. I'm blind. Out.
Hard. One close to Tetris, I think.
Let's see one. I think both.
It's okay.
You're stuck.
I'm gonna...
Nice, bro, sick!
In the absence of others, it's Mezzi that stepped up for Vitality. A must-win pistol converted.
One fire and one main, okay? Almost fast radio.
Talk outside. Keep on me. Outside, some.
Guys, I'm walking around, guys.
Yeah. One main.
One more main, one config as well.
That main.
Nice. AC.
Say this.
You're just going to have to give over 10 rounds. It's critical right now that they hold on to this.
Take the random kill main.
Definitely rushing though because I know I've opened.
Nico loud on the cross, the rest not so much.
Rob's pushing ramp, Zian hard.
Yeah, Rob's going to clear through lobby. Magis is going to have a test.
Oh, the pre-aim was there. He just second-guessed it for a moment. Robs will profit.
Here's the acceleration. They have to go.
They're coming.
Labo.
Zywa reveals him. Jump scare. Oh, Kickster gets the bomb down.
It's planted.
On the top of his head. Nico Goomba stomps. Zywa.
Invent stands dead. One secret. Saving.
Get back. Be ready.
Nice. Under Kevin, guys.
Yeah, he's running.
Yeah! Nice! Let's go! Nice. We keep going, boys.
Goodbye, guys.
Let's go.
I buy your scout. Robin will do the first delayed ramp. Yeah.
They have shoved all in. The investment, the MP9s. There's a tag, but you need a miracle because Taz says he's just ripped away the opener.
Nice. It's full buy probably, boys. They have 2.4 or something. Just take it slow. Let's go secret, okay?
Make a plan, guys.
I'm gonna try to go down.
Yeah, I'm gonna come with you though. One in secret and one secret.
Shots. Messi dips away, removes Monacy from the pack.
Scout was under heaven. He might be holding you, boys. Let's try to go back down. I can try to search main a little bit and you guys be ready to go down.
Dead ramp, dead on low.
Nice.
The pick back lobby?
Yeah.
Main.
How Zywa just cleared lobby with a scout. So much going on. From behind, Kingston makes a meal of that.
Bob's going B.
He knows what 2 of the 3 are. It's just Flames, the unknown entity. Kingston onto Rob Shaw. Flames in the perfect position. No one's looking. Texas just turns around just in time. Has he got it in him? The bomb will go down. A clutch that would have to save Vitality.
Probably no kid. I'm going against Peter, okay?
Nico's low. Texas alive. Elevated position through the smoke. It will be about tracking a reaction. Good shot. Oh! The aim! The brain! The game saves them!
The importance of fundamentals in the modern meta cannot be overstated.
He makes Halo sound animated. I know. I miss Victor.
Especially given the meticulous nature of map control protocols.
Wait, I can't stop yawning.
Alright, wrap it up, little man.
This is important material.
Bro, look what you've done to my boys. We have a game in 30. Hold on, I know what we need.
Yo, Nema. What's up?
Is that Victor?
Bro, I've never been so happy to hear your voice. We have a game in 30 and I need some of your magic. I'm putting you on speaker, okay?
Let's do it, brother. Alright, boys. First round is the pistol. You're gonna need to win that.
Easy.
Shit's gonna get tense.
So I need you to breathe and relax.
That's more like it.
Because
You're gonna need to win some rounds to win. And then you'll be good.
he's right.
He is right.
Win by rounds. Don't lose ecos.
And boys, listen.
The most important thing in Counter-Strike play our own game.
Yes! Let's go, guys. Let's go!
Info.
One close sight, and one... Taco.
One close, one ramp.
Один близко, другой рампа.
Ele tava rampa, ele tem perna.
Boa, caralho. Vamos. Nice.
Damn, he was 24. I should have finished him off.
Pause.
Ele.
Galera, bora fazer aquela tática da SK, lembram? Malek, you go con smoke left side. Make sure to go short. We're gonna be going monster. We're gonna be spamming the smoke. Castratos are gonna cross it. Bolaboy has the cross. Okay, you got it? Make sure he understands.
Cross de B.
Ele vive o jogo.
Guys, it's only 7-1. We can win, boys.
It's just Molodoy and Yuri in a 2v4 now.
And this is where you wonder if that communication will come into play.
Eu vou flashar pra você.
He'll flash for him.
Vamos dar flash, sim.
Ok, давай.
Ok, go.
Ok, vamos.
Flashei.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Boom!
Guys, I understand what's the boom.
Okay. It can still work.
The second quarterfinal of IEM Cologne 25 and last year's semi-finalists ready to take another punt at the playoffs. Mouz are in the building and it's time to check in with Torzy.
Furia versus Mouz. What's up, Torzy? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, the match sounds good. I think we are ready, you know. We just played some table tennis with the boys. Actually, we played versus Yakindar.
Okay.
He's really fucking good. I'm sorry.
Yes. No, he is dangerously good. I've seen it's nuts.
Yeah, he's insane. I had no chance versus him, but yeah.
Well, that's certainly not like a precursor to the match, right? Like.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I just said to myself, if we win, I can go to him and, you know, don't worry, you can get to ping pong.
Don't worry, you can beat me in that afterwards. Let me ask you about, let's say, how Mouz did in Austin versus how you guys have done here in group stage 1 and 2. Tell me a little bit about in your own words.
Yeah, I think in Austin we were not really that sharp, and I think we went 0-2, you know, and it was a tough beginning, but I think after the player break we had a really good boot camp, you know, everybody was rested, and I think we came with a lot of firepower and a lot of ideas, and I felt like we are pretty creative and like we had really good games. We won the first 2 hour games and we qualified to playoffs, then we lost the decider versus Spirit. That was a close game, and to be honest, they deserved the win. I think the Asian game was really, really close, and we could have won that game, but they played better, and I hope we can catch them in the playoffs, in the grand finals, if they make it there, or we do. But yeah, I'm proud how we came from the player break, so I'm pretty happy with our level right now.
So, Torzy, you seem like a player and as a person that goes a lot off the emotions, the vibes, the feel of the team, and I love seeing it. I love watching it. So, based on all your indicators, all the things you know about Mouz today, how's this match going to go for you?
I feel like this match is going to be 2-0 for Mouz, but I have to say I think it's going to be a close game. I think both matches will be close. I think they are on fire, to be honest. I think with the addition of Yakindar and Molodoy, they are playing pretty good Counter-Strike and they can be really dangerous, but I feel like we will have it under control.
You just might. Hey, there's an arena full of people. You want to tell them anything? We're in Cologne. I mean, after all, this is the cathedral. What do you want to tell them?
I will. I hope you will see some good Counter-Strike, and let's cheer for Mouz.
Thank you very much, Torzy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mouz are officially in the house and sounds like they're ready to take on two-time Cologne champion of Fallen, not only lifting the trophy in 2017, but back in 2016, the last time that Cologne was indeed a major. Which brings me on to my next point, because Jacob, our new analyst up here on the desk, you had a great time back in 2016, didn't you?
You just had to ask that question, huh? Yeah, I had a horrible time back in 2016. I lost to Na'Vi in the all-deciding game of making the playoff. I think we were leading 15-13. We lost a ridiculous round, lost in overtime. I started crying. It wasn't a great memory.
The last time Jacob cried was
The only time I ever cried.
Let's talk a little bit about Mouz and Furia coming into this very game. Trace was obviously talking to Torzi about the road to Austin, about the road in Austin, where we did see Torzi getting heartbroken himself. What were your takeaways from kind of the first season of 25 for Mouz?
Well, it was very heartbreaking, right? Because they just couldn't get over the hump of Vitality. For the most part, that's who ended, you know, their runs in tournaments, especially in the grand finals. You have 3 finals in there, and then in the middle, the 2 losses to Falcons as well. And these are the only teams that eliminated Mouz, really, at tournaments, right? And considering the run Falcons were on during those couple of tournaments, right? It's the 2 other best teams in the world during the course of the first half of the year, right? And they have the same problem, the same puzzle to figure out, like everyone else, how to beat Vitality. And that's why this is actually pretty scary for Furia, because Furia is not on that list, right? So Mouz should have this one, Jacob?
That's the thing with Mouz, you know, they seem to beat everyone below them. They seem to be very consistently at getting into the semifinals, getting into the grand finals, and whenever they face a team that is around the same ranking as Furia, well, they've been beating them consistently throughout the entire season. So it's one of those, you know, scenarios where you could question yourself, what would have happened if Vitality didn't exist? Would that mean that Mouz would have won a lot of trophies, or would they find a different way of crumpling in the grand finals? Obviously, we don't know, but it's been a very good season for Mouz, but a season with not a lot to show for.
And when we're talking about Mouz in this very context, right, let's not forget what happened at the beginning of the year. The shock removal of Shuey from the lineup. Brolan stepping up and saying, hey, potentially, I've always wanted to be an in-game leader. Now is my opportunity. We're going to steal Spinks. We're going to poach him from Vitality. I was not having high expectations for them in terms of what they did deliver at the beginning of 25.
Especially because Brolan as the IGL is out of the blue, right?
Yeah.
If it were someone who was doing it for a little bit or was the secondary caller or whatnot, it would make more sense. But similar to the Blade and Na'Vi conversation, I think that is also a testament to the coaching staff over at Mouz, and I mean the whole organization as a whole, right? The system, the foundation that they have in place, the structure that he's able to thrive. We need that they're able to not only not miss a step, but actually get better, because they got Spinks as the addition. You know, you look at some of the other organizations in the space, right, which have been struggling for years now to find any sort of success, and it's no surprise when you look at what makes Mouz great.
I think that's where you give a lot of credit to Cyclone, as you said, this is a podcast as well. You have Sipnix as an assistant coach, you know, probably the highest profiled assistant coach in the world of Counter-Strike right now, who's also helping out, you know, the players, both in terms of, you know, sharing his experience, but also helping Cyclone preparing for the game. So I think you're spot on when you're saying that it's more so, to me at least, a testament to how well functioning Mouz is as a team than necessarily Brolan coming in as an in-game leader. He's done a great job, but I think it would have been difficult for him had it not been in Mouz.
And I wonder how much Zip was helping Torzi in particular over the break, right? Because we always talk about him, you know, maybe not being this superstar top 3 AWPer, but particularly in Austin, he had his struggles, didn't he?
He had a horrible tournament, to be completely honest. He could not find his footing whatsoever. I think there was one game or maybe a couple of maps where he showed up and played like he normally does, but apart from that, a 0.95 rating for a Mouz that went all the way into the semi-final. That in itself was impressive. They played horrible Counter-Strike. I even spoke to Torsi, spoke to Exertion, you know, posed the question to them that, do you also agree that you play like a bunch of potatoes? And they agreed, and yet they still made it into the semi-final. So the ground floor for Mouz and the ground floor for Torsi is great, but he was not having a good time in Austin. Seemingly much better here, Yanko, but still not up to the Torsi levels.
Yeah, definitely. And you look towards the duo you see right now, him and Exertion, a sort of 2 guys who are very aggressive, have a lot of opening plays, right? And then on the back of that, you have Spinks, who's there to close out rounds, him and Jimmy. So when your 2 aggressive players are not really doing well or are taking turns and sort of going missing, you know, that doesn't leave very many favorable situations for your closers either. They work off of each other, right? And that's why consistency is key.
That's where the numbers are lying a little bit, because yes, Torsi is having a better tournament here in Cologne. Cologne, 1.13 rating, seemingly doing a lot better. But I dived into his opening kill stats, and he's currently the 5th lowest rated player, the 5th least opening attempt player in the entire tournament.
Yes.
So he's not doing anything in the beginning of the round. You have the AWP within Mouz, and you're not doing much. I know you're coming into the clutches. I know you can maybe come in later into the rounds, but for an AWP player to be the 5th lowest rated in terms of attempts of getting opening kills, out of all the players that has played throughout the entirety of Cologne, that's not good enough. So yeah, maybe he's trying to ease his ways into it again, maybe a little bit more hesitant to go for the opening duels, maybe taking care of himself by then pumping up his stats, but I want to see more from Torsi.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the problem of playing a little bit, playing a lot of nuke in stage 1, right, where obviously the riflers are going to have more initiative, a guy like Exertion and whatnot, but I think for Torsi, I don't have the sense that he is changing his play style to be a little bit more passive, right? I think that's maybe just how things unfolded, because we've been saying, you know, for last year maybe that for a time he was their best player on stage, right? Because he would be still consistent, he wouldn't drop off as much, and you know, it's been a little bit on and off this year, but that's the last thing that they're missing, finding that consistency on the stage.
So what you're saying is, Jacob, you're calling Torsi a beta now? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there's more hidden in him, because I agree with Janko. I think last year we praised him for always being the guy who stepped up on the stage, and I think he's also a guy that has played, you know, aggressive with the AWP from time to time. He's involved in a lot of opening kills normally. I think this would be the tournament where he's been the least involved ever in his career within Mouz. So maybe it's partly nuke, maybe it's partly him taking care of himself, maybe it's partly randomized, who knows. But when you're in the playoff, and if you're Mouz, and if you want to have any aspirations whatsoever of winning this tournament, then we need to see more from Torsi.
Speaking of aggro, let's talk about Furia and the 2 new additions to the roster, because obviously Yakinda, Molodoi, they've really been putting themselves on the Counter-Strike map, particularly Molodoi, right? Because he was a bit of an unknown quantity before coming into Furia. Tell me about this trajectory, this graph that we see, Janko, and just how impressive that is from a team that we didn't really count on to ever make it to playoffs.
Listen, Freya, don't get me wrong, it is impressive, but what's more impressive is that Furia is finally fun to watch again, right? And there's reason for Brazilian fans to be excited about the team, because they're playing with some flair again. I mean, and I think it also unlocks Fallen as an IGL when he has aggressive players doing well, right? Because what that does to you, you have the man advantage, and then you can play how he loves to play, slow, punishing style, right? Take map control, wait, be patient. You know, especially in this meta, your opponents are always going to try and make a play, always going to try and even out the numbers. Everyone has less patience nowadays, and that's where they can really hit. And again, similar to the Torsi Exertion conversation, on the flip side here, you have Yuri and Keiserato, right? And Yuri, who's definitely doing great in this iteration of Furia, that's great to see, and Keiserato as well, who's finally able to just do his thing, not having to try and put the whole team on his back and be entering sometimes and create openings. No, just play slow, right? Like, be there to end the rounds.
I think that's the biggest compliment you can give to Furia at the moment, the fact that they're relevant again, the fact that they're part of these conversations, the fact that we see them go into the playoff in Austin, we see them go into the playoff at Cologne. There's still a couple of question marks in terms of Fallen's role as an in-game leader, as an anchoring rifle. You know, sometimes he looks somewhat good in those roles, and sometimes he looked like a player that is maybe, you know, in the fall of his career. I think that's fair to say, but question is, if you were to replace Fallen with someone in that role who's very good, could you then find an in-game leading capacity within that roster, or do you find someone else who can do it, or do you stick with Fallen and continue this upward trend? Right now he bought himself some time, but I think there's still more potential to Furia, and that makes me excited.
Honestly, I think Furia was a little bit surprised how this whole project went. I mean, Yakinda was supposed to be a stand-in, but then he played so well that, and they were doing so well, hey, let's just keep this thing going, right? And I don't think Fallen was expecting to have to do this for the whole year, really, or since that edition, but now he's like, hey, let's just ride out the season. I think Fallen is a guy who's not going to steal paychecks or whatever. Like, if this season ends and he sees that he is the liability for the team, I'm sure there's conversations about him maybe moving into a coaching role, or, you know, hanging it up in terms of playing actively, right? But when they have found success, give him this, like, one last chance.
Well, you mentioned Yakinda's name. Let's check in with him ahead of this quarterfinal.
Furia, Yakinda, back in the arena, a big arena nonetheless. The last big arena you guys were in was over there in Austin. So tell me, how did it go versus Pain on the stage?
Yeah, I mean, it was hard. We obviously understood that we felt a little bit of pressure and felt a little bit of nervousness and stress, but that's arena games for you, especially for a young team that has been this is our third arena, and we want to show our best, but at the same time we understand that the more games like this we're going to have, the better we're going to become.
Can you tell me a little about the difference between Liquid Yakinder and Furia Yakinder? I mean, you're going to a new arena. It seems like the team is working. Tell me what the difference is.
I think honestly it's individual. I felt like I had the long weighted break that I needed, and I settled things in life the way they're supposed to be. And yeah, I'm just a happier person now. And obviously in Furia, when you come in with a lot of ideas, they kind of see that I have bright ideas and they trust me. Maybe that's something that in later Liquid, because of my form and because of the way I was playing, was slowly dissipating, you know?
You hit sort of a slump or something of the sort. But now, you know, we're nowhere near that. You're about to play in front of this arena. Tell me what it would mean to you to win here today in Cologne and keep going forward.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it would show that we are going forward as a team. This is our third arena. In Astana, we won quarterfinals. In Austin, we could have easily won that game, but here, honestly, if we show a great showing against Mouz, I think we can beat them. Obviously, Mouz is a great, amazing team, but that would be really good for us to understand that we're on the right path.
You want to say anything on behalf of Furia to the fans sitting out there right now?
Yeah, I mean, thank you, everybody. Not only the support I'm getting, but for the whole team. You know, nobody believed when they saw Fallen IGL Rifle, Moldoy, some random Kazakhstani Opera, and then Slump Yakinder from Liquid, you know. So thank you, everybody, for believing, and let's keep it going.
Thank you very much, Yaki.
Thank you.
Been seeing a whole lot of Furia fans here in Cologne, as we did in Austin, but it didn't pay off for them, right? It was a 3-map affair versus Pain. That last map, though, Jacob, that was, I want to just say it was a choke from Furia, right?
I think we can be overwhelmingly positive when it comes to Furia, but they also do have their limitations. And I think we saw that, you know, against Pain in the quarterfinal in Austin. I think we're going to see that tonight, to be completely honest. I think Furia have done themselves a great favor, trying something new, bringing in new players, bringing in new blood to the roster, but they still have a cap to me. I think where they're at right now is impressive, but they're not going to get any better than this.
I think what happened at the major was that Yakinder and Fallen had flashbacks to their time on Team Liquid, you know. It's a little bit of a choke in that Pain series in the end, but for this one, I think it's a little bit interesting when it comes to the veto. We see Furia picking Train, actually. We were talking about Mouz. Okay, Furia loves Train, but we talked about Mouz. Against teams not named Vitality, they're undefeated on Train this year, right? So there won't be any slouches on that map, and they go straight for Mirage, where statistically it's not what it used to be, but I think the comfort levels from Mouz on this map are very, very high.
I think that's the biggest issue. I don't see anywhere Furia could have gone that wouldn't be great for Mouz, to be completely honest. We spoke of Fallen as well. I think the one positive is that he's actually the second highest CT-sided player for Furia on this specific map or Train with the rifle. So I think if you're the in-game leader, if you're the one calling the shots on the stage as well, at least you get a map where you're feeling comfortable on, where you're not a liability with the rifle, as we've been briefly discussing on a lot of different maps.
And it's difficult for Furia, right? Because you know Mouz is going to ban your tried and tested Dust 2. They're always going to be put in a little bit of a corner in this veto, right?
Well, it was really questionable because Mouz didn't play Anubis, right? So where's their overpass at?
Yeah.
I think that was a nice little gamble from Mouz there to let it through, sort of dare Furia to pick it, which they didn't, so they got away with one there, it feels like.
Well, Mouz versus Furia, our second quarterfinal here in Cologne, but only one can continue their journey in the Cathedral.
I've been learning a lot how to work as a leader and try to call in the stress and pressure situations. I totally figured out how tough it can be. I would say maybe not I'm proven IGL, but I think I'm up there soon, I would say.
When you think about myself having so much longevity on IGLing and Brolan just coming into the job now, for sure he has understanding of how to lead his team. He's been playing super well. It's going to be a pleasure to play against him. He's a young kid, but he's brilliant, and let's see how I'm going to test myself out on the mind games against him.
Compare myself to Fallen. I'm not sure how he's calling like with the Alpine style, but I think it could be changed and now he's switching to rifle. I think he's just a really good in-game leader that likes to put his star players into the good positions. I think he's just been doing one of the best IGLs of all time, and it's really impressive.
I think Furia can shock anyone at the moment, so we're gonna take it game by game. We're always gonna be confident. We have to believe in the journey.
In Brazil, Mouz Sports gave us a hard time. They beat us in front of our home crowd, and I think it's time for some payback.
Fallen will go down. It will lure them forward into a double headshot triple from Yakinder. It's absolutely ruinous for Australis. Yakinder's already, I think, gonna get
right now.
Hello, Langsess! Are you about ready for your second quarterfinal? I certainly hope so. They're fighting for a chance to face Vitality tomorrow. Mouz and Furia. Mouz, a playoff mainstay, but a reinvigorated Furia. So without further ado, let's bring on our teams. Was built on the soil of the cathedral, and finally he's back. With Furia! The heartbreak of the major still lingering on their minds, looking to change their destiny. It's Mouz! play some Counter-Strike. Luxus, are you ready?
Playoffs after playoffs after playoffs. That's all Mouz have known since adding Spinks to the squad. They have high expectations, and for good reason. Question is, Jacob, can Furia defuse their run before it even gets ticking?
I hope Torsi is right. I hope we get a competitive match, and I hope we get 2 close maps. Unfortunately, I don't have too high hopes for that to happen, to be completely honest. I think Mouz is a team that has played Counter-Strike at an incredible high level, and we saw in Austin that even when they're not playing their A game, they're still good enough to beat a lot of the teams below them. Now, coming into Cologne so far, they've been looking great. Lost a narrow game versus Spirit in a well-fought fight. I think Mouz are the heavy favorites here.
Mouz has been impressive this year against anyone not named Vitality, and last year they were really close. They lost in the semi-final to Na'Vi in 2 close maps. This time they want to take it one step further. For Furia, they will have to play their best game yet with this 5-man roster if they're going to take down a team like Mouz.
Let's mention one of the young guns on the side of Furia, Molodoi. He was given it up to Manasi, obviously in stage 2. He's had some experience on big stages. Do you feel like he's ready to take on the Cathedral?
I think he's shown that he's ready. I think that the more experience he gets, the more comfortable, the more consistent he will probably perform. But there's no doubt that if Furia want to stand any chance whatsoever of winning, Molodoi has to be on his best. He's very aggressive with the AWP. He can rifle as well. He can be in your face. So if there's one player within the Furia camp that can disturb the game plan of Mouz, I'd say first and foremost that's going to be Molodoi.
And I feel the most important thing for that to happen is communication. The communication for Furia has to be on point. We heard how in the Pain series, you know, they felt that was lacking. They had rounds with advantages that they let slip away. Mouz is going to tear you apart if you don't have your communication on point, if you're not playing as a unit.
A journey 8 years in the making for Fallen. Now he is back on stage in the Cathedral, this time as the heavy underdogs. It's Furia versus Mouz in our second quarterfinal.
Cologne! Are you still with us? 8 long years since we last saw Gabriel Toledo in the legendary Lanxess. Mouz, 8 consecutive playoffs this year. I'm sure their 8 feels a whole lot faster than his. 2 teams chasing the chalice. And it's Vitality's side of the bracket. The winner of this game takes on the unwavering, the inevitable Vitality. We start on train. A map nearly as old as Fallen. Lanxess, are you ready to get this quarterfinal started?
T-side start for Furia. Their map choice, Mirage up next, Inferno if we need it. The heart of Brazil. Know what it takes to win in this very arena, but Torji, bullet between the eyes, Yakinda, one of the imports down.
Yeah, but this is all about their plan. They want to get Rollins set up for more multi-kill. That's asking a lot, but he does find a second. Not expecting Zacian to have taken his place so quickly. Gets another one. Back turned was from Yuri. Okay, Serato, good luck, have fun, mate. There's a bullet with your name on it. Coming your way. The question is who wrote on the bullet? No chance of a plant. Just a little summon to get the confidence flowing in the absence of a pistol.
All right, well, how much are they going to give him? Train from Mouz now, dropping back. Massive advantage in this one. There are two players who are walking wonky, Spinks and Exertion. Chip down as Jimmy and Torji, the healthy members. He's going to take his time. K Serrato, never in a rush. Just letting us all settle in to the beginning of the second game of the day. There you have it. That's what you expected. Kicked off with Torji over towards Ivy. The AWPer immediately negates any of the plans for Yakinda, wanting to show some presence, wanting it to feel like it wasn't going to be that hit over towards the B site. And the fact that you get to see Brolin alongside of Exertion up close in pop, expect those to be in the disruptive pieces on this CT side. But here's the opener. And that is beautiful from Torji. No bomb going down, hardly any kills. Difficult to justify any investments. So Furia are just going to take the eco. Different roads to get to this point as well. Furia having to battle through the lower bracket and from stage 1. So plenty more maps of Counter-Strike played in IEM Cologne for 2025 for these boys. 14 in total, whereas Mouz on the other side just with out of 7. Here you go, the farm fest for Spinks. Run down low ramp, that's 2 for him. Torji, oh, this is getting a little bit messy. Can he survive? Brolin will ensure it. 2 easy rounds for Mouz out the gate. Now Yanko pointing this out on the desk. The only map that Mouz lose to on this map is that of Vitality. So you're going...
Everyone's doing that lately.
Exactly. So no harm, no foul there, but we'll see. Furia taking it here, obviously, in the veto. They'd love to play Dust 2, but that's not going to be the case. Rifle round number 1. No AWP for Molodoy. Keep your eyes on him. The Kazakh. Definitely making a name for himself.
Yeah, he's turning head.
Take a look at this. Harass towards pop, but heavy towards B. So trying to slow them down with the pop control.
Okay, full main press. CTs, they're creating space.
I think they're just hoping to be able to set up for an execute. Spinks at the ready.
Does he see much there? No, Yuri slipped past, completely obfuscated. Spinks, this is a brave and brazen line to be playing. Has some support. Jimmy watching his upper. And Brolan nearly going down.
Okay, well, still just holding on to the box holes, aren't they? There's nobody Ivy. Just that one individual patrolling over towards main to try and make it feel like it is just a default. And Train can be one of those maps to play awfully slow. You have to wait out that util. As the lurk smoke drops now, Brolin has to be wary of this. They could power through, but they cleared it out. So as soon as Exertion gets on top of red, they can stay bed down. 2 players towards B as Furia, with a minute left on the clock, have to make a decision soon.
Fallen. He's letting everyone know, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, where's that nade gonna be thrown and by whom? Spinks are waiting, rotation coming, they're ready, they're ahead of the play, Spinks! Comfortable dispatcher too, now limping into the site with what the drakes of them. Okay, Spinks! Lovely work. They come a knocking, they come a testing, and Spinks' first response, quad kill.
Yeah, and this hasn't been competitive for the first 3. You wouldn't expect it on the eco, would you? But first rifle round, you want to make a dent. You want to try and get that bomb down with the loss bonus starting to build. It's 2 kills in 3 rounds. Still a lot more to be played. But casual so far for Mouz. On Train T side, you'll be looking for 3 to 4 rounds, and without the pistol, it's going to be so much more difficult to come by. Those are going to have to be breakthrough rifle rounds. You have to break the CT economy. Right now, you've given 2 AKs over. They're still not operating with an AWP just yet in the hands of Torji. When you take a look at both of these teams, the AWPers who are at the top of the scoreboard as far as the stats are concerned on Train. Got a hero AK for Yakinda.
Who are those?
Upgrades and hopefully a dent to be made.
Who are those fallen flashbangs going to be thrown for? Is it the main boys?
You want to try and facilitate some room, right? So Molodoy likely to go first, Yakinda to try and trade off the back of him, and then you just have this late piece of Yuri. But again, they're not in a rush. You have to wait out the CT protocol utility, and then it comes down to Mouz. What type of restraint do they show on their nades? They can block late, and that would ruin all of the plans.
Yeah, look at that response. Block, util thrown.
Smoke molly defense, an oldie but a goodie.
Yeah, and that clock continues to rot.
So yet to get any energy in this one just yet. Furia, a couple of kills. Trying to limit the finances, force some rebuys.
I mean, you want a selfless leader. He's put it all on the line, Fallen, to give Yakinda a chance.
Forced by the pivot because of the block. 2 players over towards B again. Usual suspects, Jimmy and Spinks.
Yeah, they're staying as far back as they can, that arm's length. Here comes that util, final finish. Will Spinks have a multi? Yeah, the flash does connect, and Jimmy gets put on his ass. It's still Spinks' sight, but that bomb does go down. Mission accomplished. Can you get more? Yes, they can. Yuri feeling frisky. Cheeky double. Combining with K-Serato's output as well. He's low, but he's hidden, and back is turned. Yuri's going to be kicking himself.
All it does is a Glock.
Yeah, that's it, an unarmored Glock. And a very low HP superstar. Torchi on the way in. Brolin, both of them have kids. A bomb over half gone now, and ooh, it could be down to the wire. Roland, he's taken down Fallen, and he doesn't have the health for this. He needs that one tap. Torchi just in time. Denies Furia's best chance yet.
Yeah, well, going to have to be realistic about that, just based on the buy from Furia. The fact that they get in, they get a couple of kills, and they get the bomb down, a relative success. You're not expecting a lot in a round like that.
They got a whole lot.
And that's going to be the fangs of Furia, K-Serato and Yuri. Revitalized with these Europeans plugged into the system. Everybody wanted K-Serato to go international. Well, the international came to him. Tactical timeout called. Sid on the mic. He's been doing a bang-up job in that Furia jersey. There's been a lot of chopping and changing. They finally found a recipe for success, Furia. Here's the opener, and then from there it starts to scale out of control. Spinks knows he has to worry about the leaked high ramp as well. But the response gets there, and it's measured by Mouz. So off the back of the tack timeout, still no AWP for Molodoi. See how this manifests into the rifles. Yakinda, harass nade. No damage done. Ooh, CT nade misthrown.
Again, they really are stubborn about Spinks and this solo B.
You want to try and condition it. You want them to be playing 2 towards inside in the early stages. Be trigger happy on the rotation. But Spinks, he's not backing down from the fight.
Yeah, he's not scared, especially that CT AK. Players like him, they will bite your arm off for a chance to have that one-shot headshot on a defensive line.
The bravery there from K-Serato and Yuri to try and play through the smoke towards B. It's going to free them up early, apply that pressure, and now they're going to actually lob some U2 in. Torchi, lurk smoke, has to address it, does. And all of this is what Furia are hoping for, the push-pull. As that's an interesting deep smoke. That's going to really cause some issue as they try and line up a B execute. That stalls them out for essentially 20 seconds.
That's a good start from Yakinda, actually getting one and done. Current lay of the land, Brolin confirms nothing else. Spinks and Jimmy, they batten down the hatches.
Rinse and repeat.
Oh, wait, this molly could be forcing Jimmy wide. Oh, Spinks, yeah, these mollies are so well placed. Spinks, 100-0. Fallen gets his lineup eventually, and it pays dividends. K-Serato may have sealed the deal there. Discrepancy from Torchi.
Yeah, you can go looking. Got a decent amount of cash. Another kill and you're in.
Smoker's faded, Brolin searching. And that time ticking. Is this Furia's first? Looks pretty damn good right now.
All right, backing off for the save. Didn't get anything. Furia didn't overstep the mark, and they get what they were hoping for. Just the B execute. U2 looks absolutely perfect. They punish Spinks. They punish Jimmy. This is all about not giving away a kill in the early round for Furia. If they can establish the map control, recount the U2 that's being thrown, and then get away with an execute. They were even trying to be disrupted there. You saw that smoke highlighted. And they're still able to get away with it. So stubbornness now, as we can see how that changes the fortunes of Mouz. How do they chop and change their CT side setup?
Familiar face, front row.
Well, watching his brother do it under the big lights. And again, a heavy lead. K-Serato goes main. Sorry, Yakinda goes main. And Ivy pushed, so that's going to give them a whole lot of early information. They might be able to catch Yakinda floating between. Torchi's AWP on the prowl.
Yakinda's got that safer lineup. He's not going to be as exposed to this Ivy or push.
Yeah, but it's going to be called clear. And the fact that nobody's watching this, again, you're going to rotate heavy over towards B. But they had 2 players there last time. Does the fight come earlier? Well, Jimmy will join Spinks once more. This time an earlier timing being lined up.
Going through the flames, it's fallen. Yeah, this is very brave. Straight in, gets spotted. It's Spinks active on the line. Flank comes in from Xerxen. Nice. In this case, the Rob. No, and that's Yuri. That's filthy. Taps the head off of Brolin, pushing smoke. 3-on-2 still. I want to say the numbers may favor Mouz if they get a pick off, but bomb now ticking.
Jimmy feels like he's committed.
Oh, that was it. Right there for the taking. He needed 2 bullets. He gets none.
Toji has to get out of there. Yet to die, AWP. Even looking for a find. Toji won't hit the shot and will back off, so that's going to be another save. Good work from Furia, really conditioning this B bomb site. The Hunters on, they're starting to spread out. Bomb over halfway ticked.
I'm really intrigued by that concept of knowing that they had to break B in order to weaken this A defense, and likely something Fallen has discussed coming into this.
And you could already see the changes set up from Mouz. All right, we're going to be pushed up in pop. If it is the B execute, we're ready to snap in from the backlines, but still not enough. So rinse and repeat, similar call, different timing, same result. And these two, ever since that major lift, 2017, SK back-to-back in the Lanxess. You've been looking for the successors. Now, Furia with Art, with Quesarado, with Yuri, and all the other names that are through that laundry list. Well, they've been competitive. Now, these two, they're the ones that have had the, I don't even want to call it potential. They have been the absolute best Brazilian Counter-Strike players ever since.
Yes.
But the accolades, for that recipe.
The accolades, you know, those trophies. Sure, you got stories, but those trophies have eluded you.
Love Fallen there, right? We know for his AWPing in-game leadership, we'll now have to do it on the rifle. He'll entry, he'll make the space, he'll run through the flames.
And previously such an outlier, such an enigma, an AWPing IGL.
And right now this is very strat heavy, execute heavy. Molodoy's AWP yet to get off the mark. Once he gets started, can he be stopped? Looks like they want to humble the money right now against Mouz. Win this round, make sure they don't save. Smoke looks a little bit wonky there. Didn't land towards Sandwich. Big old void for Exertion to push on through. So forward press has got the space they're looking for again on this T side. You can tell this one likely to be a completely different finish. You can see the bomb on the back of Molodoy in a passive stance, worried about that Ivy push. Pop control being taken, so this feels similar if you're the Mouz camp.
Oh, Brolin. He knows he's got that reactive incendiary. He one hell of a flashbang. You can see Molodoy's got that connector smoke. Hear the sound confirmation, and now Yakinda's gone down. That's nice from Torji. His patience prevails on the back of Red. Now with 44, options limited.
Especially because of that bomb, so it might have to be a B fake, hope for an over-rotation, then go back through pop to Yarn. This one's going to feel quite helpless if you're Furia.
I mean, Molodoy is just so stranded with the objective. Bullet's trying to sell it.
There's the fake.
Okay, Torji starts to move. Xerxen asks questions of the smoke. 20 seconds, back to turn, perfectly positioned, but hold on. We got a trade out of Fallen.
Got to get past Brolin.
Yeah, he's still holding.
Might be the save.
I'm not so sure they're going. Yeah, Molodoy, he just got his hands on this AWP. He doesn't want to let it go.
This is why this pace can be agonizing, and that's what I'm talking about with the early rounds. You got to make sure you don't give away those casualties in Yakinda. Going down to Torji's AWP, playing back a Red. Easy opener, and this round just loses steam. So Furia, just 2 rounds away from hitting half of the course on the T side of train. But as mentioned, it's going to be the hard way. It's not going to come with the pistol, the conversions, the ecos, the lighter buys. You're going to have to break through the gun rounds, and Sid wants to take a second tactical timeout. 2 of 3 burnt within the first 7 rounds of play. Consistency being shown throughout the year by Mouz. 8 consecutive playoffs since the addition of Spinks. Shook up the Counter-Strike world, seeing the change. They moved away from Shui, they put Brolin the Swede, middle of the screen right there, in the in-game leadership role. He's got Torji, he's got Exertion. They call their shots. The Mouz system hasn't slowed down whatsoever. Sure, they can't get past Vitality, but nobody can. They win this, it'll be their 8th series against Vitality this year alone.
It's becoming a running joke in the Mouz camp.
What's the change from Sid? This time Sandwich Smoke does land. Same harassed utility. Molodoi going to surge aggressively over towards Ivy early, but it's Torji's AWP towards B.
Quite some pace on those two. Taking that pop space, the Fangs partner up and go looking. Good flashbang. Rodder's got help. Nice supportive framework. Clawed back by Yuri, temporary. Spinks aggressing. He's not playing scared. He knows where you were, but flicking away behind that main smoke. He gets completely relocated. Sure, Molodoi claws back, 1 in the 2-on-4. They start to regroup, and there is time for a conversation about more.
They don't have any util to work with, but Molodoi will open the account now, so that's a positive sign. His first foray into the Cathedral. Smoke will fade, Torji's AWP will be posted.
Oh, Molodoi pulls the trigger fast. It's a leg shot. Uncomfortable for Torji. Softened up for that Yukinder AK. Molodoi holds for this reposition. Torji knows he cannot step or toe the line any further.
Giving him space right now, they can go out sunny side. If they want to head in through Hell or out through Camera, there is room to work with. But once the audible comes through, Exertion from Pop, just highlighted there by the Obs team, can't snap into action. Spink's not too far behind either, so they know at this point it can't be B unless somehow they've got this crazy timing in through Connector.
Scared of Torji, he's dipped.
They can plant back bomb.
You're right. And actually it would be quite comfortable for Molodoi to hold this exit. Ooh, taking shape. Taking shape! 2-on-4 goes 2-2, and Molodoi's first 2 contributions. Does it lead to the back breakup? 2 bullets left in that AWP. Yukinder is getting close. Set up for success is Torji, but not lit.
What's Molly about?
Molodoi's AK, oh sorry. Yukinder that goes down. Now Molodoi can't hit the last shot there. Composed on the retake of Mouz. A real opportunity. Fighting their way back in.
Got a little bit dicey there towards the tail end, didn't it? But the fact that that was a 2-on-4 goes 2v2, keeping them honest, not giving them for free. Lots of choice there. The key kill for me is going to be Spinks on the pop push, which was ushered in by Torji's AWP. The fact that he takes the line low ramp, Spinks, we've already seen him flirting with aggression, or at least holding in their face. So bomb going down, lost bonus there, Buy can come through again. 4-round gap, and they continue to grow. Got back to this heavy B stance. Molodoi picking the low ramp, sees the shadow, wants to fight. This is crazy.
He wants it! Takes him down, Spinks down as well. That thorn in their side on B, just taken with some aggressive all-pick. Torji falling away now.
This is a tough retake. The bomb will get planted. It's high ramp. Case already looking the right way. Jimmy makes it a 3v3.
Yeah, that changes things. They might have continue to look. I'm not so sure. Xertion's a mile away.
Restricted to CT spawn right now. The smoke will start to fade, but as you mentioned, maybe save is the better of the 2 options. At least do damage, make sure they don't save anything, but 2 through high ramp. Will they give this a look? Exertion so late might think them saving.
Oh, he spots out the head, confirms Xertion's late arrival. With Jimmy dead, Torji likely wants to hold on to his AWP, but now the position noted, those coordinates processed. Yuri might be able to deny it, you know. Oh, Torji, yep. Sniper removed. Thank you very much, Furia competitive. Molodoi to thank.
It's impressive, another gun round added to the list. Lost bonus was bottom of the barrel for Mouz. So how are they going to make this buy work? Ability to drop a couple of guns. Spinks can hook up the AWP into the hands of Torji. And Jimmy can buy himself. So we will get M4s across the board with the AWP. Essentially a full buy, maybe lacking some bells and whistles as far as the nades are concerned. There are defused kits, so not broken yet, but getting broken this late on the CT side. Furia, they can really find their way in.
What's the call, big man? Ronan. He's going to have a bit of a shock around this corner. Lovely little pop flash, completely eats it. Lost attempt there to try and claw something back. Jimmy getting proactive. It's actually just fallen beautifully into place here. Torji's up noted, I believe, as well. Yakinda
just go big.
Confirms it. And Furia. That one has pace. That one has punch.
Right now, playing top of the bomb train, they should start to hunt, right? The fact of the matter is 1,900 lost going into the next. If you take away this AWP, you take away the biggest weapon they can possibly have. This is 4 rounds. This is the path of the course that I was talking about. And I just want to reflect on Yakinda's move there. As soon as those 2 deaths go down in pop, you get Brolin as well as Exertion. That's the main player and the pop player dead immediately. He jumps straight through the smoke, grabs the space, is able to get the punish on the 3rd man, the unknown entity there. And you just see pop littered with bodies. So that last flash for Furia comes in clutch. This is a remarkable T-half considering it's all been against the rifles, and we're not going to be able to take this away from Torji. They're going to be too late to the party. They're not even looking. Who will get to hold on to the AWP. So Torji gets a chance to make some noise into the next, but 4 rounds. Oh, look at that, the perfect flash, 2 of them. Hands over the face, trying to turn away, all in desperation, and that's the push from Yakinda. Perfect response. Here's what the buy becomes. AWP with some pistol upgrades.
Yeah, Molodoi getting himself into a very forward line, and it enables Yakinda to slink forward in that sandwich smoke.
Yeah, can't be pushing through it. You know that there's pistols on the other side most likely. That would be risky. Camera smoke comes through. Hell molly to follow. Bomb train molly missed.
Yeah, backup bombs comfortable. Roland, goal, double!
That's where the molly was destined for.
Yeah, they missed it, and he made the most profits from their negligence. That bomb in the open now. Yakinda tasked with retrieval. There's bodies all over the shop. Spinks and Xertion partnered up on Z. Bomb goes down. Torji going, looking. He's not nailed the break there. Respite for Yakinda, trying to find that post-plant position. Will tuck.
Needs his pistols to activate. Torji has the kit and the smoke, but it was the AWP. He's going to want to hold on to that if this goes wrong.
You're right, Torji, tentative. And if those Deegs can do any more. Late, though. Here they come, swinging on in. Bit of damage, but is Jimmy still on for something? Threatening. The only kit is on the AWP, and now he's gone down. Jimmy in the one-on-one is close, but absolutely no cigar.
You would have hated to see that one go wrong for Furia. It's a missed Molotov to the back of bomb. You assume when you're hitting the site, you're discussing what util is being thrown, and then Brolin, bang, bang.
Yeah.
Molly's meant to land right here. The fact he gets to stand and deliver, great output. But they handle this, and Torji had a choice coming into the final round of the first half. Do I go glass cannon AWP, or do I bring out the rifle? It's the rifle.
Ouch! Oh, Molodoi! That is naughty! Goes for the Aggie line, knows the nade's coming.
Look at this Ivy push.
Yeah, okay, and he's already ahead of the curve. Torji versus Molodoi, but only an M4 for the Hungarian.
You would hate to overstep the mark and give away another death. Ideally, you have information, and at this point, Brolin might have to call a gamble from the grave. His piece is rotating heavily.
A jiggle from Spinks. He'll be spotted out. Doesn't elect to block.
You want to seem like just one player, because you do have the stack towards B right now, unless Spinks wants to take the fight. Molly through. Shallow.
Oh, Molodoi's trapped. He is in a real problem, and Torji finds the toes. Down goes Yakinda. He's having a tough half in that main position. Put to bed by Xertion.
Feels like this forces them towards B, but they got to get the bomb. Look at the time, and if they come back, Spinks will push the timing.
Spinks caught off. Still adjust. That was an opportunity for them. Couldn't quite materialize.
Well, this has started with an opener. The AWP gets the kill on Brolin. Now it's a 2v4. They have to fight for this. Final round before the break.
Yeah, but the bomb's so far away, boys.
Is this one just done?
This can't be how the last round of the half ends.
Exertion's here in the steps. No, he's on the way back. 25.
25. I think Mouz know what's up. Spinks getting active.
Toe spotted.
Yeah, more of that from Mouz. Jimmy rubbing off on him. 15. You gotta go. One flash and a hope. Nice try. K Serato onto Torji. Still too many bodies. 7-5. All right.
We got a game here, folks. Don't go anywhere.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
On par. Hard part done. Furia, in the absence of the pistol, still boasting 5. Their map pick of Train. Desk highlighting Mouz, supposed to come into this one with an advantage, but if Furia keep on convincing, Train may not be a certainty, Chad. 5 T-side rounds. They are laughing.
Furia win this. Mouz will lose Train to the first opponent not called Vitality in 2025. See the util, back at Jimmy, as well as Exertion. Flash at the ready for Fallen. Jewel Paredes.
Yeah, Yuri. He actually takes that first fight. The flash is supposed to guarantee it, but Yuri couldn't finish. Lodoy electing to back away. Life preservation priority.
So Lodoy's up in pop. You can back a bomb train. Jimmy with that late util, but now that you get a kill over towards B so early, you can pivot. You still have these smokes, flashes to work with. So right now this is very tough. Playing for info, Molodoy will be able to secure this. He might have to keep on pushing if they want a way back in.
And push he shall. Jimmy's little jiggle confirms presence, and also from that likely nade spot, intention clear.
Pivoting. Keserato, Fallen. Yeah, Fallen's going to be
this.
needing to help him out soon. Already confirms a body across. More bodies now spotted. Still at that disadvantage. Mouz should have this second pistol. Exertion. Is it a certainty? Fallen a couple of clean clicks, and he might be able to change the dialogue in the Cathedral, Torji. However, spam him back. That should seal the deal. Molodoi a mile away. Yakinda surrounded, flanked. Still taps the head of Torji. Where's that guarantee? Where's that? I have him. Jimmy does.
Okay, Molodoi. Last spotted over towards main. Know there's going to be chasing the ghost of this, and they're going to pivot towards yard. They still have all these nades that Jimmy isn't having to use. They're just going to get a plant on outside, get the bomb down. 40 seconds starts.
Jimmy on the jiggle. Confirms it.
And now blocked.
I like to think I'm an optimist, but that ain't happening.
Yeah, slim pickings as far as choice is concerned there. Back off, be rerouted. Too much time off the clock, you're not going to win it. Hold on to the dual Berettas as well as the Kevlar. Short.
Yeah, that's either glass half empty or glass shattered on the floor.
And that is miserable scenes for Furia now. We're set up to deal with the box holes play. The flash was good, but the kill was not there. Rotation away from Keserato. Fallen gets a kill sure, but it's all in vain. They wanted to constrict connector so much. Brolin with the bomb was pushing up. They wanted the frags before the objective. Furia will force this one. Not an eco in the second half.
Okay.
Winning train without either pistol feels impossible, especially if you lose this one.
Better make it count then.
Couple of smokes left over. Keserato on the jiggle can block. Same for Fallen towards Pop. Voxels under their control. Bomb down back towards the T stairs. So there's no finish for Mouz just yet. Just fanning out a default spread, see if there's any aggressive maneuvers, allow any of the early util to be thrown on through, and then hope that your execute late is informed. I think Brolin did a very good job under pressure in that round of pivoting. So will they have to do that again? Now starting to head back. Brolin, you can see that doing a bit of chit-chat. Trying to find the finish. They've got nades to work with. Smokes, molly, flashes. 50 seconds. Another smoke available for Keserato. It's all going to come down to the timing on the jiggle when he drops this.
Oh, they've even got more. This is going to get uncomfortable for Mouz.
Yeah, they're having to force away. Again, so Torji and Exertion looking to join Brolin and Jimmy over towards Ivy. But at least one of the two.
It's going to take you some time, boys.
30 seconds. This one will be down to the wire. I think it's going to be B. Look at the CT setup right now. Oh, they're rotating over. They'll be here in time. 24.
Yep, they got to hurry this up. Brolin leading fearlessly, just walking through smokes. Keserato aware. Swats away the first. This is getting really awkward for Mouz. Boys, you have to plant. They're segregated, separated. Molodoi with a USB chip in. Holding on. Fallen's good for it. If they could just kill Fallen, they'll take it. Time on the bomb, just in time. And they will have it. Good God.
You can't go any higher pressure than that.
Brolin's laughing. That is a huge release of pressure.
How have they gotten away with that? There was so much going on. Hard to keep up with.
Oh, that was close. Too close for comfort.
And they've delivered right now the 9th round. Should be 10th, double digits just around the corner because Furia, they cannot invest. We'll have to keep it just a light pistol upgrades, a couple of Deagles, a P250. Molodoi wants to bring out that AWP ASAP. So holding on to it there, Mouz. Very positive signs, 4-round gap.
Okay, that one first. Oh, and the second coming to Jimmy swiftly.
Good to see some confidence against the Eeks. You want to get out there, get stuck in. It's going to have to be about a comeback for Furia now. They will get into the rifles into the next.
Flash. Wing. Jimmy does get flashed, but finds a safe haven with that white screen, and you can see Cavalry and Torji to secure it.
Okay, very well handled. Just Yuri now. Considering how dicey the previous was, it'd be great to get away with this one cleanly. And look at the output from Spinks so far. 17 kills. He was in the Vitality jersey this time last year, lifting the trophy. So either team with a player that knows what it takes to win in the Lanxess. Moments away from this one being done. Brolin should be able to find him in the backline if he's diligent with his clears. And oh, okay, well, should have been down. Will be. Torji confirms it. Just the Mac 10 that's been lost. And smiles on the faces. If anything, Brolin's going to be frustrated with himself not finding that frag.
Yeah, those are the ones that kind of chip away at your confidence in these big games. Those minor inconveniences stack up.
Feels like he got a bit of surprised by that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Don't worry, cleanup crew is here. Torji confirms it and even got Yakinda smiling there. So here we go. First rifle round, second half, and the chance to get this one going.
Their intentions towards the yard. That's the opening. Exactly what Furia needed in their time of need. Molodoy's cut Jimmy out of the round to start.
Yeah, and neither team with pace, really. Both of them are just going to take their time, work through on the T side of train. The man disadvantage, can they work back into this? 4v5 for Mouz. Not the first time they've been under pressure, sure, but this time having to do it a man down. Back over towards B. Yuri and Molodoy both set up and ready. If it's a good execute, still be able to break in and get that bomb down. Queserato and Yakinda miles away for the rotation. Fallen will be on that flank.
Molodoy started it strong. Reacts to the lurk, smoke tucks in. It's Yuri that needs to tuck even further. They're out, but they're not clearing their corners. Yuri, a big contribution that Brolin will trade out. Pushing forward, sweeping through. Molodoy. Position not noted yet. That's the clear, and Torji goes down. Empty hands for him. Spinks, though, he is still interested in finding that double kill. Yakinda's low, can't tame the spray. It's Fallen to keep him safe. And Molodoy, massive impact to be felt by that AWP once more.
If Molodoy doesn't get that kill, that site likely falls. I know that, at that point it feels like they have a decent advantage, but he basically contains them. Because if the T's are able to get in, push up to Con, get that full press going on, there's really no way back in, especially through CT spawn. So Yuri does well under pressure to get one, traded out by Brawler, but it's all about this kill right here for me. Molodoy showing the quickness on the AWP. Sure, they had the man advantage, but that site can be tough to retake for the CTs. So well handled at Fallen, showing his rifle prowess.
Yeah, perfect encapsulation actually. Molodoy with 2 high impact AWP frags, and Fallen, same output with that M4.
Need another one of those if we want a game on train.
Queserato on his warpath, but Jimmy, you want to keep your eyes on from the T side as well. He's moving quicker than before. Held by Torji as well to escort this threat into the line of Fallen. Eats the flash, tucks in.
Undetected. Created though. This is the problem. They could go backlines.
Oh, even better.
Okay, Fallen steps into that. Smoke was up. Doesn't matter. Torji grabs the opening kill.
That's going to have Fury on high alert now. Gaps continue to grow.
Looks like there's a lot of space towards yard as well. Sure, you've got Queserato and Pop. Yakinda in the backlines having to deal with that leak. Molodoy rotating over through connector. The macro game on display. It's not individuals running out, getting your crazy headshots. This is Counter-Strike being played at a high level. The jiggle spotted, dropping back. Yuri calls for Molodoy. Look at this, 35 seconds. Jimmy's pressed up, Ivy exertion late main, block smoke towards lower, they can pivot through Pop, the finish. Where's it gonna be?
25, I mean, to run the clock this low and then still win, something only the very best can do.
Coming out Pop.
Yeah, lots of bodies. And Molodoy chops the first. That's what you want from Sersha. Clearing as well. Knew the off angle could be occupied. It's Queserato though jiggling out. Expecting Spinks.
No time.
Right at him and the round is done. Queserato holding on. Gets the job done. There's absolutely no win in this one, Torji.
The pace of this is agonizing for both teams. There's so much mystery going on, so much push-pull. But Molodoy makes a statement in that one. Just taking a look, this is 7 rounds. Out of the 7 rounds that Furia posted, 6 have been against full rifle rounds.
I mean, yeah.
They're having to do this the hard way. Here it is. So, okay, Fallen steps out just before the smoke plumes. Then Molotov, the hero, pivoting between everything. Queserado's late activation. They're going for the fight, not for the plan. Bomb loose there on Spinks, and at this point, no time, no chance. And it's Torji with the saved AWP.
Yeah, Zertian with a slight investment, or there might be Torji's dig. Either way, those are the two threats.
Look at this clamp down. 3 over towards the foxhole. Queserado first. How many more can he find? That's the AWP gone. Pick back up in Spinks. They can mincemeat of this. So very, very nice setup for the CT side as Glock didn't get range, but Yakinda will make good on it, and they're just going to sweep this one under the rug. Okay, that's a rough looking spray from Queserado that attract poor Jimmy in the smoke, but okay, that's from top of red, just spamming bullets through, finds Jimmy. Just about removing Spinks.
Now we all get to learn the lineups.
Yeah, well, Queserado says sick Glock to Jimmy after that one, so
that's what we were all thinking.
Yeah, well, guys, just so you know, Spinks will need to go down. And Molotov will find him. Let's see if he can get over there and pick up that AWP. They will get it, okay. Second tactical timeout called from Cycron. Mouz feeling a little bit of pressure now. Just a 2-round gap starting to manifest. Because of that Torji save, he will not have the AWP. We'll have to buy into something a whole lot lighter, currently equipped with the Tech 9. Okay, for Jimmy, Spinks, and Exertion. They've got the U2 as well. Rolling late investment. They want the firepower. Going for AK with the smoke and the molly. So missing a HE, missing a flash. But here's that spam. It's the cheeky one there. A couple of shots through the boards, and it's one way to get an eco kill. But does this one come with pace? Is there a change of flavor? Because right now, both teams on their T sides have been really slowing things down.
I don't know how much that Tech 9 is an indication of anything. Torji just...
It's all he could buy.
Yeah, cobbling together what he could.
Standard start. Ivy push on the way. Fallen up to bat.
He'll sit ante and await Jimmy's progressions, but very passive to start on the default spread. Creeping into the act.
As he clear the corner. Jimmy's tucked in so tight right now. This is going to be a tough clear for Molotov.
Much higher than he's ready for. Okay, 2 there. 2 on his plate. What's Jimmy go? Oh, nothing. Torji responds.
Gotta get out of there,
Fallen. Fallen. They're coming for you, mate. Rolling back the years, perhaps, as he picks up his former signature weapon. In the absence of Molotov.
Again. Yeah, and this is it. They've got their util. Spinks has had box horse control very early within the round, so still the opportunity to pivot. But again, this feels like it'll be down to the final 30 seconds before the execute comes in. This time going to pipe out main. The gamble stacked B. It's just Yakinda here. Fallen in connector now, but here they come.
You got Yakinda. A great flash to the face. Gets him in. Fallen's AWP. About to be Molotov'd out and misses his first chance. Doesn't get another one. Spinks ensures it. 11 seeming imminent.
It's messy with that Ivy push, wasn't it? They weren't expecting that positioning of Jimmy. Queserado and Yuri. Close enough to at least look for a little bit of damage, but holding on to these feels paramount going forward. Money not great on the CT side. Consolation there for Queserado. A little bit of extra cash for his team and hopefully holding on to this AK. But that should be Mouz up to 11. Not too many dramas whatsoever. On a knife's edge until it's not. That flash is perfect. Yakinda's blind. Really the only one fortified in the site. You see Fallen desperate, trying to run across the bomb train. Dies in the back, and that is it. All over Red Rover. 2 more rounds required.
You could see it as well from like Mouz. Once they got to that E-box position, it was like 3 players all trying to throw that Molotov, knowing that he sealed the deal.
But he's meant to be out driving trucks.
Yeah, taking a day off.
Okay, well, because of the saves, everybody can get their weapon of choice. Kinder drops the AWP to Molodoy. He gets the AK. And 4 into Fallen's hands, and away we go.
Okay, well, we definitely got some aggression here from the CT side. Roland just about gets vision back. Spinks to join him as Yakinda crawls up those stairs. Spinks softened up. That's a well-placed grenade. Now Torji's responsibility. Hell of an angle from Spinks there. Torji seems wise to the likelihood. Right, just what he wanted, just what he needed. Yakinda, now Molodoy, the import. Deliver 2 to start. Flash and go. Molodoy stays on the line, that's cheeky. Evades the flashbang, ready on the AWP.
And you know what that could mean, Alex?
Everybody's favorite. A slow draw now. This could be done. Oh, he's tagged him. It's Molodoy's moment. Torji will deny the quad kill, but everyone knows what that means. Bomb is miles away. Torji helpless.
Okay, we could have had Yuri pushing up the low ramp there. He could have been taking a lot of space, trying to constrict the movements of Torji. I guess he doesn't want to give another kill over, but this means the AWP could be retained. There's a chance to take this away, and how are you going to get Molodoys at this point? Right now, nobody is close to pick it up. 18 seconds on the clock. Maybe that conversation is being had. Torji needs to make sure he doesn't go down after time, but just the pace of this game of Train, it's a whole different flavor. Thought they were going to save once it was in that 2v4 scenario. There you go. The AWP will be prioritized by Fallen. Need to get it into Molodoy's hands because this rookie looks pretty damn comfortable. 18 kills, top of the table for his team. Going toe-to-toe with the likes of Torji and Spinks on the other side of the server. And again, it's just a 2-round game. Cycrin, third of 3 tactical timeouts now, completely burnt. He wants them to get the job done, and now. Going to talk about the buy. 4.2 on Brolin. 3.4 on Jimmy. It's going to have to be Galil's if they want to go for the purchases right now. You will not have the same ability to get into the AK-47s, and that could be the difference maker. Also, the problem you might have is how many more AWPs are you going to have down the stretch on Torji? So we have to invest behind this now while we have it. 2,400 into the next. We get this, we get the bomb down, we get another threatening buy or a half buy, another pocket strat. Keep the pressure on. But Molodoy, he's everywhere right now.
And Mouz buying around this safe door. Torji's turn.
He's had a couple saved AWPs so far, but most of the time his team is ecoed behind it. This is the chance for them to actually try and find a bit of impact.
Yeah, he's going to have a head-on collision. Molodoy sits him down. Torji's impact immediately cut to 0.
But look at this, Jimmy is across. So is he aware of this? Caserado will have to clear. Seems it's cognizant.
Yeah, he's certainly onto it.
And there's the flash.
There's a flash coming, Jimmy! So blind, but not looking! Oh, a disaster for Yuri! Jimmy locking in. Excuse me, Caserato's the one to have gone down there.
Right, 4v4. It's another bad death to give away on Ivy. So Molodoy's still posted. We'll have to worry about both angles. Spinks has actually picked up that AWP, so Molodoy has to be aware. Again, just this real static approach from both teams. They got the space. They're waiting for the fights. Now Yakinda activates.
Yeah, that's going to be annoying for Zertian. Just averts his gaze as Yakinda aggresses.
Oh, he's going to push through.
Yeah, that's naughty.
How far does he go? And how many steps did he hit? Because they've completely backed off. Again, think about the finances. 2,400 into the next. There's so much time on the clock. I'd hate to be saying the word save right now, and they've been able to make the late rounds work before. So pivoting over towards team main. They know Yakinda was over towards box hall, so they might think that this part of the map is under-fortified, and they'd be right.
Fallen playing for the info as opposed to that first kill. Being held and confirmed, Fallen's out.
Well, there's the info.
Yeah, gets it safely.
Look how passive they are on Ivy. They can get the bomb down for free right now.
You're absolutely right, yeah. Oh, he hits the shot. Just a sliver gap onto Yuri. Fallen encroaching now. Trying to keep Jimmy on his toes. Bomb goes down courtesy of Spinks. That 12th round now, they can practically taste it. Can Mouz convert it? Molodoy not so sure. Warp connecting. Slow, methodical retake starting to be disrupted by Jimmy. Holds on to Z. Yakinda thwarted. Spinks just playing on that AWP. He's got 2 bullets and 2 targets. And oh, they jiggle bait! Molodoi, that's naughty! That's what Furia needed. Molodoi's output continues in the playoffs, 21 and counting.
This is some calm Counter-Strike from both teams. It doesn't feel like we're playing arena Counter-Strike right now with the pace that this is going. It's so odd, right? Nobody's really just inserting themselves in the fight. There's no explosions. There's early forays. There's early fights, and then it peters out. Then it goes slow. Then we explode again. Space is being given. And the retakes are being considered. But this one, it looks casual. It's not. Molodoi's having to jump, bait shots, brings up the USP, but the 2 of them combine. The bomb goes down. Mouz, they make it threatening, but Molodoi showing a bit of attitude, and that's what we like to see from the rookies, especially when they're getting this level of output. He was 0 and 5. Forget about those days. Right now, top of the table. This one should be a guarantee.
Oh, he's got some swagger about him, that's for sure. He doesn't have a teammate in Yakinda. At least not right now. Xertion, that belated trade onto him seems imminent.
I want to draw this back.
Locked in. Okay, spotted out, converted. Jimmy and Spinks, they are starting to ask questions of Molodoi on that side, but it's just been comfortable swattings like flies. An 11th arrives. Sid, very happy.
If we make it to overtime, I think the energy of this game will change. Just by the nature of the 12.5K. It's been so slow from both teams on the T side. That's one of the earlier endings that we've had. I think if you take a look at the timeline of this, you see just how late a lot of these rounds are ending. But this one could have gone crazy as well. Yakinda, aggressive, only 9 kills to his name, gives away the opening death. It's a partial buy. Those are the type of rounds where you could slip up, but they hold on. Ivy aggression again. Fallen starting alongside a Molodoi. Jimmy's not here this time round. Given the good graces, they got the pop control. Slowed by an incendiary. Close towards E-Box and Olaf. And yeah, they're pushing up. So this is going to be a late activation from Fallen. At this point, you might want your CT side to start dropping back. More passive setup. Let Fallen play.
Yeah, and Yakinda, he actually steps into the first. Smoke break from Xertion. Blood drawn. Roland gets out E-Box, now spotted by Molodoi. This is uncomfortable for Mouz. It's a big round. You need a big player. Roland removing Yakinda and advancing. Molodoi forced to peace out. Confirms, boots on ground on bomb. Roland, that's the man stepping up for Mouz. And Jimmy is on Fallen screen. Goes for the first, swings in. Spinks, are you dead, man? Yes, he is. Wow, last bullet straight through the corrugated iron. Man up, Furia, Fallen,
look at it.
Up, yeah, flashes through the smoke, repositions, Torji knows
1v1.
It is all onto Yuri.
Got a smoke.
Has he got that smoke on that bomb? No, in the open. Torji! Doesn't matter what's in his hands, he gets the job done for Mouz. Comes down to that, comes down to a 1v1 Mano, El Mano.
And they've saved the final tactical timeout for this. Furia get on the mic, they take their breath. There's a chance to still push this into overtime. It's not done just yet. Looks a little bit silly there for Euro at the end. He knows he has the smoke, doesn't expect the play to come forward. Thinks he'll be allowed to get it on the bomb. Caught in the open, looks a little bit silly there. The clutch goes in favor of Mouz. It's a late breakthrough, but that's what they're looking for. The guarantee, the pressure to be released. The fact that overtime is secure. Fallen does so well. Takes his time, looks for info. Again, this doesn't feel like a move you'd make in an arena, but gets away with it. Makes a good play. Yuri draws one into Brolin, but the 1v1, there he is, caught out. Torji takes the fight, and that is that. Emissions in the buy. Molodoi has his AWP, and understandably so. This kid, 5-0 in opening duels, 8 multis and a clutch to his name. Can he do it again? Can he take us to OT?
Fallen's got that flash ready for a little late surge. Yuri gets his, that's lovely. Furia draw first blood, a step closer to overtime. Fighting.
Difference this time round. Look at everybody grouped up. This could just be as soon as they get box holes, execute in towards B. They got the util for it, they've got the space, and everybody is here. Or at least they were.
You've got to get that block smoke down if Spinks was spotted. So far, nothing.
Playing in the fade of the pop smoke. Now calling it clear. Working through. You can see Canesterada's position with X-Ray there just on the other side. Jimmy making sure there's no Ivy push, no main push. But it's a gamble right now from Furia. Smoke on top of that. You ain't coming through pop anytime soon. Or are they? Looks like they want to brave their way through. Jimmy late through main. 2-2 pop. Spinks goes down. 3v5.
Another leap in the right direction, but back to turn and Serato secures it. A dream. 2, not looking at you. A third comes his way, but Jimmy too precise. Lovely use of the 8K to find that first, but there shouldn't be any more. Serato's started a whole different conversation, the conversation of overtime.
All right, both quarterfinals delivering overtime in the first map of play. Now I wonder, do we get a pace change? Each set of overtime, both teams are going to be able to get themselves one tactical timeout. Not going to burn it early, going to take their time. Save it for the rainy day. Surely some pace. Let your players play. Let them get stuck in.
And you will. Torji, this is very aggressive. Full faith in your teammates, Util. Serato spams anyway. Oh, brilliant. Follows it up with a chaser. Cheeky HG for Zershan.
Fallen, he's been struggling with the opening kill department, but right now with a 2-man advantage, wants to value his life. Has to worry about this Ivy pressure. Not an easy job. Breaks the smoke. Sector clear.
Whole lot more there. On the other side, he's completely blinded off. They round the corner, will clear him out. Love that from Prolan. Full trust in Jimmy's connection on that flash. Now he feels susceptible and vulnerable. Loss of info. Yakinda answering a lot of their queries. Roland going down. Spinks head-to-head with a Yakinda whose position was noted. It's a flashbang to set him up. Love this team play. Again with these flashes, Mouz digging themselves out of trouble for another. Smoke pop, try and plant. Serato wards off Jimmy's trapped in that corner.
Spix needs to activate, and now.
He's moving slowly. Flash doesn't quite work out. It's actually set up. Serato finds that headshot. Spinks can't get more than one. You discussed the possibility of momentum shifting.
Maybe Cyclone didn't like the fact they were playing off of the hymn sheet there. The fact that they've changed the tune, they played aggressive and they got bowled over, right? They go for the pick, they don't get what they're looking for, they lose 2 kills. Sure, 1, but you're going for the Ivy look, you go on pop early, there's the aggressive maneuver. You're kind of doing a lot of talking going into this next. Just want to take a look at some of the spawns, see if that plays into things. Fallen with a good spawn. Loves to play over towards the Ivy early, so like to see anything too crazy as Serato on the clear. That's a freebie there, and the nade is a thing of beauty. He is stepping up in the late stages of this map. Joined Molodoy. 20 kills for Serato now. Remember, this is Mouz with both pistols and conversions on train. It's been the gun rounds for Furia.
The hard ones, allegedly. This is Fallen whipping out the old school double orb train. You've picked up the first, now you mix it up. And everywhere you go, there's an AWP ready to punish.
Exact response you're looking for. Now they're going to try and hightail it over towards Ivy. Going to try and pressure where Serato resides. Pop Ivy main.
Going to try and clamp down despite the number discrepancy. Angles look good here.
Giving him some room as well.
Whoa. Makes extra room in Serato's head. That's a nice claw back.
Look at this coming out high ramp with 2. They're just going contact as they walk out Ivy.
This is a good angle from Yuri. Oh yeah, spots the tip of the head! Oh, he's fumbled!
Molodoy's here.
Yeah, hasn't had that first AWP. You'd think he'd connect the track record he's had, but now the flash connects again. Mouz with the flash work.
Look at this gap in the backline.
Yeah, Brolin's just dancing on him.
Jimmy and Torji, the long way round. Not ready for this.
Oh, he is now. Just caught a glimpse. Fallen those quick reactions. Doesn't find the shot he needed, and Yakinda will have a look.
Got the money. You can give this one a go.
Jimmy looks away and will miss that first bullet. 1v3 goes 1v2. And Orp ready for the sideline. Brolin crouch in. It's going to be so hard to find this fight. At least not favorably. Having a go. Ooh, bullet doesn't find the head of Torji. Brolin overlooked, and that's the one they needed. Psychro does not squander that timeout. Gets his boys back on track, on train.
Jimmy with a great clawback kill here on Cacerado. One of the factors of both of these teams, they've been giving a lot of space, but then when you step back in, you better not miss. Jimmy with a lot of impact in this one. Fallen didn't even know it was coming. They're able to get entrenched in the back line there. Needed to be better from that B hold.
Yeah, maybe they ask questions of Yuri again.
Stable start. All posted on the line. Blocked for now. Going to be calling out this U2. Informing Brolin, helping with the mid-round. Under a minute 30 left on the clock. Cacerado and Yuri over towards B this time. They all will stay on yard. And they feel like the pressure could be coming. They're having to block low ramp, molly high ramp. Wanting to ward off and execute for the time being. Jimmy's going to throw out this lurk smoke Ivy. The last questions are Fallen. Will force him to rotate. Creates a gap on either side. But really, is there any follow-through? No. Bomb floating back towards main now on Torji. Nikinda called back into the backlines. It's Molodoi, only man at E-Box. He can't hang around here on his own.
Yeah, he's going to be exposed. Smokes fade. Here comes that finish. Fallen hasn't called his boy off. Instead, elects to support him. A jiggle for the smoke main. Here comes their util. He throws his response. 35 for Mouz. That Orb stays trained, and it's Brolin. Ooh! Doesn't even pull the trigger, does Molodoi. Good molly. Really uncomfortable few rounds. It's trying to reposition. It's Fallen. Holding them at the door. They can't get in. Furia keeps fighting. Ferocity we've seen all through this tournament here in Cologne. It has followed them into the Lanxess Arena in the lead. Up against Mouz, map 1.
This one's all about the macro, isn't it? The fact that you're restrained on the U2. You've got that last second smoke on 40. You drop it. It forces them out. They're running through the gray screen. Fallen looking like he's been a rifler all along. Pivoting between fights. Finding more impact. Sure. Only 14 kills to his name, but those are the ones that matter. And your players like Exertion not really getting an opportunity to insert themselves aggressively. That's what he does best. That camera smoke has missed.
And there's a potential Orbs head to start us off. Round 28. Searching down that low ramp. Okay, that was a real frisky pace change from the Fangs of Furia, and they've just been defanged immediately.
Okay, well, does Torji try and investigate Ivy? That's my next question, because right now Yakinda and Fallen shouldn't move. They should try and let Molodoi play. And Barrel spotted, man dead. We're going to tie this one up. Fallen and Yakinda, bottom of the scoreboard for their team. This would be one round to pull off. 2v5, good luck.
Yeah, despite their proficiency on these gun rounds, I think this one is asking a bit too much.
Well, you'd think getting to overtime, because the majority of them have gone in the way of Furia. They should be able to get things done. Yeah, we'll only be getting rifle rounds throughout, but Mouz, as we swap halves, draw back to level things. So from Pop back to B, Exertion in Con, Spinks and Jimmy on the site.
Jimmy on that low HP.
Oh, timing on this.
Yeah, he just fell away, and Spinks doesn't find that instant headshot. Hold on though, timing on Exertion, perfect. Comes on in just as they're starting to transition. Makes it a 14 all. The question is whether Fallen has the right call.
Well, do we expect more of the same, right? We still haven't really had that pace change. A lot of their early T-half was trying to condition the B bomb site. Really good from Jimmy, gets there in time, right? And this was a pace change. They tried to do something earlier. That's happening in a minute 33 on the clock. So do you just go back to what was working, try it and test it, get the box holds control, bleed out the U2, go for the late executes. It might have to be more of what worked as opposed to a newer flavor. But right now, just Yakinda over towards main.
Oh, they're coming, and the flashes don't work out for Brolin. Yakinda gets a freebie. That one's from the bargain bucket.
They're running a high
down. They are accelerating into B, and Spinks very far away. Oh. How can he see him? Wow. over the incandescence of the flame. Molodoy spotted out, sniped on down. Furia limping.
You're hearing
Bomb
this.
is ticking.
Smoke it off, Fury.
You think so? Yeah, use it. Burning a hole in his pocket at this point. Come on, lad. They gets it done. It cost him his life. Too late. 2-on-4. Dorotho, we need that clean.
Gotta move now.
Position noted and communicated. Jimmy and Spinks being held at bay. That's what you wanted. The distractions there. Rotting that clock, though. Has fallen, got the 1v3 in him. 8 years since this was his cathedral, and it's not going to be happening this time. Not so easy. Not so freely. Just in time, a low, slow retake from Mouz to put 15 on the board first.
Yuri looks surprised that he got blindsided. He's like, okay, why is nobody covering that? Well, there was a smoke up towards Con. Quesarado couldn't chip in. That smoke comes in late. He has the flash, he has the fight. He doesn't get the kill. It's either user or loser, and it happened to both. Well, that remains to be seen, because right now, Mouz, one round away again. Well, can Furia push us into double overtime?
I'm starting to doubt. I think I'm ready to press X. I don't know. Jimmy, AK, Spinks, the same. Zertian and AK on that CT side. It feels like they've got everything they could possibly need to say, yeah, it was close. Yeah, they're good, but we're better. With
and
one more round.
goes up next.
Yeah, get me a ticket to Mirage. All aboard.
We're bringing up the spams. That's how desperate we're getting late.
Good flash to get him in. Brolan. That was the effectiveness of it from earlier. That's going to be the commitment this time. A little bit of a double pump. Flash and go. Torji's sideline still open for business, and Yuri first casualty for Furia. Trying to claw in. Nice from Fallen. Puts that AK to work. Torji trying to stay alive. Dipping between Oil and this swing. Oh, and a missed shot from the AWP. That will be punished. Zertian flanking. Oh, and he can't stop him. Molodoy hits the quick one. Just Jimmy versus Molodoy. The young import.
No pressure for this kid. He's performing under the bright lights on Friday night. And this is what you want to see. Sure, we're not getting the pace. Sure, we're not getting the explosiveness. But think about this. Both these teams kept in the dark to the final moments. Then the eruptions, the comms, erratic.
And it starts strong for Mouz. Yakinda, that's an important one. Running him down. A missed shot from Torji. He'll be sad about that. Molodoy, he wasn't missed it.
28 and counting from this kid. Impact slathering it on now.
That one hurt.
That needs to get out of there. Ivy push, or at least somewhat aggressive. Torji posted on the line. Jimmy to join him. We've seen both teams running similar setups with Molodoy at the range with the AWP. They throw a flash, but is there follow through? Apparently that's baited Torji in. He's picking.
Yeah, and exactly what Molodoy's ready for. Oh, he's clipped his wings.
Okay, well, you know where the AWP still remains. Oh, he's reaggressing. Torji's, he's not backing down. He doesn't believe it.
And Yakinda is not going to believe this. AWP still on the line, sure. Quesarado into the B site.
Brolan's here this time.
Yeah, Spinks had nothing to contribute there. It's Brolan that has to step up and set the tone. Second OT into B. Oh, and Fallen finishes the job. Down to 13. Jimmy finishes the job, but that bomb does get planted, now falling to Molodoy's shoulders. This is asking too much.
That's that Torji impact. Yeah, Molodoi showing what the AWP can do on train, but so's Torji.
Making sure they're going to get those AKs. They can buy their own AWP, don't worry about that. So they're going to make sure that the AK-47s are equipped heavily. Again, an eruption in towards B based off of the Ivy information, but Brolin undetected in that situation, but Jimmy with some really sharp shooting. Bomb goes down, you show your head, you're a dead man walking. And then Molodoi trying to make a play, sticking out like a sore thumb. Double AWP T side. Fallen's brought one out again. We've seen the flavor on the CT side. T side's a little bit different. Torji's missed the main smoke. That's landed in CT spawn, so it'll change the way this round functions.
Okay, we got some aggression. Early engagement from Yuri. Just goes strafing on out. That's a double kill in the feed from him. I think a third on the table, but denied. It's Sergeant with one, Torji another. Spinks cowering at the back of the site as Torji gets a second kill with his AWP, just firing, plucking.
Rotate towards B, you know where both are. Spinks can cut you off with the pass, sure. Yakinda, he might be able to slink on through. Yeah, he might be able to find the timing.
Oh, that's exactly what Spinks is hoping. He thinks. Read like a book. Fallen's position and whereabouts now noted by that trajectory of the Molotov.
Well, he left the bomb behind. He was hoping to make a play. So he's thrown that, knows that that's likely to force the rotation. That's exactly what's happened. But the fact the bomb hasn't gone down just yet, surely you're asking questions. Spinks is hanging around.
He's had such a good read on both of these fights. He's going to be in the right place once more. Spinks, such a talisman of just mechanical brilliance here. But is Fallen's gonna be sweeping any further? It's unlikely. Oh, and this one becomes so pedestrian. Just like that, he rounds the corner. His prey in front of him. Caught popping a squat. 17 for Mouz. This CT side could be perfect.
I thought they were going to try something crazy there with the double orbs, but Fallen was a sell back, just making sure that Molodoi would have enough to go all 3 rounds with that in his hand, so we'll still be able to drop it across. Won't be any issues in the buy department, so Sid still has the full playbook to be able to call from. No issues with weapons, no issues with util. It's just the issue with the approach now. Mouz seem to have found the solution. The response time has been phenomenal there towards Yard, just to negate any of those pushes. Able to get out Pop, sure, and it is at earlier timings. This one right here, just trying to make plays on plays. Fallen and Yakinda disconnected from one another, trying to make moves. Oof. Straight into the grasp there of Spinks. Have they done enough right now to guarantee the 3-0 CT side?
It's crazy the difference a single round can make. If Furia could just get one of these T rounds, the bar not set insurmountably. Holland reacting to the sandwich smoke, just gonna tuck all off.
If the plan is to return Pop, you have to get past Torji's ult. This is a position where it feels like it's at least one kill. At least.
We saw Molodoi demonstrate it, right? It's so hard to flash him off this line.
Here they come.
Wiggle it out, but they're going to try. It couldn't be better for Torji.
Great repos as well.
Yeah, he's ready for more. Safe on the back of Red. More impact from that orb. Mouz just thanking their lucky stars. They got Torji to count on. A close game, but the AWP are the difference maker. Stunning. Not a single round to boast for Furia. Now, you have to match that just to survive.
All right, well, both teams getting it done on the CT sides. That makes sense. This is Train. You even have the economy buff. The fact that the CT is with the team kill reward is going to help you out down the stretch. But this is Furia falling flat on the rifles. Didn't have to worry about the ecos. They had the AKs, they had the AWPs, they had the U2, everything Sid could have wanted and more. So I'm going to take this opportunity. Let's close it now. Let's not allow them back into this. get the job done and dusted. It's just the fact that the AWP is able to stay in these lines, not flashed, not pushed away, just the slow play. This is an AWPer's dream. It can't go any better if you're Torji, and that's why he's got 31 kills to his name.
Wait a second.
Spinks thought it was done. One more round, mate. Sit back down.
That's funny.
Well, he's been putting in a haul as well. 27 for him. And this could be the final round of play. Just 5 more kills. Cyclone, is it going to be the pace change out of the Mouz side?
Initial nades bear no fruit, but Case Serato with turf. And then, ooh, info.
Yeah, can't swing back into that one.
Early main control.
But Mouz have started to use Ivy quite interestingly. Furia have been giving space. They used it before to do a B split with avant-garde. So let's see if they're able to pull something off again. They've got Jimmy across, either for that lurk smoke or late activation. Either way, Furia have to ask questions of it. It's not a free part of the map. You don't see a lot of teams occupying it, but it's important if you do, and you're seeing why. This CT setup, it's a gamble again. It's 3 towards B. Yakinda, Yuri, Molodoi. Just Fallen and Queserato aggressively out towards Pop and A main. Just playing on the jiggle. Smoke Molly defense. Lock them out for now, but time, it's going to be against them. The CT setup will have to rejig.
Not far off from Queserato's bullets doing more. Ashen just a little light love tap.
Shortly when Jimmy drops some U2 over towards Ivy, somebody has to rotate, somebody has to acknowledge the gap, and that somebody is Molodoi. Starting to drop back now. Well, they're sticking to it. Molodoi's staying. They're not believing it. They're not buying it.
Yeah, Fallen's just saying, boys, I'm flashing you in. It's going to be big.
Oh, here it comes. Any second now.
25. They're running that clock so thin. Only now is Jimmy starting to work it. Lurk. Oh, and a missed shot from Molodoi. They're in. Oh, no. 2 in a row. Doesn't matter if Yakinda and Yuri have their safe hands on their M4s. 10 seconds. This one's fallen through their fingertips. Nothing Torji can do. 7, 6, 5. It's not going to be a bomb plant. It's not going to be a Mouz finish. It's Furia surviving the first of 3 trials in this cathedral.
The gamble was right, out the gates. Fallen. Not on the AWP anymore, but still making the right calls. And that was even with a couple of Molodoi misses. Didn't cost them at all. The rifles springing the trap, hitting the shots, securing the site. Torji's AWP towards Ivy this time. Oh, big nade. Cop that. Nobody's even tussling with this. They don't even believe it.
It takes so much time off the clock as well.
Yeah, there's so much of a gap that could be exploited, but neither team really believing. They've done heavy Ivy setups on either side of the server. Both teams holding on to util. Both teams just jiggling, waiting for info. Waiting for something to inform the decision. Minute mark again. Bomb still loose, will need to be picked up, and the clock's still ticking.
Yeah, the Mouz boys are not scared. To tussle with low time, that's a lot of nade damage. Brolin stomachs it. Block smoke, 40 seconds, but Fallen nearly goes down. Missed opportunity, gets away with murder. Does Queserato as well. A white screen pulls the trigger. Brolan taken out of the round. Here they come. Zershin has slipped towards the train. 2 on the other side of that. Yakinda loses his head. Jimmy activates. Nice sequence. They're flooding into the site, and Molodoi can't catch a break, can't hit a shot. 2 flashes, smokes, obscure him. Yuri on the way back in on 1. Spinks goes down, encroaching from Pop. Oh, head. Oh! Molodoi couldn't find the pixels required. 2
1 bullet left.
1 bullet. Single bullet, but this kill onto Torji would be everything. Can't have it. Denied by Torji.
There's just no way.
There's absolutely nothing that Yuri can do. We know how this one ends. Train close. But Mouz, their pedigree on display in the playoff.
What a war of attrition that was. Labored, slow, Counter-Strike on display in the Cathedral. One more map and Mouz will get their 8th shot at the champs. Vitality away in the semis.
I'll go back, okay?
Nothing Ivy, nothing outside timid.
It's B, guys.
Go B.
Låt
han get up when you...
You can stay low there. No, I'm putting city. I'm going city. I go city to B, Dory.
Open is burning.
And low then.
Left 1 B. B molly.
Anti-flash. Follow. Out B.
Out lower there. I'm holding lower.
Heaven.
Upper.
Heaven low.
I have lower.
I have lower. I have lower. I have lower. I have Sataris. Outside Sataris. Nothing lower. Outside Sataris. Dead. Nice. One more. Nice.
Nice! I was confused.
I have 3 deaths.
The discipline. Let's go, boys.
Main behind.
That's Ivy, guys.
I'm dead.
I'm going red, Dory.
One. One side. Let him out. I don't have to team it. Macon. One Macon.
Backside.
Maybe yes, man. Nice. Let's go, man.
Be close Ninja.
Yeah, maybe even Con.
Care oil.
Boys behind.
Ninja one, Dory.
But you need to play now.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, I'm waiting as well.
I will kill Ninja.
Make a step shot. Ninja dead.
I'm waiting. Come on me.
Flash. Yes, flash. Good flash.
Boom. Go play, boys. Time.
Go play.
Maybe heaven. Yes. Oil. Confuse.
Defuse.
Nice. You're so good.
He got
I'm lower. One's close team in. Pop
that.
Nice. Can you go back?
I'm coming red.
I push B.
I have red.
It's A. Låt dem hoppa upp. I pop.
Dead.
One more
mid. One more mid.
Empty mid.
Dead.
One more left team in.
No!
A fired up Furia on stage tonight, but it's Mouz who just about squeaked this one over the line. No surprises looking at their history. The only team they've lost on this map to is Vitality. But Jacob, let's be real, it came damn close today. They had to work to get this one over.
That was a very, very competitive map, no doubt about it. Furia had chances in this game to win it. I think Furia played some decent Counter-Strike. Again, the context of this game to me is that Mouz were the heavy favorites. I think Mouz is a significantly better team than Furia. So for them to be able to push Mouz all the way to a losing point, where I at one point thought, Janko, that Furia were probably the favorites to win, to me that was impressive. At the end of the day, though, Mouz gets it over the line, and that is not bounding well for Furia moving on.
I think it's very unfortunate for Furia that they couldn't start at least one half well. Because in the gun rounds, they were actually really, really good.
Yeah.
The problem is they had to play a ton of them, right? And couldn't get any quote-unquote free rounds by getting a couple of anti-ecos in. I mean, they got a couple really, but could have been more with how good they've been playing in some of these gun rounds. And for Mouz, I mean, once more showing why they're the second best team in the world. Keep that train streak alive against teams not named Vitality, and just the resilience, you know, it going into overtime, double overtime and whatnot, not being able to close it out, but staying composed, keeping the energy. That's the feeling that I got in some of the comms that we got to hear, you know, in those tight. It's 14-14. You're retaking with low time on B, and you still remember to use to give your teammate the flash, for him to pick, to say jump on the defuse, right? I mean, that was sort of a last second defuse, but they left no room for Fallen to really do much.
Should we dive into round number 19? Because that got so messy. Mouz just about pulling it over the line.
Yeah, I think so. I think this describes the game pretty well. A messy start to the round down here on Ivy. I love the fact that Molodor is so aggressive and he's willing to take risk in order to make it happen. This time around, he's not hitting the shots, and you can see both set of teams almost is kind of duking it out to be the worst in this occasion. It evens out in a 4v4. Molodor falls back, and you think to yourself, Furia is in a pretty decent position, but they used a lot of utility. They kind of split up in this. Mouz with a good flash execute out of team main, and they get into a position now where Fallen, unfortunately, with the secondary up roll, the few times we saw him do that, didn't really pay off. So around going the way of Mouz and around securing them, I guess, a chance going into overtime, but it was to illustrate how messy it was in this ordinary time. I think the quality of Counter-Strike actually became better in overtime. I think both teams started to play better and more structured. You spoke about the retakes. I think Furia as well on the CT side with the setups were more clean. So it felt like both teams had to warm up into the game. And once we hit overtime 1, 2, and 3, the quality of Counter-Strike became better.
Two things about that round. First of all, I don't know how Fallen didn't get the second kill in Ivy. That's just old guy's eyes. You know, I think the HE blowing up, he didn't see him, felt like he had, I think it was Torji, dead to rise. That would have been huge at that point in the game. And then great call, great read from Brolan in the end, because it was, they were not fully stacking B Furia, but they were definitely heavily leaning B. And you know, Mouz went the other side and secured that important round because their money was gone. That was it. That was their final buy.
And that's the thing, right? We look at that round and think, okay, Mouz could run away with it at that particular point. But no, Furia answer back in round 20. Then we move on to round 21. And this is where Molodor, he's really shining bright, right?
Yeah, the young man definitely stepped up on the big stage. Right here, this is a bit of a surprising peak, right? Because Torshi just running to swing wide, but he's able to get that kill. Then Yuri didn't have the information that Jimmy was tucked away or that he could be tucked away, and now in a 4v3 they're managing to find some kills back, and you're going to see soon enough it's going to be the Molodor show once Mouz repositions. This is another close round that Furia will this time be able to win out.
No Molodor, no Furia. I felt like he was the most impactful player on that CT side with the AWP. He was installing a bit of fear in Mouz. As you said, Janko, he was hitting shot left, right, and center. We didn't even get to see here on Ivy that he re-smoked Ivy. Then he pushed in behind his own smoke with a USP in hand, ready to take a fight with a USP versus potential AKs walking through the smoke. This kid was playing with confidence from start to finish. You posed the question, Furia, could he deliver on the big stage? I think this was one of the greatest performances we've seen from Molodor on a big stage. I know we haven't seen many, but the impact, the sheer impact of those 28 kills, he kept Furia alive for a long, long time.
100%. And we talked about the openers before this series began in terms of AWPing on the side of Mouz with Torzi, right? But Molodor, Janko, he's not afraid to be making some of those aggressive plays when the team need him.
It felt like one of those maps after a long time that proves why we call Train, you know, the AWPers playground, even though it's a different version of it, because both of them had a lot of impact and both had a great game, right? But you can see just the prowess, and you know what's sort of poetic about it is the way he's doing it is how Fallen used to do it in his prime.
Yeah.
It's a lot of close range combat topping, right? It's a lot of flashy flicks, running around, jumping, like repositioning yourself. So yeah, unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for Furia to get it over the finish line.
Yeah, not enough for Furia to secure their chosen ground of Train. But I think it's time we check in with Cyclone after a close map number 1.
All right, we've got Cyclone here. Obviously, the first map of this series is over. It was an overtime affair. Let's talk a little about what happened here in your own words.
So I think Furia is one of the best trained teams right now. That's also the reason why they picked it. They clearly had a game plan to hit B quite a lot, and it was also working for them, and they really insisted on going B. And I think similarly to their T's also, when they're CT and they smoke deep middle, they knew in this moment they could stack 3B, and we often ran into a 3-man B stack. And I think on a macro level, they played quite well on Train. And maybe the pistols pull us out. And when we needed it the most, I think Ludwig stepped up and had some crucial moments. For example, this one where he enters out through middle, he runs all the way to backside on A. Yeah.
Huge impact. No pun intended. If we also look at the idea that you're playing against a Fury that really brought themselves to you in overtime here, what can you tell me about before we switch to Mirage, what to expect?
I think Mirage usually for Fury is not one of their go-to maps. I think for them, looking at the Vito the last few days, they would have had to prepare a few new things. I think if they're going to play their usual, we're going to win. So we should expect a team that's going to try and surprise us, similar to how right now on Train they try to hit us so many times on B.
Thank you very much, Cyclone.
Thank you.
Love how much insight Cyclone was able to offer after what was a very close map of Train to kick off the series. He did allude to Mirage, which we'll dive into in just a second. I do want to wrap up the Mouz side of the conversation though, because Torzi, we were putting our eyes on him, Janko, rightly so, after what we saw in Austin. I think he's back. He's comfortable on stage.
Great Jame impersonation, died 9 times more than the next player on the server, but with a 34-13 scoreline, I think absolutely incredible from Torji, right? And you also saw a little bit of why we call him Mouz's best player on the big stage, right? Because he is fearless, and when he's on point, it just makes such a difference for this Mouz squad.
Without a doubt, it was great to see Torsi play well. It was great to see him, I guess, bounce back from Austin, but continue down the upwards trends that we saw in the group stage of IEM Cologne. Without a doubt, the best performance he's had so far, and without a doubt, the best performance and the best map he's had in a very long time. So for Torsi to find this much impact, it's so important. And he involved himself in opening duels as well. 10 total in this game, which is significantly more than it did in the group stage.
And also not to be forgotten is he's the heart and soul of this team.
Yeah.
He's the main hype guy. He's the guy who, whether he's dead or alive, in those 3v3s in the mid-runs, he's making sure everyone knows, okay, you have this utility, you could do that, let's remember to do this, let's win together, 3, 2, 1, peak now, right? Like, that's so important. I cannot emphasize enough, as a former coach, how important it is to have a player who, in those situations, will keep everyone focused and sort of remind them, you can't just sit there and wait for something to happen, right? Like, you play your best Counter-Strike when you're making things happen, when you're being proactive, and Torji is definitely a player on Mouz who's making sure they're doing that.
100%. Even in, you know, when it was Struggle City back in Austin when Mouz and he particularly wasn't performing in his best level of Counter-Strike, he was still delivering those hype moments to the side of Mouz. We heard it from Cyclone. He said he doesn't rate Furia too much on the map of Mirage. They did manage to take down Falcons back in stage 2 of the group stage, but it's a different beast when you're facing Mouz, right?
I think the best way to quantify this matchup for me is to say Mouz is world-class on Mirage, and I think Furia is decent. They can play Mirage to a decent level. As you said, we've seen that, but they're not world-class level. And I think Spinks, the combination of Spinks and Torsi on Mirage, especially on the CT side, without Spinks is constantly poking out middle from Catwalk, without Torsi is constantly moving around with AWP, trying to find opening, trying to find gaps. And with the way that Mouz is approaching the T side as well, with Brolin being in the mix of everything, relying so much on mid-control, and with Exertion coming in from underground, etc., etc. I think there's so many strengths to Mouz's way of playing Mirage that it's going to be too much for Furia to handle.
I think Furia's better now on Mirage than they were at the beginning in Astana. It didn't look too great, right? But it's also the caliber of teams. Like, Mouz plays Mirage against Vitality, Na'Vi, you know, the world's best, Spirit, and for Furia it hasn't been the same level of opposition. So I think Mouz's playbook is wider and they will be better at adapting, you know, if things don't go their way initially.
It's not over until it's over, but this one is going to be a tough battle for Furia. Potentially one map separates them from elimination here at the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025. It is going down on Mouz's map choice of Mirage.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Hey Future Pros, I have a classic Mirage smoke for you today, and that is the mid-window smoke from T-Spawn. If you're feeling a bit too lazy to learn all the spawn smokes, or you want to smoke mid in the mid-round, this should help you out. To throw this smoke, get into the corner of the bin. Aim at this point about 75% to the right of the door, then just below the middle point between the door and the roof. Then hold D to walk into the bin and jump through. Just like that, mid should be smoked off. I see a lot of missed smokes for window, so don't be one of those people. Be one of the good ones.
Mouz fans eating real good tonight. Gabriel's return after that 8-year hiatus looks to be cut short. Now we turn to Mouz's turf. Langstes, is this one over? Is this one done? Does Gabriel's return to the Langstes end in nothing but a whimper? They're not sold on Mouz. 8 consecutive playoffs and a win away from their 8th head-to-head against Vitality. Eight. They may need divine assistance out of this one, Furia. So close, but close doesn't cut it. Mouz to cut them down on Mirage. Or can Furia take us the distance?
Unlikely to see the pace of train carry through into Mirage. CT side start for Furia on their opponent's map choice, and over towards A is where we're headed. Util at the ready, and here it comes.
Oh, Yakin doesn't manage to block the smoke and doesn't hit that first headshot, forced away by the flames on stairs, and it's going to enable the scale. Flooding into the site, a couple of Hail Mary taps, not quite hitting the mark.
Well, they didn't know about Spinks, but now they do. Presence noted towards Connector, bomb planted just.
Yeah, Yakinda wasn't far off on those. Just doesn't find that headshot. A couple to the belly of Brolan.
Eyes right now on Keserato, but Yakinda makes first blood.
Yeah, Torji's attempted trade could get them deeper in the hole. Hold on. Nice from Torji, Molodoy from CT, and now Jimmy
where's the flank?
At range. Keserato gets turned on. Jimmy just spinning around and that bomb ticks further away from Furia's hands. Furia's grasp. Molodoi, yeah, you got the smoke, yeah, you got the kit, you got bullets in your Kevlar. 29 and no time.
Chalk that one up. 3 out of 3 in the pistol department. Smile on the face of Exertion there, and that's going to open easy street right now for Mouz into this first half of play. Dorado couldn't make noise on that flank. Had to walk the whole way. Didn't want to give up the trick. But by doing so, Jimmy, he just pivots in, and this seals the deal. No way past that. We take all 5 and Furia into the force.
Enough of these overtime games. I want to have like everyone 1.6 rating now.
All right, well, looking for a bit of domination is Exertion. Well, trying the A-bomb site again. Yuri towards the balcony, the only one going to be able to kick up too much of a fuss.
Yeah, that block smoke might thwart their plans initially. Roland, that Mac 10 forging a path, drops on in, spots him out, sidelines Yuri. Sight lost. You just want a second bite of that cherry into the 3rd round of play.
I think you do. For these pistols, or pistol of Yakinda, maybe hang around, look for a bit of an upgrade, but they're going to tuck tail that Famous. Definitely hold on to that. The MP9 of Dorado. It's in the range to do some damage. Torji seems to be well aware, so boxed in. They'll need to find a path to exit Will Mouz to make sure they hold on to all their goodies, but simple stuff. A execute. Mac-10's pathing forward, making the space. The bomb goes down, and it was a full execute too. Up, down, as well as ticket. And Dorado now known, so extra cash money short.
Now they talk about their exit and should be able to work this one out.
Wow, they're going to head towards CT spawn, aren't they? So Yakinda with the Deagle at range will get a shot from Market, but that'll be about that.
Terrorists win.
No one overstepping the mark there, so Furia can't invest again, but can carry through. Those are the previous. Right now, you want to look to take the fight. So do you want to push the underpass? Do you want to try and boost up towards the B apartment? There's a lot of options available to the CT side, especially with this type of weaponry. Only one reinvest required, and Exertion he's happy to go down because now he gets the AK. Ollie mid in case of any mid pushes. Molodoi over towards A. Flash, a fight, nothing found.
Audible, Torji ear pressed to the wall on tap. Relays aggression's ramp.
Yeah, so they went with the simple stuff last round of just going for the A execute. Well, they'll get this mid control. They know they have the weapon advantage. They would have heard the Famous spamming through the smoke in the previous, and now they'll drop the smokes of their own. Window and connector deployed, and appears to be the opportunity to go into a B split. And right now it's Exertion on Cat, spins through underpass. Is it just about getting him in that vent room? Staging area taken for Mouz. It's just about this finish. We can see the stack highlighted right now over towards B, and that's where the bomb appears to be heading. Linear util. We also have Molodoi to chip in from Market. Yuri's the only one who won't be part of this piece, and Fallen still has that block smoke, but you want to invite them in.
Yeah, let them know the water's warm, the site's not stacked, we promise.
Well, there's the probe from Brolin. Does he search or do they go first?
He searches.
You can always pull the plug back through underpass. It's a safe venture.
Spinks dips his toe further. Nothing to report. Still keeping themselves hidden from that short route, but they've seen enough. This is pivot, covered by Exertion. Doesn't get that headshot, confirms 2 body speed. Oh, the Spinks backstab's absolutely perfect. He sticks around to punish the pivot. And he does it so perfectly.
Yeah, what a well-orchestrated round. The waypoints there that Mouz are able to put under their belt and then have the safe way out. Molodoi has a chance to get the kill into Spinks, so he's mantled up. Should be an AK for him, and it will be. So you can drop that Famous back, give it to Yakinda, and take the AK for your troubles. Feels like he heard me. So the ability to carry 2 rifles through short, but you just love the detail there. Let's get vent room so we can always pivot back through underpass because short tends to be one of the biggest dramas. While that's happening, your Mac 10 on Brolin is for information. If he finds resistance, you stick with the execute. If you don't, you have a safe way back. He holds onto the jungle rotation. Sure, you have to worry about ramp. Sure, you have to worry about sight, but you're going to have the oversight of those AKs and Galils from Ticket. So very, very well handled. A great round. That's a masterpiece from Mouz. And if I'm Cyclone, I'm extremely happy with how that one was handled.
Yeah, and what's so crazy is Xerxia was such a fundamental and crucial element of it. Doesn't actually leave with any kills or output, but we know what the output was. We just witnessed it. Holding that short side, you could see how difficult it made those CTs trying to leave, and you know how easy it made it for Spinks. Backs are turned, distracted by Xerxia.
Yeah, this one's all been about the macro for me. Sure, the individuals have stepped up. Molodor had some moments. Torji and Spinks as well. But all in all, it's just how these Dougs are moving across the board. Heavy investment in mid. Brolin running through this, charging.
This is rapid. He wants to go straight on through. Jumps up on towards that bench and pathing aggressively with a Mac-10.
Just put the CTs under so much pressure on their first rifle round. They're blocking, they don't know where the gaps are, they've thrown in a lot of nades. Tracerado and falling on B right now is a flash. Doesn't really give them anything for their troubles, does it?
No, sir. Fallen. The test coming his way. Serato in support of his captain. Deeper app smoke. Yakinda shows face, clearing corners is Fallen. On that fade, Jimmy, a Galil versus that M4A4. You can assume that Spinks trade is coming, right? Will Fallen get any output? Oh, first pawn to fall, it's Xerxia. Yakinda's FAMAS draws blood. Fallen remains tucked, 44 and counting. Bomb on the back towards the B apps. Here's the ghost side. Fallen's burning, can't get any output. It's Jimmy into the site. Low HP on Brolan, but he's still just gonna go swinging through. Sits Yakinda down, and we have another Mouz round.
Yeah, this could be Mouz running away with things. I understand it's early stages, but right there, again, they get what they're looking for. There's no disruption of the default. They're able to just posture up in middle, take the space, no dramas. So Furia, if you're not going to bring the fight, Mouz, this is their map for a reason. Only one casualty, and that is essentially how Train started. Remember, Furia, hardly any kills in the first stages of rounds. And they broke in, then they made it damn competitive. But this isn't Train, this isn't your turf.
What was it Xerxia said? 1.6 ratings, stomping now, I'm sick of overtime.
Well, yeah, that one hasn't come with the pace just yet, though, has it? But they're getting the result that they're looking for. Xerxia yet to find the frags, but definitely positionally has been doing his job. The late cinch there of the flames. Jimmy knows exactly what's up, but look at this. Brolin springing to life. The Mac-10 doing its job, making the space, and Xerxia content with that. His boys get it done while he's a dead man.
Okay, we got action, folks. Molodor showing his movement skills, gets himself into this powerful line to stop that top cross. And Brolin, he swings straight on into his early demise. Opening kill for Furia. Serato trying to set up Fallen, but ahead of the play was Jimmy. Doesn't matter if Fallen wins it regardless, and now a two-man advantage for Furia to start off. Get out of those starting blocks on a must-win map.
Mid control's still comfy though, isn't it? Especially with that window smoke. Torji up count with the AWP at range. Good weapon for the job.
Yeah, this could catch Fallen off guard. Serato though, not at all. Playing that bench position, out AWPing the AWP with his M4. Comfortable for Xerxia, loses his head as well. Okay, Yuri announces he's here, he's present, and he's got his first.
Well, we just need Yakinda to get the kill in this one, and at that point, you're going to find yourself with a team ace for the first round for Furia. So late starters again. It's tough to win a series without any pistols, so you're hoping that changes if you go into the second half. If you're a Brazilian Counter-Strike fan, you would love to see Furia push us the distance of Inferno. Really didn't think we'd get the same pace, but again, the clock just being whittled down, and this could all be about the save for Spinks. He's leering forward, so a fight likely, and he spotted one, now two. Information there as they should just double swing, and there you have it. It will be the team ace. Yakinda finishes things off. Just to note, there were some interesting financial choices made there from Furia. They could have dropped it M4 across to Fallen. He operates with the MP9. He premeditated, wants to take the fight on B apartment. Thinks it's a good weapon for the job, even post-nerf, and gets away with it. This time they will be jarring, won't they? Molodor starting on Cat. Gets Brolin for free, and this is the one to make it the 3v5. Disadvantage for Mouz. So handled, and the double orbs. We've seen it on train. We're seeing it again right now. On through Palace.
Getting flashbacks to the SK days, double orbs. Back in the day, Coldzera used to shut him down. This time Fallen pulls the trigger on the hobby orb.
Another 3v5 coming that easy. Bomb loose, spilled out into the A site. How do you get back into this, Mouz?
Okay, well, you get spotted out, does your Kinder. Zershan trying to punish him, and you know what? He has. Wow, Molodoy, a necessary one, doesn't let Zershan escape. Now has them walking very, very weird. Jimmy alone in Palace. Brolin completely disconnected.
Heyman to chip into this without any sound cues being made. Hurdle having to walk past Fallen's orb. So 50 seconds. Might just be a lengthy save right now.
Unless he's got those silent drop techers.
Hey. Well, hoping somebody oversteps the mark, but Furia haven't been giving away a lot in terms of CT re-aggressors throughout this series so far, so I don't expect to see anything again, and just silent as you like. You could hear a pin drop in the server right now.
Yeah, and in the Langsters, actually. You guys falling asleep or what? It's so good to see your faces, some familiar faces. Making the annual pilgrimage to Cologne for this celebration of Counter-Strike. It's good to see you. You having a good Friday night?
Well, that's one way to spend 50 seconds because these AKs will be retained.
Counter-terrorists win.
Brolin can drop, Exertion by himself, so you can go into another gun round, but slow and steady, it wins the race. Furia draw it to just a 2-round half at the moment.
Lovely.
Well, this is one way to alleviate a bit of pressure on your B anchor. The fact that he used to be an AWPer, he will be able to wield it to great success, and he can even use it more dynamically. K-Serrado can fill that void, and here he is. Fallen jumping up vent room, and Molodoy connector. First blood again.
You could have had them both. If Fallen had hit that shot just on the jumping, Brolan whistles one between the wickets.
They're walking out a ramp.
They are. Okay, that's going to force a fight. That's going to make him uncomfortable. Yakinda's trying to render aid around the flames. This multiple elevations of Tetris. Yuri's got a good read of things. Smoke to peek around. There's Yakinda's support. Stops the Jimmy swing. And another body drop. Furia completely impenetrable defense. Brolin can't even get away. Trying to slink out of mid. Gets chased on down. Molodoy. Impact from him and Yakinda.
The last 3 rounds do an awful lot of convincing. Only 2 kills in the 3 rounds of play, all being gun rounds for Mouz. So right now, it will just have to be down to the pistols. Likely to see Cycrin take the tactical timeout into the next. Here's Molodoy. Adjust down into the opener onto Exertion. Gives him that leg up, and then they deal with his A plate. So looking for gaps, but denied. Partial investment, window smoke, count smoke. Looking like they want to pop into B, knowing that Fallen has that AWP. He misses a shot, they can run him down. K-Serrado to help from short. There's that one flash, it better be damn good from Exertion if they want to get in.
Yeah, that would require some convincing, and you have to get past that Fallen AWP, which Spinks has enabled. Deagle entry. What is that? AWP on in the mix. Zershan scavenges it away and puts it to good use. Molodoy realizes the AK the way forward.
He's on his own right now. Yuri's late to this.
Very late. Nate does do damage. Jimmy here's the ring in for Brolan. Pierces Molodoy's. See you later, Yuri running him down. Brolan around the corner, not in time. Jimmy recovering the orb. Don't see it in his hands too often. Missed shot on the first, perhaps why? He's got kit. He's got ample time to work on this. Has no idea about that second piece. The unknown entity of Spinks. Jimmy rotting the clock just by existing. Oh! A quick tap, Jimmy cowering.
Time.
Just hiding, there's no time. Yeah, Jimmy pulls it across the line.
Oh, that adjustment from Yuri. That was special. But that pathing right there, Exertion. Sooner than they would have liked on that B defense.
NT.
And then right there, just swinging the backlines. K-Serrado goes down. Great lurk there from Spinks. And that's a bad round to lose. You've done the hard work. 3 consecutive rifle rounds. You get them down to just pistols. That one should be the easy round for Furia. Cyclone will take the tactical timeout anyway. Probably didn't like the way that things were functioning when the rifles were in the hands, so still going to call a bit of an adjustment.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough one to recover from. That will rock your confidence. Torji's AWP was a mainstay on Train. T-Stone Mirage, a different story. He's got it out again.
Just look, recovery isn't the recipe for success right now for Furia. Right, Train, they put themselves in a really strong position. They brought it back. They battled hard. They got into things. But you need to take command of this game.
Oh, they've actually gotten him. Yakinda so quick to top mid. He saves Molodoy with a headshot. Queserato sprinkles in one as well.
Well, the rifles come back out and it's the same result.
Straight away.
Yeah, well, maybe just let them keep buying our Furia. The 3v5 sound like a broken record, but if the rounds are just going to open like this, Exertion not getting away with the space, he wanted Brolin the same. Those are the 2 space makers on the rifles. Spinks and Jimmy, they're the extremity players. Those are the lurks. Spinks more active, Jimmy the late piece. Torji still alive with the AWP, but only 1 kill so far. And these rounds feeling goddamn clear cut.
That's some pressure. Spinks breaks the flames. He gives them the 1-in. Just what they needed. Queserato stabilizing, an important one onto Jimmy.
Well, they know that there was a flash from Rams, and they have a great idea where Torji is.
Should be the end of that, right?
Yeah, AK, he's giving it a go.
He is. Gonna workshop the 1v3 clutch.
Oh, fake plant.
A fake arena. Oh, and Molodoy's ready. 9 and 2 from Mr. Molodoy.
Furia seems so risk-averse late, right? They won't give away those kills, especially when they have the advantage. You could start spamming the smoke. You could take a risk, but Molodoy with the AWP just watches the cusp, gets the kill, secures the round.
You're right. It is just these initial engagements where Furia are so desperately seeking that advantage that then they can turtle.
They're not giving anything away, not giving anything for free other than the round to the Tech 9s.
Other than that.
And that one really could come back to cost them. But into this second half, you have to get the pistol. You've done it again. You force Mouz down to a more conservative approach, an AK, some upgraded pistols, a Deagle and a P250. With the Glocks for Exertion and Spinks and a smoke, sure. Well, last time you forced a gap, can you do it again? See the level of respect being shown between both of these teams while we're getting this pace. Late deploy. Window will be blocked. Connector as well.
Oh!
What's going on there? You get
that is a skull cracker.
Not again.
They can't have 2 of them. 1, a blemish on your record. 2, uncomfortable floor.
Oh, you got more than you were worth there, didn't you? Window smoke, con smoke, and a kill. So now you get a rifle. Exertion stays perched in middle. The rotation back over towards A.
Yeah, this one's win probability just bounced.
Yuri out of position, not playing for the site. Exertion could find the perfect timing. Molodoy could be found in the back. It's going to be 3 through Palace. Bomb to get planted. Deep sight. That means it'll be a retake. Does he clear the boost?
Presumably not. Oh, barrel! USP taking down the fully armored.
Now they're into A. It will be a retake.
Ouch, that one leaves a mark. Yeah, the body's dropped. Nice spine from Spinks.
2v2, very winnable.
Torji's got that bomb down as well. This one's suddenly really, really awkward. How are you supposed to find them both? Spinks as well. I mean, how do you stop him from having some output on that sandwich position? Torji wants to be the bait. Goes down empty-handed, which puts it all onto Spinks. This guy, the star of the Mouz show. And he might just remind us how and why. Queserato denies. Furia's 5th does not come easy.
Every situation feeling winnable for Mouz. Doesn't matter about the investment. They're able to get in. They're able to get the bomb down. They're able to make things very awkward for Furia. I heard Snappy the other day yelling at his opponent. It was Na'Vi. You're playing too scared against the Ecos, boys. That feels like what we're getting out of Furia. giving them so much room. And another tense touch and go moment. Furia can still win the half.
Yeah, we got to determine Furia in the Lanxess Arena today. Overtime map 1. And on Mouz's turf, Furia kick up a fuss. Exposed on the smoke break. Good work from Yuri. Output from one of the two Fangs. Spinks is blind. Oh, not
clearing.
Not looking. That's a disaster. Back turned. Your teammates flashed him.
And they're taking the fight. Not ready for that whatsoever.
Oh,
that's a freebie. Silver platter given over. Now the reroute.
Yeah, Fallen is going to go on a bit of a truth-seeking mission.
Wow, it's Molotov over towards A. At least he's able to find some output. 10 kills for him so far. It's going to have to be an awful lot more. Fallen might be able to catch Spinks. We'll be hearing this. He's doing a lot of communicating. This is a freebie.
Oh, no, I'm not so sure it is, Chad. That nade's not going to finish the job. Gets it closer. 29 for Spinks.
Molotov's evacuated.
Yep, wait, steps, heard, Yakinda relays that info, but Molotov is still catching Jimmy on the cross, so now the jig is up. They know what's going to happen. Good find from Fallen's M4. Bottom couldn't turn tail in time. Coming in with DT. Torji quick to it. Out snipes his rival. I can't believe Yakinda's flanking Spinks. It feels late, but they have got time. Torji 1v2. Oh, easy. Heard the sound cue. A leaping Fallen plucked from the skies as Torji makes this one look comfortable. 3 so far. The fourth feels like a guarantee with Torji in that server. So calm with it, so nice with it.
Well, in spite of Exertion being 0-5 in the opening gambit, Mouz still have 6 rounds to their name, and this man leading the charge on Train finds impact again on Mirage. Molotov, he heard the steps in the sight. Torji still adjusts, Fallen gets plucked. The time being the problem. They're so strung out. What's Yakinda meant to do? I know that kill could have been the difference maker. First tactical timeout from Sid. Coach of Furia called within this first half of play. He wants it all tied up. He wants the 6-6 before they go into that halftime break.
Is it time to throw caution to the wind? Some CT aggressions.
It's come at odd times because it hasn't been lacking. It's just looked out of place when we've seen it. Yakinda getting caught off guard by a deagle. Yuri looking the wrong way after a flash.
Right. Yeah, you're right. There hasn't looked the strong suit of Furia has been paced. Not today. Torji's exertion tasked with middle.
These double lurks, always so interesting. Who plays first? Spinks spams away. Making sure Fury doesn't resign towards that balcony. Mid-control, Mouzers for free. Light defense there is the bomb. Highlighted still over towards T-Spawn. Needs to be scooped up before we can see the intent, but still plenty of time left in this round to follow through. Brolin patrolling the B push as well as underpass. Exertion pushed out towards Delpan. Torji top mid. Lots of options available as far as this finish. So the double lurk to start the round has been called off. Potentially they're expecting a full mid-control round from Furia, and they could leak in towards A. That's not the case. Back to the default.
What'll it be, Torji? Be Yakinda peeking straight into him. Escorting his boys into the A side. Keserato with the first. Hard to track Exertion on that slant of the stairs. He gets himself a double up. Mouz will be ending this one with a leisurely stroll into the A site. Furia, minimal resistance. Sure, Molotov, the first of 4. Jimmy trying to secure it with the round the world maneuver. I want to talk about round the world. How about Kazakhstan, Brazil, and Latvia? It's not going to happen. 7-5. All right, we'll be right back. This one, I think this one might have 3. It could have 3. You won't find out unless you stay with us.
find out if the third map's necessary on our Friday night game in Sesh. It's Counter-Strike, baby. We're in the Cathedral, Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025. Langstead's already stacked. It's only going to get crazier tomorrow into Saturday for the semi-finals. Question is, who's facing Vitality? Big bad on campus. Mouz, they can't stop meeting and losing to that team, but whether they meet them, that remains to be seen. Furia coming into this one and getting close every step of the way. Mouz have just pipped him at the post every single time.
You need this pistol. Goes without saying. Yet to win one. Fallen's boys would bite your arm off if they could grab this.
Okay, info. Would Exertion have done that alone?
Oh, this is what we saw Mouz earlier on in the tournament. Always active, setting the tone. Not without ideas. Always in motion, and we see that now. So they pivoted towards A, and now they've dropped back into a bit more of a passive setup. Furia, infested middle. 4 bodies. That P250 in the hands of Yakinda needs to strike.
It's designed for range. He wants that one tap, and he does on the second attempt. Torji laid flat. Serato asks questions of Fix. That's a nice tap and trade. Yuri and Yakinda. This could be Furia's first pistol. This might change it from a could to a should. Furia making this one competitive every single step. First pistol for Furia. I can't believe I'm saying that into the fourth half of play.
Just backed up by the fact that Train had so many rounds of play. Right, all those rifle rounds and all for naught apparently because Mouz, they break through, they go to home turf of Mirage and, well, they were sitting pretty in the break. Now we'll have to stomach this. The question is, can they find success on their force buy? Jimmy would love to keep this Kevlar to bolster his buy.
The resurgence of Yakinda needs to be studied.
No, this is it. We had NIP for players there like Brolin. Your time didn't count. Well, apparently those in Liquid, the same story to be had. Yakinda, a man reborn. He's got that energy back. When he popped onto our screens, we love to hear from this man. A lot to say. And a personality beaten down in the Liquid jersey, back under the tutelage of Fallen. Furia going international is not something I thought we would ever see. But you get the pistol. Now you need the conversion. Mouz would love nothing more than to rip this away from you and break the hearts. Jimmy, with the armor saved, gets into the Famous. A Deagle, 257s, and a Scout. Mouz are very good at these type of rounds.
Not shy on their stretch of legs in mid. Smoke break for the Scout of Torji with nothing to report.
Yeah, would love to just get a tag or two. Doesn't even need to be the kill. Soften them up, allow your teammates to finish them off. The wombo combo.
Jimmy's been spotted off and uses his last piece of util.
Still 2 smokes remaining. Minute 20 on the clock. Exertion and Brolin with those. Scout again, gets another crack.
It feels just inevitable that Torji's going to at least land a bullet, right?
I don't even know he has it yet. Hasn't fired a bullet.
Yeah. But these are the fights that a Scout dreams of.
Well, look at what's starting to path in. Up connector into the Scout, A ramp into 2.
Okay. Brolin and Spinks' setup is being asked questions of. A little bit of damage onto the Swede. Lives on.
Past the Scout now.
Scout. They know where it is on top of Ticket. Molodoi onto Zershit. Solid work. Furia are in. Brolin cowering in the back of the side with just a little bit of health, but he got the first. And somehow the man is not dead. Nade will seal the deal. Lands right between his legs. 3 kills from Serato, and this one should be done. Stick a fork in this one.
Okay, Molodoi might even take this away from Jimmy. He's trying to par that middle. No, I tell a lie. He's gone through the vent, so I'm seeing the wrong way. Jimmy might get to retain this, but it's not like Torji didn't have chances. Multiple opportunities there on the Scout from Ticket. The A-ramp setup slowed them down, but it wasn't enough. And now Jimmy, he will lose it all. Serato removes the Famous, removes the threat, and now it will be the eco from Mouz. Take a look at Furia's journey. Wasn't easy to get here from stage 1 to stage 2. Having to take down Falcons on their run, sending them a packing. And Mirage, they snatched that away from the star-studded international roster. 13 to 11. Who says they can't do it to Mouz?
Look at Fallen, really early warpath on ramp side. Serato in tow.
That's the fight he was looking for, and Torji gives it to him straight away. That is a kid down, and oh, that's some bodies down. Furia, they're collapsing. Mouz into mid. Profit heavily. Bomb will go down. Furia needs to stabilize.
Fallen's getting them some space. This is a big move from the in-game leader. Takes some damage, but levels it up. 3v3.
For the flash, he wants to take more. Zertian eats it. Jimmy should support. Second flash, good. Okay, Fallen. Massive. Huge output. 3 rifle frags puts it into a 2-on-2. Mouz's late retakes have gotten them very far. Hey, Serrano, not having it. Perfect one tap. Spinks can't seem to do the same. Does just spam the dig into the head. I can't believe he's hit that.
Yeah, well, the damage is good, but can it be more? Spinks can't connect the dots, and that'll be that. Furia take the lead. And that's all down to Fallen. But the thing is, he could have stayed stat, he could have been frozen, could have thought that there were more players over towards Ticket, but no, he made the space. He gets the initial kill on entry. Understands when they lose the 2 players in middle, they don't have that prong anymore. It's all about retaining this site. So Fallen, this is massive work. We'll catch it again in the replay. Walks out ramp, undetected, takes down Torji. Takes that first fight and flash forward on low HP for the second. That's massive, massive impact for Fallen.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
It might feel like nothing, but this is the thing. You lose that eco, this is likely the game just running away from you.
Yeah, it was necessary. It was compulsory. And like we said, that third map, this conversation kept alive by Furia's output into this T side. Undefeated so far, but the guns are out.
And we get to take a look at the default setup right now. 4 Mouz's CT side, Brolin anchoring A, Exertion connector. Spinks will be short, but it's Torji right now floating there with the AWP, and Jimmy to anchor B.
The fluctuations in these odds, they just don't know what to make of Furia. Neither do Mouz right now.
Oh, Yuri, he's just taking that one right there through Palace. Opening scalp onto the connector player.
Yeah, awkward for Brolin and Spinks in response. What'll it be? Spinks caught off, sidelined, he's getting crunched in. Galil gets him down. Quick trade, I can't believe Torji actually hits that. Little wall banking, key back turn, no cover, Brolin's gone. 2-on-3, we need to see that bomb go down, but Jimmy, he's in a position to stop that.
Still plenty of time though.
Fallen lingers Khan.
Take a breath, reset. Now the bomb is going to get planted thanks to Yakinda in the safe spot. Fallen lurking middle.
Smoke and kit available, that could be useful.
Rifles on the line, lost bonus. Sure, it's there, maxed out. If you save, you can buy next round.
Just caught a glimpse of one in Palace, and it still looks like the decision's been made. I think they may have just had the same conversation.
Understandably so. 3,400 lost bonus coming into the next. You can get the drops, but right now, Furia inch ever closer to pushing this to the third and deciding map of Inferno. That's up to Yuri. And you can see just how difficult that was from Spinks when you play these slower rounds and the timing is perfect. They're able to really box you in, make it awkward, not let you play, and force you into a save just like this. So 2-round gap in favor as they're working through the motions. Gold, gold, gold.
Blau, blau, blau.
Well, the blues will be for Mouz if they can't convert this one. The pressure will be on. And Sakura knowing exactly that, calling the tactical timeout, the second used. The drops are available, Brolin into a Famus. This is it, it just comes way too easy for Yuri, doesn't it? So it's the second timing mid-take there from Furia, and it just causes so much pain.
Yeah, it was the discomfort. It was so visible on Spinks' position. Forced into a really uncomfortable gunfight. K-Serato good for it, top of the tables, but look at the output. It is a full team effort. Everyone in that Furia jersey is in attendance to try and take this the distance.
The Summit is the standard setup, but Brolin playing over towards Connector A, underguarded right now, and guess what? Furia, they are lining up the execute. Yuri K-Serato in through Palace, and right now you could just be locked out, Mouz. You're looking in all the wrong places.
And they're making all the right moves. Brolin flashed off. It's too little, too late now. They're into the site, the smoke wall erected.
Will get planted. Open side. Util for the retake. Kit's in play.
That's a big fight to be taken. Yuri gets it. The first scalp of this round, and it's in the retake. Brolin falling on the stairs. Exertion, not bad. Needed another. Yakinda on the bench. Good output. They've done enough. Standing strong on this attack.
And it's the same too. Torji and Jimmy, you might just have to save again right there. You gambled towards middle. And they execute straight into the empty bomb site for Brolin. You see him top stairs, the smokes come in. The choice is, I push ahead of this wall. I am on my own. I either go huge or go home. And he packed his bags. He went for the retake. And right now, double digits for Furia. They are playing this game at their own tempo. And you can see this here. Zycron just going to supporting his boys. Out-called, out-maneuvered. Fallen, finding the fountain of youth.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. 8-year hiatus from the Lanxess Arena. He comes strolling in here, and his team are making the world #2 sweat.
This is the thing. You don't want to say it's a gimme. Nothing's a guarantee. But Mouz, the heavy favorites in this one.
Okay, he's trying something. I like this. You don't do this if you're not confident. Exertion, flirting with aggression.
And this is the thing. They're not playing on the first timing. They throw the U-tilt.
And here they come. Fallen around the end. Oh! Come on! And they say Counter-Strike's a young man's game. Exertion taught a lesson by the professor, and Molodoi, the student, follows suit.
Oh, is it going to be more of the same? And will you even be afforded the save this time round? All across the map. Jungle smoke lands in connector, flash over the top. Torji forward. We are going to need a monster moment right now because Yuri, he's up close and personal, being considered. Torji sweeping in, gets the kill, draws it back to just a one-man disadvantage. 2 players very low. This round's still on.
Yeah, he's aware of the potential for Yakinda to have burrowed into this powerful lurk corner.
Another
2
flash.
flashes.
They're gambling B. They're gambling B. Brolin's already joining Jimmy on the side. This is the A anchor and B anchor powers combined.
Now, okay, Yakinda starts to work. Soundcue was not heard. However, committing into Jimmy.
Surely you pivot back. They're just selling it.
No one's seen it.
Going in.
Oh, that's the clear. Needed that. Case Serato gets the first, but Torji just in time. Brolin, with his powers combined, has defended. Very, very late, Yakinda. There's an AWP on this line. He's trying to bait the shot. Will Torji miss this one? He has to miss this if Yakinda wants a chance. Hang on, looks off the line. He gets across. Looking out. What's going on? Torji solves it just in time. And it's Brolin and Torji, 5 between the 2.
You see the difference there, right? When the space was afforded to Mouz in the first half, they pivoted. They sent in the beacons. They looked for the information. They thought Yakinda alone would have sold the fate. He found nothing. There was time to go back, but they overcommitted. The bomb loose, spills out into the site, and there is no way for the likes of Molodoi to pick that up. He's already low on HP. After they pull this one back together, that's a lifeline. And that has put pressure on the finances. Furia fumble.
They can right the ship straight away, Chad, with this one.
It's the first CT round for Mouz. They're right about right in the ship. And they could also have their money broken, Furia. 1900 lost into the next.
Big round.
Big ramifications.
Big game. What Spinks was brought into this roster for.
He's waiting for this.
And Molodoi rewarded. They get the opener. A step closer to balancing out, styling this one out. Mouz's first CT round. Will they be able to rectify?
Gaps on A right now, again playing from middle. Exertion and Brolin paired up. They need a multi.
Man, that's a good one from Xerxen. He actually needs a whole lot more impact. This might be perfect. Spinks and Xerxen clamp down.
Fallen's got a plan. They need the money. Yuri has to protect. Default plan.
Okay, but what's he supposed to do with a MAC-10 on bomb? Move as fast as he can to get closer. A range he can work with. Double swing though, right rifles. A MAC-10. Yuri's going to have to do something quite miraculous if Fallen even sets him up with anything. Double swung. Okay, how's he done that? MAC-10, 1v1. Oh no, it's Yuri that comes up short. There's nothing for Fallen.
hard not to judge Yuri there for that fight, but if they get across to site, the round is over. It's the default plan. That fight would all be in vain. The bomb goes down, they get the extra cash, but I don't think you can justify the buy. Will have to be the partial, and Mouz have a chance to tie things up 10-10. This is where it all goes wrong. The clamp down on mid. This is exactly what Mouz were playing for. Grouped up, selling the site. We'll deal with it on the retake, and that's exactly what they did. The partial from Furia now. This needs to be a pocket. This needs to be something that you've worked on in the lab, that you've cooked up, that will catch Mouz off guard.
Let's see if he's still got it.
Does this have layers, or is this direct? Cutting up towards B. Jimmy and Spix are the ones to be tested.
Oof.
Multiple nades echo through. K-Serato on notice. Here they come.
Yeah, not going to be easy to get out first, especially when Spinks is already on site. Easy into Yakinda. Helpless Yuri dropping out the window, trying to make space. Easy taps. Molodoi just a constellation. A single Tech-9 frag. All they have to boast. As Mouz find a streak of 3, this one the most convincing of the lot.
And this is why a team like Mouz are class. They can work back into games. Just when it looks like they're in a tough position, this squad never gives up, and they're able to find the solutions necessary. Pressure has now shifted. It's on the other side of the server. You are 3 rounds away from being eliminated. Your playoff run will end right here in the quarterfinals. It'll be the Friday Night Lights, the last thing you see before you head on the plane to your next tournament. These are teams that are in the major playoffs just a couple months ago, and we're back at a marquee event, IEM Cologne. One that everybody wants in that trophy cabinet, one that 2 players on that stage know how it feels to lift. But only one of these 2 can shift into that semi-final to take on Vitality, to have a free crack at the Kings. The reigning champs up next.
Yakinda actually takes that first bullet from Zershin's AK to the chest.
It's mid-control. You can understand why they want to continue to fight for it. Exertion's been having a tough time in opening exchanges, 0 and 8. That one's an eyesore, but his team has been here to bail him out in a big way. Kills, they're not through the roof unless your name is Spinks. A great train, and doing it again now on Mirage. Another opener, K-Serato into B, putting pressure. He's just sprinting in.
Yeah, both of them. K-Serato and Yuri flood into the B side, profiting from K-Serato's proactive opener. Hang on, Molodoi is looking like he could be a freebie for Spinks. Feeling the pressure from the Consmo. Spam gets away with it on the knife. Rounds the corner. Still just a deagle to his name, but enough of a distraction for Yakinda to profit.
It's that same 4-letter word yet again. Going to have to be the save for Brolin and Torji. Short residual cash this time, but you don't want to go for a 2v4 into a foregone sight. The bomb already halfway ticked. There is just absolutely no way, and that's all K-Serato every day of the week. Listen up, boss. I'll go take a 1v1 against Jimmy on the side. I'll win it. I will give us our avenue in, and that one right there will be 11.
Nice ball. Nice. Easy game.
Staying calm, staying cool, staying collected. Furia not out of the depth just yet. 3 players of this team have never been inside the Lanxess before, and I'm sure they would like a foray into a 3rd map just to bask in its glory. But I want to return to that Exertion point. Exertion alongside of Torji. These are the 2 players that called their shots. Oh, look at that shot. Oh my Gideon.
On the jump spot.
Jimmy.
I mean, you're punishing micro discrepancies and misplays.
Well, that was the one back. Exertion could have had that kill, but Fallen will pip him at the post again. The saves once more. It's been the recipe for success for Mouz to keep the rifles coming. And that's not in question. Jimmy, loose piece. The B defender over towards A with Brolin, and they are lining up for the execute. They'll have 3 riflers with Exertion over towards Con to deal with this. This is a great setup, a great read, a great call from Mouz.
Is that Furia ferocity enough to overcome the stalwart Mouz? Jimmy in the flames, so blind, burning down. K-Serato with the flashbang. Yuri with the flame. Oh, and they're not ready for Yakinda, straight off the stairs. Dips on in. A resurgence. Brolin strong on the side. They can't seem to hit him. Brolin masterful. Dips into the site in hot pursuit was Yakinda. Brolin's done very well to get away. Trash magazine, 3 frags deep. Now we see that plant come in. It's Yakinda up against 2. And he's nimble, he's quick, and he's found the first. Torji, have you got it in ya?
Can the talisman of Mouz come up clutch once more? Smoke and Kit, sure, but you've got the AWP. 11 bullets for Yakinda. That spray could get awkward quickly. Georgie on towards that bomb now, crosses triple side. That's the sound Yakinda was hoping not to hear. A smoke pluming on the site. That reload calls the bluff involuntarily. Worried about that 10-seconder. Torji does actually have to stick it now. Yakinda, this is your chance. Needs to find them in the smoke. Oh, that was supposed to be difficult. Just a wild spray of the crosshair, wiggling, spraying, praying in the cathedral.
Calling his bluff, using the crowd, and right there, Fallen will be more than proud. That is the pressure on, amplified, 12 secure. Brolin, the captain, the leader, he thought he was the man. But Yakinda, he's got a different plan. Look at this, the young Swede. Gives away one, the position noted, the smoke on the bomb, the flash is there. But the spam, the bullet to the dome, gets it done. Finally, a bit of electricity in this one.
Got the hairs on my arm standing on end after that. Will it really be? Furia fans' prayers answered.
I think not.
Apparently not.
Could have been a bit of divine intervention there.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
We'll call that one off, shall we?
The Counter-Strike gods have spoken?
Not live was called. It's coming in from the Mouz side of the server. Microphone was not working.
Okay.
And Fallen said, bro, that scared the shit out of me. And I think everybody had the same reaction.
Oh my God.
All right, well, we're back underway. Issue solved.
Okay,
don't forget where we just were.
Yep. All to play for. Furia's T side, a masterful masterclass from Gabriel Toledo's Furia. T side running away, 7-5 the half and the bar set. Already 7 reached, that 8 could be right here and now. Third map, waiting in the wings. An iconic third map in Inferno. Molodoy, missed opportunity towards the con side. That's not gonna miss though, is it? Yakinda spamming, Smoke's finding heads, a recurring theme.
What they were looking for, rerouting now, playing the man advantage, dropping back. Mouz, can you battle back in? You've done this before, you can do it again. You're one of the top teams in Counter-Strike and you've been able to claw these situations out of the doldrums. Jimmy on an absolute island. Good weapon for the jump, but is it just a one and done?
But this is what Jimmy's in this team for, the rock. To do the impossible, get output when no one else would. Sitting there being cleared by superstars and you've got your MP9 and you can't seem to finish. Yuri though, crossing through, Spinks is spamming, double kill. Molodoy has enabled the plant. Oh, woo, quickie. Whistles one past the year. And disadvantage Furia, they've got it. Inferno, just need one more kill. Molodoy ensures it. Zershan, he's chasing ghosts, holding for pushes that aren't coming. But I'll tell you what is coming. Map 3 of this quarterfinal. We go late into Friday night after all. Mouz's pick, stolen by Furia, and we need a third. As yet undetermined. Who will be the challenger in that semi-final tomorrow? Vitality awaits.
Two Tetris. Two Tetris, guys.
One under con. Under
Flash
con.
one more.
Under con.
One more.
Flash over con.
Two ramp.
Con.
One ramp.
Mid.
One ramp and one con. I'm picking con.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice!
AK. Hey. I'll take.
Ems, Zigo, Ems.
Default AK.
Ems and default. Careful city.
I'm gonna push bench. Second left.
City.
No flash. Don't have flash. Don't have flash.
Last AK. Minus 50.
First city.
City. Sandwich.
Nice! Hope junk.
Flash
City.
Flash one.
Flash under power.
One more.
Oh, I missed molly.
Default. CT. On top. Shadow, no? Bench one. Shadow.
Go bench. City. Oh.
CT.
I'm only city deep.
Guys.
I'm one for short.
Triple maybe.
City dead.
Triple.
Bench.
That was his smoked.
Need effort. Раз, два, три, четыре.
Nice, mano!
A ferocious Furia on their opponent's map pick, and we now have got ourselves a game. 8 years in the making for Fallen to return to the Cathedral, and now Janko, sure, it may be just one map win, but this marks the beginning of a competitive series versus the second best team in the world.
Yes, it absolutely does. And what happens when you give my boy just one pistol round and conversion? Just give him some room to work with on the T side, right? Like, that was a great job from Furia on the T side. Really like how they came out with some pace, right? Which then really set up for them to be able to slow it down later on in the half.
I was very impressed with Furia, especially on the T side, as you said, winning pistol, converting, but from that point on, once they took charge of the game, very much in control of the mid area of the map. You know, I used to praise Mouz a lot for saying that Brolan and Exertion, the way they work together, Spinks for that matter as well, on the CT side of constantly poking on Catwalk, poking in Connector, didn't really pan out well right here. Both Fallen,
he got poked.
He got poked, you know. Yakinda had his number a couple of times. Fallen got a couple of entry kills as well, surprisingly enough. So I think everything went the way that you wanted it to for Furia. I don't know how much I'm disappointed in Mouz for not doing better and how much I'm impressed in Furia, but at the end of the day, I think that Furia were by far the better team on Mirage.
Give me your take on that. You know, you more impressed by Furia or more disappointed in Mouz?
I think I'm impressed by Furia. I mean, impressed maybe a little bit too strong, but they just had a good game plan, and you could see, you know, early on in situations where they call a faster A execute and the call from Mouz on the CT side, oh, let's fight for mid, right? And they don't have anyone in the side. Both A players are towards Connector, both B players are towards Cat, and then that's the worst case scenario. You know, it's very hard to come back into a round like that, and that happens from Furia. They get a lot of momentum going, they get money in the bank, and let's face it, at the end, also individuals stepped up. I mean, Yakinda in that clutch, right? That was a 1v2. I mean, the game was starting to slip away. It felt like Mouz able to win a couple of rounds together, but Yakinda, I think with that one, really sealed the deal.
This was crazy, right? This was basically the final nail in the coffin moment for Mouz. You ain't coming back after this one.
No, you ain't coming back after that, and I don't think Furia would have come back had they lost this one. Torsi, you know, has a smoke to play with. He's a little bit hesitant to stick the bomb. Yakinda poking out right here, even finds the timing where he spots Torsi, I believe, or Torsi doesn't spot him, so he's still not aware where he's at this point. It was a bit of a weird clutch where both of them were kind of playing in the dark. Obviously, when the smoke goes down, Yakinda gives up his position. Torsi hoping to catch a mistake right here, but he's playing it very close to the wall. And then look at this right here. It must be a millisecond. He's spraying, he's getting blind, then he all of a sudden drags his crosshair to the left, and somehow, some way in that spray, hits the headshot. I gotta be honest, that is pure filth, pure luck. You know, at that point, it's not Yikinda being in control or, you know, making that micro adjustment. He's blind, he's spraying, and he's just hoping for the best, and worked out for him.
You're just a hater, Jacob. Just a hater, man. You know, like there's always a little bit of luck involved. I mean, he can be on the one side. Actually, I think it was pure skill. Why? Because he understood, okay, he could be on the right, he could be on the left. I'm not 100% sure. It's not one of those foolproof post-plan situations for him, right? So he has to go left and right. And once he didn't have a kill, he reconfigured his crosshair and got the kill, all skill.
Any critique for Torzy in that moment, Jacob? Should he have maybe stuck it a little bit earlier?
I think he played it okay. You know, when you have the smoke and the bomb, you have time to poke a couple of times to see if Yikinda makes the mistake. And that's what I want. Yeah, that's the flash as well. That's where I want to give him credit. But I think Torzy played it to perfection, to be honest. And again, Yikinda with the spray, lucky or not, you won the round.
Let's talk a bit about Molodoi, because we talked about him on the first map. Wasn't enough to translate into a Furia victory, but this time, yeah, he delivered in buckets and space, and just great to see from such a young player that, let's be honest, until he was added to Furia, we didn't really know a whole lot about him. We didn't know how he would perform on stage. Turns out, he goes lights out.
He's fantastic, you know. I think it's almost fair to say that, yeah, I want to give Yikinda a lot of credit. I want to give Fallen a lot of credit for moving into a new position, but it
doesn't sound like it.
Nah, but it's Molodoi who's kind of saving Furia right now. I feel like he's been by far the most impactful player ever since he joined. I think now in the big stage game right here at Cologne, 2 maps in a row, he's the one keeping them alive. He's the one playing well. He's the one taking charge. He's the one being aggressive, you know, making plays, creating space. Ideally, I would love to see more from Yuri and Queserado. Ideally, I'd love to see more from the experienced players, but right now it's Molotov keeping them alive, and then maybe we get to see Queserado come alive and play that old-fashioned style where he's the one being the most impactful player. I mean, right now it's Molotov.
If you got what you wanted, Jacob, they would have won the Austin Major, you know? Like, it can't be everyone firing on all cylinders every single time.
Why you like that right now?
Every single time, right? Like, you didn't like the Queserado one tap on B, that entry wasn't good enough for you? Like, what else, you know?
We're cherry-picking now.
No, people have their... They have their moments. They just beat Mouz on Mouz's map pick, right? They're going into a 3rd map. Who would have thought, Freya? Look at us.
My point is that Molotov deserves all the credit. I think with no Molotov, there's no way this game is even remotely competitive. So that's where I want to lay my focus, and that's why I'll give my credit. Sure, they're doing okay, you know. Furia is not in the quarterfinal at IEM Cologne without playing well, but Molotov is without a doubt the most impactful player on the server.
I don't know. I think Fallen deserves credit too because he allowed Molotov to op, right? Fallen didn't take a step back, nothing would happen. But yeah, Molodoi was great. I think the scary part is Inferno is the next map. We saw how Molodoi and Yikinda played on Inferno against G2 in the game to qualify them for the Lanxess, right? So that was pretty scary. And another map that also plays into Furia in the sense of it's not ultra fast, there's slow, there's the banana fight, obviously, but you can abuse the rotations a little bit, which is what Fallen loves to do.
Let's put a pin in the conversation.
No, just one moment right here, because I think Molodoi went 4 for 4 in opening kills. He went 6 for 6 on the first map. He's 10 for 10 in opening kills so far. He's, without a doubt, the most impactful player on the server and arguably in the playoffs so far.
Yeah? You disagree
in the world.
Shanko?
He's the best player in the world.
Well, let's put a pin in the Inferno side of the conversation just for one moment, because we do need to check in with Furia's coach to see how he feels after taking Mouz's map pick away from them.
Ross, go down that way.
Sid, hell of a series we've got on our hands here, but we're going into what is going to be that 3rd map. But overall, let's talk about that breath of life from Furia in the first half.
It was insane. We have been having bad starts today. I mean, you have to go against their score since the beginning of the series, but I mean, we are a very resilient team, and we are doing our best to stay in the games. And let's go. I have one more map.
Tell me about Molodoi and his presence in the server today.
So cool. He hits a lot of crazy shots. And I don't know. He doesn't feel the pressure. He goes for his plays. He's feeling confident, and it's beautiful to see him play.
Last one, Inferno. How does this go down? What are you looking for? What tendencies do you expect?
I'm imagining a crazy map, a lot of banana fights. We have Exertion versus Queserado, Exertion versus Yikinda is going to be crazy. Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a map. Let's go.
Thank you.
No problem.
Sid already predicting some crazy antics to go down from Yikinda, and if Mirage has anything to go by, I think he might just be onto something. How are we framing both these squads then, Jacob, as we do tee up Inferno? We call this the ultimate 3rd and final decider. Where are we siding on this?
I feel for historic context, I think the conversation surrounding Mouz for a long time has been Inferno has been a bit of their weakness. I think at some of the grand finals that we've been covering for them, you know, especially against Vitality, they've had a tough time, you know, finding consistency on Inferno. So heading into that map, depending on how they've been spending their time practicing leading up to Cologne and leading up to the second part of the season, I'm still wondering whether or not they still have those weaknesses. So if I'm Furia right now, as Janko said, last time we saw Kinder play, last time we saw Furia play on Inferno, it was at a high level. I'm liking what I see from Furia, and I think that we get another competitive map. It's hard for me to argue against Furia not being the favorites here. I think that's still Mouz, but a competitive showing on Inferno is what we can expect.
That's what we're hoping for at the very least, right? And I think it's going to be an interesting map is where finally Mouz was able to beat Vitality in the semifinal on the major, no less, to force it into a third map, but that was all she wrote, unfortunately. And yeah, I think obviously Exertion has to play better than he did on Mirage. He had only 9 kills, right? He's the banana player for Mouz on Inferno. We know how crucial that area of the map is, so you need to step up, and it's games like these where you really need to sort of prove your worth. It's one thing to go missing against Vitality, but it's a completely different thing for that to happen against Furia here, you know, especially Mouz in Cologne, right? It's such a huge tournament for the organization. You need to step up.
I'm curious to see if Molodoy can find enough impact with the AWP. I mean, again, close combat opping on a map like Inferno, you have to force your way through it. You have to put yourself in very obscure positions. You have to put yourself out there and risk a lot if you want to find that kind of impact. He's, as I said, been the most impactful player so far in this quarterfinal, and if Furia want to stand a chance, he has to play another great map.
Okay, on the flip side, we're looking at Mouz's AWP in this side of the equation. We don't know what sides they're going to be starting on just yet. That will be decided by the knife round to go down shortly. But where do we look at Torzi as having his most impact on Inferno?
I think everywhere, because he's another guy who's super mobile. He can open B, he can open A, he can move in the mid round, right, do all these different things. And I think it's up to him also. We said he's the emotional leader of the team too. Mouz needs to bounce back after losing their map.
Well, it all comes down to this. One final map will decide who makes it through to the coveted semi-finals. It's Inferno between Furia and Mouz going down after this.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
You know what that sound means! You know what it means that we're back again! Guarantee this is the last map of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one more seat in the semi-finals. And we're here to find out one thing. Is this resurrection of Furia hearsay, nonsense, just a fable? Or is Gabriel Fallen Toledo taking Mouz down in these quarters and gonna have his first stab at the king in the semis? One map at Counter-Strike, and we're gonna start this one slow. Let's go to Inferno!
Furia won the 9. Elected to start on the T side. They'll be dictating the tone of this. Maybe not. Mouz, aggressive, down middle. They're taking the fight immediately.
Okay, well, Brolin, you better be able to block somehow. He's only got himself.
The chase is on.
They are in hot pursuit. So is that flank, though. And, oh, Serato, he can warn them. It's just Brolin isolated. He's got very little health. If he gets anything else, he's done very well. Nice from Brolin. Look at this. Yeah, they want to plant, they want to biff. They're right behind you, the whole squad. These ferocious Mouz. Coming in, looking for Fallen. Close on the first box. Lovely work onto Yuri. There's nothing for them here. Only Fallen at his Glock. Overwhelmed by the USPs, those mosquitoes.
Never seen a Mouz move so far. Straight up banana. Cutting them off at the pass. Bomb goes down. Sure, Force Buy will follow. But Furia, pistols. Only one so far, and it won't be to kick off Inferno. Think about the pressure they were put under. As soon as Serato starts screaming, they're down mid, they're behind us. You got to get a move on. You got to deal with Brolin, and he was still worth something. It's going to be about that energy. Remember, exertion. Instrumental as far as openings are concerned, setting the tone on the CT and the T sides, calling his shots. Had a tough go with things on Mirage, and they lost that map. He needs to show up again in map number 3. You get this force. Furia afforded this by the plant. 2 Galils actually make it 1 with an AK-47. Tech 9's util and the energy from the crowd, finding them voiced a little bit late, but this series, the pace has been slow at best.
Hey, we're in Germany. The train's always slow. Nice shot, though.
Better late than never.
Molodoy and Serato pay quite a heavy price for overstaying.
And the util damage going one way. Rotation back towards A. Jimmy, Pit, Anchor, Torchi inside. Spinks having to deal with Arch. Floating between both sides. So right now, quite truly in CT spawn. Fake utility over towards B. And that's exactly what it is. Fake, because they have this pressure. The AK on long.
Yeah, hang on. Yakinda. Wow, Torchi gets that info safely. That is a gift and a boon as Spinks is on his way. Jimmy working out his util here. It's Torchi that just wants that head-on collision, and he profits from it. Yakinda, the spearhead of the assault, cut down to the round, but wrapping through. Torchi repositions Jimmy under scrutiny. Fallen takes him out of the round, and now Torchi needs something. No bullets. 2, to be specific, as he opts for the reload. Fallen and Molodoy trying to wrap with Serato's help. Torchi should be a dead man. How does he get another there?
Bomb to get planted. Rolling in through library, exertion up mid.
That short side. Serato will tuck. Molodoy confirms relocation. Brolin trying to fake it out. It is exertion next up to move on that haystack. Swinging on through. Oh, spots him. Just a little glimmer. Couple of centimeters of Molodoy on the side. Swings in. Needs another headshot. Oh, he sticks him. He's rung his bell, and Brolin's out of the round.
This kid is clutch. And the fact you're getting Fallen out of his chair, look at the smile on the young man's face. A revelation in 2025. Not the first time he's made his mark, but his first time in the Lanxess and clutching cool, calm, and collected. The Kazakh, this is beautiful.
He did not read the script. This is supposed to be a Mouz slow start, methodical, comfortable. No! Immediately, Furia rip up the script. Molodoy clutches up for his boys.
And look about how much Torchi did in that situation. He was bailing his team out in a big way. And again, the fact that you were getting the Godfather out of his chair, you were doing something special. It wasn't flashy, but it was impactful. Mouz look to bite back. U2 and bullets echo up banana. Furia take the space for free as Exertion left to block. Audibles heard towards A. Flash in towards the window room, falling alongside of Yakinda trying to grab this space. Two of them will get it for free. Now they need to put pressure on Exertion to bait out the smoke grenade. Oh, and that's more than bait. That's damage done.
Restraint from Xertion, didn't immediately pull that or commit to the throw.
This clamp down on top middle right now is okay. Activates from nowhere, gets a freebie through the smoke. Now they're channeled into the mid-stack.
Yeah, this is exactly what they wanted. He's given them everything. Forced in now, hang on, wait, Fallen. He can sense this is a little suspicious. Too many active bodies on brackets. 35, Chad.
Time will become the problem, but the rotation has been forced. Brolin heading over towards B to join Exertion. Low on HP, and they're pulling the plug. Torchi's heading too. All on Spinks, all on Jimmy.
Okay, they've got the crossfire still. Now they realize they need some help. Yakinda's trying to make space. I think he's spotted by tip of the head there. Yeah, Jimmy. They're going to double swing here. Leaping Mac 10s. What's he supposed to do?
Get on out of there. Save these guns. Don't go into this because the bomb goes down with 12 seconds on the clock. And again, by the slimmest of margins, this time it's Fallen. And that towards middle was kind of wild. There was a flash actually underhanded into that long smoke by one of the Mouz players. They were surging forward on brackets, looking for the boiler and mid-fight, and they actually flash one another. And that slows them down. They can't keep pushing. So Mouz, feeling the pressure in the early stages, and it hasn't been good starts for Furia, but this one fueled by a 1v2 from Molodoy.
Yeah, they've been making it competitive, even with slow start.
Exactly.
I mean, what happens when they get one?
This is what we're talking about.
I mean, I don't know.
We saw it in the second half of Mirage, right? This is the thing, the 13-10. It wasn't an overtime train. They definitely could have taken that map. This could have been a 2-0 in Furia's favor. Mouz, we know in these situations, once upon a time, they used to get shaky. They didn't always put their best foot forward as far as stage matches were concerned. Those days are behind them. We don't look at Mouz anymore and question their proficiency in environments like this.
Yeah. You see the signs there, we missed Liquid. Well, it ain't 2019 anymore, and well, for Fallen, it kind of feels like 2017 right now. Third map, Inferno. Trying to topple the world number 2 in Cologne 2025. Lexus, let me hear you! What's going on here then? K-Serato onto Xertion, just Jimmy quaking in his boots on B.
Okay, well, he drops that smoke against the Galil and blocks them for now. Can they force them back into the stack again? Well, last time, not so successful. This time, not so aggressive. Fallen's mid-rounding. It's been an absolute delight to watch. Happy to run the clock down, play it late. And you can see Mouz also playing themselves in certain situations, gambling incorrectly, rotating the wrong sites. They have the wrong read of things. And right now, well, you can understand. It's like a roulette table. Black or red, pick your poison right now. Leering into A.
There's a lot of bodies there, and they don't find him immediately. Fallen gets to fall back, forces them.
How's he alive?
I don't know. How is he alive?
Oh,
it feels almost divine. Jimmy goes down. It's perfect.
Take a time out, Sakrin. Your boys are looking wobbly. Those shots aren't landing. Sure, that MP9, it's got a nerf, but right there, that was the Galil at the end. That should have been a frag.
Oi, oi, oi.
All right, Mouz, come on. This is not the team that we know and love. This is not the team that we thought could take it to Vitality. This is your time to stand up and be counted.
Is there significance in the fact that Furia had 5 alive with that win? Taken all the way from Mouz as well?
No, it is going to keep Fallen on an SMG, so if he wants to go a little bit more aggressive, head armor, only one set on Jimmy.
The T-side MP9 from Mr. Toledo.
Well, K-Serato, alongside of Yuri, working on this banana control. It's chopping and changing the positions for this T-side default for Furia. Fallen giving that back to Yuri. He'll take second mid duties alongside of Yakinda. Mouz came into this with one clear objective, to set the tone. That's why on the pistol, it was 4 running down the guts and middle.
Same kind of thing we heard in that team talk, with a little listening. saying we want to stomp it. I'm sick of overtime. Didn't get their way. Both teams losing their map picks, or better framing. Both teams beating their opponent on their own soil.
This map is where Mouz's Cologne campaign kicked off. It was against Liquid. Oh, they're going to have to play ahead of this, but hold up a second. Brolin down to 1v1. Now he's pinned.
Oh my god, how is he making this one look difficult for the trade as well? He's supposed to be cornered. That's a nice nade, sure, but the no lethality, and now operating Sans Serato.
Well, the race is on. Spinks won't be there in time. It's Torji and Jimmy again. Torji was great last time round.
Okay. They're going to have a lot of bodies
here.
The wrap is interesting, especially considering what Fallen's equipped with. Yakinda draws fire, has attention drawn. Big swing in, and Yuri, immediate headshot. Okay, Brolin, momentary chance, slipping through that smoke. Torji and him put their beckles up, defensive. 16 seconds and no chance for Molodoi. I refuse to believe he's got a chance. Mouz do too, it's Brolin. Triple. In defense of the A site.
And well done to Brolin. He gets the opening exchange against K-Serato top banana. Then they force them away. They force them into A with the man disadvantage. They go long side. They get the kill short, but it's the stack over towards Porchard's site that gets the job done. So Mouz draw it back to just a one-round game, and we're starting to get a bit more fire in this one. And that's on the Famas there from Brolin. So great work from him. MP9 for Jimmy into this one. Grenade damage up banana, spamming back through. There's the under again. Brolin, he's not giving this one over for free.
He is fighting tooth and nail. Oh, Molodoi though. That's a naughty way to get your team straight back into the level pegging. 6 rounds deep, 4-on-4, all to play for. Look at the health on Spinks and Brolin. Now Jimmy. Ooh, and Yakinda added to that naughty list. Softened up by Jimmy's nade, Torji finds him on the boiler push.
Yeah, Torji's playing a great game so far. Looks very confident in all of his decisions. That one right there, they get the info. They suffocate him, and now they force them into B. Spinks will join Brolin right now.
Okay, that's nice. You got the two-man defense. It's still got that smoke grenade, but it's going to be a bit too late, mate.
Quick on this.
Yeah, K-Serato waltzes past him in the smoke. It's a free frag, but we're in a crowd event. K-Serato gets it. Didn't play with his food too much. Brolin, I can't quite believe that a single man with 7 HP.
And look at this mid-rounding again. K-Serato's in. He's in ruins. The rotation called back, but hold up. Fallen's called it off. They're heading back to B. K-Serato.
Because of K-Serato, but it's misinformation. There's 2 players behind him. Does he hear that? What's going on? 30 seconds, boys. We've got to find that finish. Fallen, actually, the util finds him, spreads onto Brolin. Torji, though, positioned well. The first of the 1v3 clutch. Oh my, Molodoi!
Well, they had overcomplicated the situation there, but they're not to know. They don't know what the rotation is. They know the pit anchor's still alive.
Terrifying, terrifying.
Going back into the lion's den in the mouth of the Mouz.
I mean, I don't know if we have the reaction, but the fact that Fallen's molly spread is how they entry air quotes B, madness. I knew Fallen was low, but the chances of that, Fallen, grateful his flames found him. And broken a Mouz.
The pistol and 1 rifle round, and they thank Brolin to thank for that rifle round. So right now, they're really just suffering the consequences of this CT side economy. If you can't get things going, if you can't be saving guns, you can't have that loss bonus built in your favor.
Spinks has got them in here. Yeah, very nice. Very good find, Yakinda.
That might force them into this B stack. 4 players present, flash at the ready. This could rip the soul out of Furia.
Oh, this certainly could. K-Serato, diligent, focused, eyes on the prize, eyes on that bigger picture, it's just full white, about blank, Brolin 2, Fallen and Molodoi, side by side, have they got it in, and 1v3 for Molodoi left.
Into the AK.
Yeah, but low, that smoke spam has it down to just a single bullet, and they're coming through the smoke at him. Mouz, that is daylight robbery.
And this is Spinks. He gets a free kill longside, forces them into B.
Yeah, wow.
His impact throughout this series, he has definitely been standing up. He doesn't want to give this over, and not for free. Spinks, sure, it's only his 3rd kill, but that one right there has echoes. Puts a timeout now on the doorstep. Oh, Furia, Sid will call that.
Man's just like us all, got CS on the brain. Cyclone too, making full use of this Furia called timeout. First of 3 from Sid.
It's crazy. The level of investment that Mouz had in that was so limited, wasn't it? You can see this over towards long. 5-7 strikes, then you got a P250 on B, dancing. They wanted you to waltz all the way in. They wanted you to think it was clear, and then you see that flash. Couldn't have been better plays from Exertion. Now you put the financial woes on the foot of Furia. Well, this one's starting to get the flavor that we're looking for. Top mid smoke, banana smoke. This will shroud the movements of Furia. This could be more direct, but with the 3-2 split of the forces, it's feeling more of the same.
Oy, that's a lot of blood spilled.
Unconfirmed damage, though.
They have no idea. They've just done over 100 damage. Here comes Torji Zork, found, discovered by Yakinder, and he's ready for more. Fallen. Could have fallen foul to Torji on a bravery peak. Instead, it's Molodoy trying to ask questions of Jimmy on long side.
Not the weapon for the job, though, is it?
Not against an M4.
No, it's forced the rotation. He's going to continue to pepper away. Remember, the low HP of the Banana players, Brolin and Exertion, isn't known. But that means that Brolin has to be extremely cautious. If he catches a bad timing on the jiggle, that could be extremely costly. He's solo B defender right now, and Furia are coming.
Yeah, he can still get this block smoke down. Ooh, yep, underhanded
You
run.
gotta run through.
Tail, K-Serato accelerating, pedal to the metal, it's a race. Spinks rounds the corner, Brolin burnt out, still gets his. Oh, and the spam onto Fallen has him bleeding. Boosting. 4 on 3. Fury, you got anything to this? Surely not. Fallen, ouch! Instantaneous headshot now, Jimmy on Molodoy. No! Jumping Mac 10. Soul in the wound. Told you what you got. Sertion should have this every single day, but no! Fallen! Old dog, new tricks! Back in the Lanxess! Like he never left! Zershin knows this one is done. Zershin knows Fallen has made this one unwinnable. Thank you very much! A quad kill! Fallen in 2025. Top of the tables in the quarterfinals. Forcing timeouts out of enemy coaches.
That rifle looks damn good in his hand. And the respects are being shown. It's the molly first, but it's these shots that follow. And this is where your in-game leaders, especially your elder statesmen, when they deliver you rounds like that, you better run with it. Money on the line again, and this one finally getting the flavor. We're getting that taste of playoff Counter-Strike. Now this surge up Banana, the confidence on Fallen.
Yeah, for sure. That adrenaline surging through your veins, and yet you may have to play slow. Not easy. Oh, and that one for Brolin to stomach the same.
It's this set up in halls right now that you have to keep your eyes on. It's the AWP of Torji. It's posted, ready to deal with Yakinder if he rounds this corner.
Yakinder's had a lot of these opening deaths. He's been getting the info on the AWP, but it almost always cost him his life at the hands of Torji. Look at the nade damage as well. The CTs soften him up in mid.
No snap reaction based off the info. They'll take their time, continue to work the macro. K-Serato park deep towards B, and still they want to jump up silently. Time. That's all this game has been about, Fallen. There is no way you can walk through that door. And the rotation heavy over towards B. Molodoy floating back with the bomb now.
I think Fallen thinks he's got a gap. The underhand of that smoke from Jimmy has him thinking he might be able to slink on out.
If they smoke Modo, Torji has a choice.
It's going to be a choice he's going to be forced to make. Here comes the finish. 20 seconds. Jimmy tucks in. Torji feeling the pressure. Amplified now. Fallen has vision. Confirms balcony occupied. He knows where the two of them are. Torji's trajectory. 15 though. Oh, wait. Uriel to Jimmy. They're accelerating. Spinks can't help him. Just a little from the library.
Oh!
Still hits his headshot. 17, 6, 5.
Got a
Knows
plan.
the plan.
Oh!
I think he has it. I think. Oh! That's a tough one. Was it Spinks' shot from the library?
Either way, right there. They don't punch in the digits. They don't get it across the line. And Mouz, the clock, your best friend. Check this one out again. 5 had to start planting right there and then went to go safe. Didn't want to stay exposed. But the clock, the time, it got away from him. And Mouz will convert. So the resistance over towards A. It was enough. A one-round game again. Both teams, though. Weapons in hand. Molodoi searching straight up mid. Nade at the doorstep. Smoke to follow. This one's blocked.
Torji jealous to hear it all.
I honestly think after they got denied initially on their foray, they were going to save. Molodoi was already pathing back.
Yep.
But Yuri gets that kill and they say, well, let's go for it. Let's get stuck in. Oof, more
Tell you
nade
what,
damage.
this kill damage is really starting to stack up, isn't it? These last few rounds feels like every round has started with successful nades from that Mouz CT side. This one must be going by in the flash for Fallen. Third map, he probably feels he's been here for 20 minutes. For Mouz, perhaps an eternity. Oh, hello, that's a lot of damage. Yakinda's very lucky to still be alive and nearly, actually.
Eco on 2, you need to execute B. Do they break through this smoke? The rotation's on the way. Maybe the timing's gone. Maybe they just have to wait.
I mean, they're throwing their nades. Spinks will have arrived in time. Exertion and Brolan perfectly poised and positioned to handle this. The nades, it feels a bit clunky. Running into their demise. Surely Exertion secures it.
All right, Molodoi. Pack your bags, head for the save. The hunt is on. Torchi's going to poke his head down middle, or at least he was. Molodoi should be safe now. 15 seconds left on the clock, and they won't be taking this away. So we're going to tie things up. The whole point there was for Yakinda to make sure he had enough of a distraction, make sure they didn't have brackets control for free. They deal with him. Another important kill there from Spinks, and now Exertion locking down that site. Only 5 kills for him, but those completely remove it in the energy. That's what Torji brings to this team. Sure, he's great on the AWP, an extremely impactful player, but he has to be the man they turn to lift the spirits, to bring the hype.
Oh, yeah. It's almost a guarantee that emotions are in Counter-Strike. They're on display every day in this game.
That was meaty there from Exertion. Well, Furia, you have this saved up. You can't really invest too much more behind it. Next round, 2,400.
Okay. You want to have this poetry continue.
He's trying the same play.
Let's see if this kid Fallen trusts with the AWP can be the difference maker in a third map of a quarterfinal. Lanxess, are you entertained? You can use your Glocks to try and set up your AWP, or he goes down empty-handed just like that. Okay, it's Spinks' turn. Denies the dream of the saved AWP immediately.
Now, this has got similar flavors as Train in the sense of, sure, it's not, you're only having to win rifle rounds, but there's a massive hole and a massive advantage for Mouz. They've been fantastic with the opening kills. There's only one so far in favor of Furia throughout this T-half. Only one, right? So we're talking the trades are good. They've been good at outmaneuvering within the mid-rounds, but going into the next, you would love to get that final to tie things up 6-6. Either way, Mouz should be destined to get to theirs in this one.
Oh, Fallen. It's ended up in his hands.
What are you meant to do about this?
You walk through the smoke. You hit that shot, but he hasn't. Hiding out on the new box, Sergeant could just pluck him from the pack. Lovely.
Well, the moves you're seeing at the moment out of Brolan, Exertion, and, well, actually, I was going to say Spinks, sorry, and Torji are the ones that you'd hope to see.
Yeah. Well, we've definitely seen those names throughout, but, well, some of them.
If Exertion gets activated, right, if he can get some confidence, a few of those multi-kills, if they start to stack up, that's exactly what you need to see, because he's going to play a big role in the banana control once they do flip over sides. Jimmy.
Oh,
And that's the frustrating. He knew it was the only way in within that round. Here we go. Change of tone. They're going to fight second mid.
Okay, instantaneous. Yakinda, good find back. Yakinda kind of trapped with Jimmy, throwing nades, taking fights. Jimmy with the dunk. And aggression? They keep going.
Well, Molotow's grabbed the bomb.
Oh, this is very spicy. Hang on. Xerato and Exertion having a really strange smoke standoff. Exertion plays it perfectly, like a fiddle. Xerato walks into him. Bomb under CT rule. Final round of the half. This one seeming like the Mouz will extend to 7. Pre-aim looks pretty damn good for that one tap. It's just the Galil.
Look where the bomb is.
What's he supposed to do? Just one more half then. Inferno to seal the deal and secure the final spot in the semis. It all comes down to this. Just 4 whole rounds at the end of the half to steal the momentum. Mouz showing their playoff pedigree. The crescendo to our second quarterfinal in the Lanxess Arena. Mouz coming into this with a 7-5, and that's not the first time we've seen that. A recurring theme throughout the 3. Mouz have won, Mouz have lost from this exact position in this series.
One thing they have had going for them is pistol rounds. This would be the 5th out of 6 played. And that momentum you speak of, they can run with this all the way to the semi-final. Queserado passive on B. 4 players clamping down middle. Yakinda, first port of call as far as information is concerned. He sees nothing, and that informs Queserado to lob out a nade. Continues to lurk forward. The spearhead, this sharp piece, would love an opener.
Oh, hello. Free info, not the free frag.
Needs some help.
Yep, Yakinda gets his backup. Molodoy swings on in for the first.
Boxed in.
Furia begging for a second pistol out of the 6th. And hang on, yeah, a bit of flak damage there. Spinks catches a straight.
Queserado just picked up Julie's.
Yeah, what do you do with that? Could be nice, extra ammo. Quiet from Queserato on the 3rd. They're coming his way. Molodoy beats him to the punch for the first, but there's Queserato. Xerxin next challenge. Oh, he's hit him. Queserato present and correct. Bola, nothing to do. Queserato's got you 3 for Furia to take their 2nd pistol of the 6th.
Getting tricky with it there. The HE and USP used to deal some early damage, then into the dual Berettas, inviting them in.
Very, very well handled.
Some similarities, both teams on their T-side pistol able to get that bomb down. Let's see if Mouz can be successful with their force.
Worked for Furia.
It had to be a Molodoy clutch. So that momentum has been stalled, at least for now. Interesting with the force buy, they've only brought in 1 rifle, and Spinks doesn't have head armor to go with the Galil. Mac 10 for Brolin, Tech 9s for everybody else, and Util. Recipe for success on a map like Inferno, but you need to avoid the early flak damage. They will.
That's their signal. Same for the smoke break jump spot.
This is a 2nd round AWP.
You're right.
Now, with the new money bonus, a lot more cash flying around. So Molodoy, this is risk versus reward. Full banana control taken. Now back towards middle. Passive stance. Queserado over towards Moto. Fallen in the sight on the jiggle. Yuri in pit. It's the Brazilian call.
Yuri on the pit. Queserato on the library side. The right, the left. The 2 incisors. Those 2 fangs. And there's Queserato that realizes they're all flooding in towards him. Just the one from the Rata.
Gonna hit this.
Not too shabby. Getting his first, a second would be lovely, but look at the read. Jimmy knows he's got to freeze. Pause and go. Torji didn't get that punish. Get the chance to bolt.
Look at Xerxin though. He's the playmaker right now. They just need to live. Allow Xerxin to play.
Oh, tap. Does get it. Back of the head. Good work. Molodoy now has relayed the information. Oh, Xerxin puts it down. That is problematic. That's the recovery.
That's the bomb.
Fallen. Push the bomb loose. Xerxin has to go for this retrieval. He knows it's held. The orb has been recovered. Fallen misses this shot. Xerxin, no way. No how. No ammo. And Fallen secures it.
Crazy state of affairs there to end up in CT spawn and AWP in the 2nd round. Something that you don't see every day of the week.
And everyone gets to turn on it.
Okay, well, they hold on, they tie things up, and now it should be the eco coming out of Mouz. This was crazy. Lurks on lurks, gaps being forced. Xerxin, a banger of a shot there onto Molodoy. Beautiful shooting from him. Wait till he gets activated in this 2nd half. He's a force to be reckoned. But Fallen, make sure the plant doesn't go down in Queserado. That's not a bit of relief right there. This might be Pompey in towards A. Shown presence in Banana. There'll be a flash top mid, and that just might be the go signal. Molodoy's orb here this time round, and I don't see any smokes.
They can't let this one go. This one has to be comfortable, and it is. Long range finds for an AWP. Molodoy been very lucky. Feeling blessed. And a 3rd. Dares challenge him.
Track got down by Fallen now. The bomb needs to make it up short if they want any chance at a plant, and that ain't gonna happen. Furia will take the lead again, and 7-5 every half to favor Mouz, but they ended up losing their choice in Mirage with that scoreline.
Seems Queserato's woken up.
Who's taking it? Cologne, who's taking it? Is it Furia? Okay. Cologne does love an underdog. What about Mouz? Oh, okay.
German org.
Yeah, the office down the road in Hamburg. 8-7, all to play for, and accelerating. Yakinda, he's furious.
That's an upgrade.
Yeah, is he getting away with it though? Potentially, you know. Opening kill, and that is just his 4th frag, Chad, but that could be the difference maker in this round 16.
He stuck around. He hasn't backed off. Molodoy's AWP oversight. If he takes that first shot, they might think sector's clear. They might think the fact that they've gambled, well, not even gambled, it's informed. Torji, you've got the bomb. You have to be awfully careful here.
Yeah, but he still wants to answer some of the questions they have for Banana. Brolin comes to assist him. The flash will come through. Yakinda.
Oh my God, he's overlooked. Patience prevails for Yakinda.
And bomb is loose in enemy territory right now. They can fortify this. Spinks and Jimmy, you're on the wrong side of the map. Sure, you've got time to work with, but this is a 5v2 disadvantage.
This is Yakinda's round. Just as we say, Keisarato's arrived. Yakinda makes his first announcement of his presence in this 3rd and final map of our quarterfinal. Mouz was seen as the shoo-in, the hot favorite. The yeah, sure, but it's vitality in the semis. That was the conversation. We skipped ahead. We read the last page first, and it ain't right. Furia trying to change that conversation, and this is their night.
All right, well, the save of 2 AKs on Spinks to Jimmy, and Jimmy having a real quiet time. The brother didn't come all this way to see you go out like this. Let's put up some fight. Let's get back into this. Game's not done yet. Plenty of Counter-Strike to be played. But Yakinda, the hero of that one, barreling down aggression, the name of his game. And that's all we can ever ask for. But there has to be a winner and there has to be a loser. And right now, one team scratching their head. A 30-second tactical timeout called by Cycron.
Usually, in times like these, it's a Spinks or a Torji that just does something ridiculous. And then the belief comes back. Then that unified front is re-erected. But right now, I don't know, left wanting on this timeout.
Interesting. Decided to go for the force around the saved AKs. So the loss bonus is there, sure. It does see them equip 2 Galils. Exertion, what are you going to find in your hands? And this is the opener, and what really felt like the closer. I talked about Exertion. Once he gets going, he's a tough man to get past with the banana control, but he didn't get going. And now really starting to feel the squeeze, Mouz.
Underestimate this Panther at your own peril. Molodoy, oh my God, he had a real shot there, and he might be a dead man. He could be a dead man. Come on. You could kill him with a compliment at this point.
I'll take a deep breath. He's able to...
Nothing, nothing, everything's fine.
That's excruciating right there. Moments before disaster. He will get away. An opportunity to reroute.
Oh, that was nearly uncomfortable. Forced to burn a smoke, and that's a limited resource.
Indeed, and both teams having Yakinda.
Yeah, he's got the man advantage, right? He knows his team are a man up. Yeah, he does, but he wants to make it.
Yakinda!
Two shoots, and finally, holy moly.
Exertion dead again. Another opening death, and that one's not gone to plan.
That's just a crazy one.
That's not gone to plan at all.
Lovely from Yakinda. Keisarato taking that long duel comfortable onto Brolin. It is just fallen here, so there is grounds for them to enter this site relatively unscathed. They can't lose a body. Jimmy, what have you got? He's looking the wrong way. Lackadaisical and around the corner safe. Fallen. Waits for the backup. Everyone coming in, channeled in through CT. Spinks knows he's got to take it. And he does! Tooth and nail!
Gotta be the ace!
Has he got the ace clutch in him, Spinks? Spectacular! Big game player, we say, in the Lanxess, up against everyone. And the walls are closing in. One from Banana, one from CT's the one to pull the trigger, and a smile on Fallen's face as double digits is theirs.
The audacity in this situation. Furia, the pressure, it doesn't even feel like it's affecting them right now. They come into this as an underdog. We had Na'Vi toppling Mongols earlier in the day, but right now Furia, they're looking to do it again, a day of upsets. IEM Cologne 2025 going to kick off the quarters with the teams that people didn't expect picking up the dubs. And look at this, braving the smokes, through weaving, taking down Exertion. The can opener bottled up in that situation.
I mean, this is really starting to be a recurring theme where everyone from Furia does something special. Yakinda arriving just in time.
And with this type of a lead, you can take a couple more risks. Everything seems to be working. Just 3 more rounds, and Mouz, remember, they force bought into that situation because of the loss bonus. The 2 AK save, they didn't want to have that spiral on effect. This will be a partial. The push-pull, the back and forth. Holiday calls brackets completely clear. This should liberate Fallen for a rotation. Your biggest worry right now is an app spot. It's currently just Yakinda. And the hero in the last couple on his lonesome has Fallen, jaunts back over, block smoke lands. They're coming through this.
Oh, and Yakinda's faffing around with nades. It is a retake. That bomb plant feels like a certainty. Short spamming the smokes. Nade does some damage. That bomb on the back of Torji, trying to get across. A little bit of chip damage, but across nonetheless. Hasn't got that perfect wallbang, will be hard to deny. And so the retake is on. 4 flashbangs chained together. Reblocked on CT. Good util from Keserato could be a very big difference maker. Reblocked as well. The smoke lands on Ruins perfect. They're going to be forced to push through the grey screen. What have you got? Yuri in. Lovely work. Yuri trying to get back into the site. And it's a Molotov no scope. Pushing through CT, trying to spam him away. There's too many bodies. Trying to body block. Getting for the defuse, and it's theirs. They can't believe it. Furia closer to that semi-final.
The Cathedral of Counter-Strike agrees with Fallen. 17 kills. The Professor, the Godfather, the Librarian.
He's reading Mouz like a book he's read many times before. A storied career, steps away from his sniper.
8 years. Lifted the major trophy. 8 years. That's a long time in anybody's books.
A lot can change in 8 years, but not Fallen, not his prowess in the server.
And look at the team he's got around him. The next generation of Brazilian Counter-Strike's been on our screen for a while. Yuri and Keserato, but it's Molotov. This revelation, the Yakinda resurrection.
Making way, setting the sniper down for the next generation. Still, his read of the modern game, keeping Furia disruptive, keeping Furia a contender in this quarterfinal. 2 away from knocking out Mouz.
Another Exertion opening death. He is bleeding in opening kills.
Douses the flame of Mouz immediately. Exertion sidelined, forced to watch, cycling through his POVs.
Not a single T-side round. And your man who you turn to open your banana space, yet to get anything done.
It's Mouz that looked meek. Where's that ignition?
Nobody pit. Again, the setup perfect. 2 in sight. The Fangs ready to bite down.
Oh, Keserato throws out a smoke and goes investigating. Oh, doesn't get any info. Now he will. Here comes the commitment. Anti-flash still loses vision, so do they. Weird one. Yuri can't find Spinks. Spinks opens up the site for Mouz. That's what they needed. An individual to stand up, step up, and get 2 where previously you've only gotten the 1.
Furia have a lot of cash. Yakinda and Fallen, they've already responded. Yakinda a little bit late to the party, but will come through apps. So how far do they go looking? Do they just want to do damage? Do they just want to make sure that the rifle reinvestments have to come through? Or is there something more? And that's for Pit. That could flush Spinks out because Yakinda coming through apps.
Okay, Fallen throws it out. Spinks gets hot and bothered. Taken down. Torji on that cold zero box. And he's going to hit the shot. Nice work, Mouz. A necessary rebuttal.
First T-side round poster, but you need an awful lot more of that. Opening kill came quite easily onto Exertion, but Spinks is the man we've been talking about. The Vitality jersey, he donned it last year. He lifted the trophy, and then he departed. But what he was hoping would be greener pastures. Well, this year you've been the bridesmaid to the bride, as you know exactly how that beauty could have been. They gave it a go. They had the money. But that setup, it looked perfect. As soon as they split the pair, went 1-1, it all came cascading down.
Ooh, okay.
Oh!
Uh-oh, double nades! Removing Brolin, and it looks like Exertion could go down as the second. No, he saves himself.
That's what we need from Exertion.
Saves face.
It's not over yet.
Not at all. Okay, well, the setup speaks for itself.
Jimmy throws out this flash. Oh, went spam there.
Okay, Jig is up.
Extinguish.
Yeah, Exertion's very low HP, sticking the open.
Oh!
Headed.
That's more like it.
That's that Exertion and momentum. Oh, they were down, but they are not out.
Buffer given. Thank you very much, Spinks, they say. Another round where the opening kill goes against them, but this time Exertion happens. Take it in turns. It doesn't matter how you get there. This becomes a 2-round game, as this time Yuri and Molodoi will opt for the save.
He's one of those combo fighters. He has to hit that first shot, but when he does, he'll get the second, he'll get the third. He keeps moving, making the most.
This is why you can never rule out Mouz. This is a team that can dig deep. Young faces, maybe not household names, but they ought to be.
They've had us all doubting. Up and down, I mean, just like a yo-yo.
Well, the tension in the air, you can cut this one with a knife. Furious second tactical timeout. Two consecutive first two T-side rounds. One more of those. Conversation can be had about finances broken on the Furia side of the server. Floodgates will open. Mouz can tie things up. He's still going to get past this. And that's what the discussion will be. What is the opener?
20 HP, by the way, for those last two. Both of them unable to send a single bullet down range.
And it felt like that initial exchange over towards Carr could have gone either way. The fact that he gets away with murder and gets two more. Beautiful work from the young man. So the conversation concludes and the AWP starts B. Torji has his as well. They're going to try and break this. No, just a pot shot through. Brolin surges forward. Exertion joins him and over the top. Oh, that's a miss.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that one at all, especially if your kid is the next one. Oh, two!
Still trapped. Torji doesn't want to fight this. He's backing off.
The kid just got 6 bullets, but he somehow gets away with the double and his life.
Okay, well.
In the absence of Molodoi, Yakinda affixes a red cape to his back.
Well, Fallen knows this is a gap. He was just jiggling it. Starting to move closer now as they wrap around the arch side silently.
Fallen, this is just a head-to-head, a straight one. Crouch peeking in to Fallen. He can't believe the ease of that dispatch. Moving Jimmy and Spinks and Torji having a go.
These are the two you'd want alive to try and pull you out of this situation.
Oh, the back will be turned and the headshot will be crisp.
Torji feigning steps arch side. Yakinda on B, Caserado and Yuri over towards A. Plenty of time on the clock, over 40 seconds. Spinks is the clutch meister within this team. And Torji, he's got that flair. Just one kill for him and then Spinks can finish things off.
Yuri, you uncrouch at your own peril. Torji's wrist can flick real quick, doesn't hit it. HG will hit its mark. Only slightly. Comedic cosmetic damage.
Give
Give us that one again.
Yes, please.
Questerado had a full belt of util. Didn't want to throw the nades to give away your position. Don't worry about it. You're ahead, pinned to the backboard of the A side. Here it is. Bang!
Ouch!
Get him out of here.
Beautiful. Questerado did not even realize Spinks was on his screen before it faded to black.
Alex, this is 3 consecutive rifle rounds where they have had number disadvantage situations. And they have been able to battle back in. Sure, in this one, they got the opener thanks to Brolin. Molodoi misses a shot, but Yakinda responds with 2 of his own.
Right, again,
3v4 disadvantage. Gap found. Jimmy makes a meal of it. Fallen takes him down, and still, they pull this one off. 1 round game, and that money that I was discussing being broken, it's not done just yet. That AWP saved. Yuri has residuals. They can make this happen thanks to Yakinda holding onto the AWP. I said the pressure didn't look like it was on him. Well, now it's mounting. Now it's growing. You had them right where you wanted them. Not in 1 round, not in 2, but 3. And how many rounds can you hold on to that advantage? How many rounds can you get that opening kill?
Molodoi puts himself in a position to potentially open up the round. Searching mid.
Sershin braves the flames.
Utility exchanged.
Nice nade. Massive damage onto Spinks, the hero.
Oh, in the open, on the off angle. Sershin's coming again. Is Yakinda doing the same? Oh my God, the audacity to reload. Oh, he's got another one and a dink as well. Pushes nothing. Straight through into Jimmy.
That's the 2 biggest contributions from Jimmy so far.
You're right, back
Only
to
6
back.
kills, are you going to have to say?
In quick succession, Jimmy's multi may very well have made it a tied game.
What a tone shifter that one's going to be. 2,900 into the next, you hold on to these and you can go again, but down the stretch, Mouz, you're going to do what Furia did in map number 1. Rifle round after rifle round, nothing's going to come easy, but right now Exertion, he's found himself. Spinks bought them the buffer a couple of rounds ago, and now Exertion delivering as he should. He was bleeding in the opening department, but a couple of rounds now where he's found that incision, breathing life to his team. Yakinda, moments away from a multi, still does great for the double, but at this point he's on his own. Questerado flashes, but Jimmy, not blind, make sure this one doesn't get out of control.
Terrorists win.
Final tactical timeout for Furia. One of the 2 will guarantee overtime. You had chances to conclude this in regulation. The smiles on the faces, running at him, setting the tone, not missing a beat. Now the tables have turned. Mouz had the momentum going into the halftime break. Well, they've got it again. Another spree of 4 consecutive. A tone shifter. Falling down to the SMG. Rifles for the rest. Molodoi's AWP. They have everything they should need to get the job done, or at least to make a competitive round out of this.
Even though it's 11-11, let's just keep it calm. Play good fundamental Counter-Strike. Focus on the team play. Good.
Easier said than done.
I have really liked the flash work from Mouz.
I have really liked the placements for Mouz. This season, their worst placement, 3rd, 4th. They fall here. They'll be chalked up as their worst result with Spinks in the roster.
Which is outrageous sign of their perpetual successes. Short of silverware.
Slower pace. Cyclone want a good fundamental counter-strike. They're keeping a lid on it, not just going fast, not just getting stuck in. Back to their bread and butter.
Sershin tries to amp up the pressure. Fallen not falling for it. He's played Inferno for a decade.
The fact that both players are playing side-side slows the rotation, and bracket is where Mouz are currently entrenched. So Exertion got exactly what he was looking for.
Mission accomplished. Huge for Mouz.
The AWP is blinded off. Brolin's coming for ya. Trade potential. everywhere. Mouz into the site, just the one back from Yuri. They're spamming at him. It's Sasha with the entries. Case Dorato just the one, humbled by the Torji York. But wait, there's more. There's no way Yakinda's ready for Spinks. Absolutely no way. It doesn't even matter. Torji quick on the draw with that AWP. This tenacity from Mouz. Everything that Furia have put into this one could prove to not be enough.
Not the weapon he wanted, but it's the weapon he's got. Lost bonus maxed out. Residual cash left over. Furia have another buy. Yeah, you heard me right. They have not been broken down the stretch. Their saves measured. But this man on your screen, Exertion. It looked like he was having a tough old series, especially from Mirage into Inferno.
Fucking sick, boys!
And that's exactly what it's been. A resuscitation. We thought this was about Yakinda's resurrection.
Just run. 5 on the trot.
What a way to close.
Will they be able to canter to the finish though? Could be over. Fallen resigning himself to that MP9. Gonna have to make do. One hurts.
These are the same round. Banana's being respected. Sure, Molotov has a slight edge. But if you execute A, a 5v3. Brolin, mid-rounding, mouth moving. The young Swede, very experienced. Molotov can't miss this one.
Picking a boost for it. Oh, he's got it, Zarshan! Really coming into his own in these last few. Pulling Mouz into these openings. Yakinda overlooked completely in the smoke. No, Zarshan's got him done! Oh, he's found his form just in time! Just in the nick of time to Mouz. Have their star entry, do star entry things. All of that hard work. Hours upon hours of tooth and nail Counter-Strike. Fang versus Claw. And try as hard as they might, I don't think they can claw their way back into this one. It's Mouz's. That semi-final, they saw it as a guarantee. They saw it as a certainty. But damn if Furia didn't make it look like it was hard work at times.
Grit, determination on display. It wasn't pretty, but 13-11. 6 straight rounds from Mouz to run this one home.
And I can't believe how balanced that scoreboard ends up looking at the end of things. There were notable absences throughout. Zarshan, where was he? He showed up as they run to that finish line with 6 consecutive. Spinks, impact once again on display on that big stage.
That's a character-building win from Mouz. And guess what? Your living nightmare Vitality wait in the wings tomorrow in the semi-final. You've had 7 shots, no wins. Will the 8th be the difference maker? Today, you pulled yourself back from the jaws of defeat. It was a team effort and exertion. The fact that he was able to stick the landing. Mouz, turn to your entry because he was the win condition.
It's going to be tough on reflection from Furia because it looked so good so often. Mouz, though, their tenacity overcoming them, and for Fallen, sure, the 8th from Vitality, or sorry, versus Vitality for Mouz may seem like a lost cause, but for Furia and for Fallen, his 8-year hiatus, he celebrated in a proud 3-map affair, pushing the world #2 to a full 3. Shock standing by with Torji victorious.
Indeed, right here on the floor, Torji, a happy occasion this time around. What a win, but tell me what made this match so difficult after you did beat them on train and we thought, well, perhaps it'll be a 2-0.
Yeah, I think we fought really hard, and on Mirage I feel like we got a little bit lazy, and I feel like we were like, maybe we have it in our pocket, you know, already. And yeah, we got too lazy and we didn't really play good on the details, and they punished us pretty good. So yeah, but the Inferno was really close, you know, down 11-7, and I think Ludwig Brolan was making really good calls, and I have to give props to Sertian. I think on Banana, the last 6 rounds, I think he was really, really smart and really good, and yeah, I think he helped us a lot.
It was interesting because we heard comms from Exertion earlier that he was like, come on guys, no more of these overtimes, we're gonna get a great rating, and then he was slow to start. But is that how it works in Mouz? You just all support each other, and when you're not having a good day, they will all carry you and the other way around?
Yeah, I think it's important that you always show trust to your teammates, because I think trust is a really important thing when you are playing a team game, and when you feel like your teammates have your back, you can do whatever you want. And yeah, you know, if you are giving bad vibes, that's not the best, and maybe that's what we did also a little bit on Mirage. And yeah, I'm really, really happy we closed this game, because I promised the guys before Inferno that this will be not the last game we play here together. So yeah, I'm looking forward for tomorrow.
Let's talk about it then. Tomorrow, Vitality comes knocking again, and we know what happened in Austin, and I know you still remember it. So what kind of energy is being brought into that match? Because you are a team that did not make any changes, so you had time to kind of really work on your strats. But is tomorrow the day, Torji?
Tomorrow is the day. I feel it, and I hope we can do it here in Cologne on this stage. But they are really good. But at the same time, I think we are getting better and better by each game, you know. And also we are in advantage because we just played today, and I feel like it's always good if you play your first game on the stage already, you know, and maybe we can get them off guard, you know, tomorrow. But yeah, I feel we have a good shot.
That revenge, I know it's brewing. Now I know that in Austin there were a lot of fans that were against Vitality. But here, regardless, there are already a lot of fans for you. But do you want to win some more fans? Is there anything you want to say to the Lanxess?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Lanxess. It's one of the best arena we can play as a Counter-Strike player. So make some noise, and tomorrow is going to be banger games.
Thank you very much.
An absolute marathon of a quarterfinal, but Mouz just about crossed that finish line first. They had to work for it at every single turn, but 6 rounds in a row sees them sealing out Inferno and gets them that coveted rematch versus Vitality tomorrow.
Freya, this comeback was so crisp that not even Jacob can say something bad about it.
He'll give it a go.
I'll give it a go. I agree with you.
I left him speechless.
I think that was fantastic. I'm not gonna lie. For Mouz to come back in that fashion, obviously for Furia to throw the game in that fashion as well.
There we go.
It's kind of remarkable. I think Chad said it during the cast as well. It was 6 buy rounds almost in a row for Mouz. In 4 of those rounds, Furia had the advantage. In 4 of those, they played 5v4, where if you paused the round 20, 30, 40 seconds into it, you'd be like, yeah, Furia is most likely going to win this, or most likely going to win that, but just didn't pan out that way. So yeah, very impressed in Mouz, but also for Furia, that was a giant opportunity that slipped out of their hands.
I think, to be fair, they didn't make glaring mistakes, Furia, in those situations. We got what we wanted from Mouz. Their players stepped up, right? Because to win 3v4s, to win 4v5, some of them, they weren't even in a favorable position. You know, you're a man down, but the rotation is on the other side, and you can maybe get the bomb down. No, these were hard rounds to win. You know, you're a man down, you didn't gain much map control either, and I think it was Pink's first and foremost who stepped up. He started sort of the comeback for them with huge multi-kills on the T side and Exertion. in the last couple of rounds was doing the heavy work.
100%. Should we dive into one of the many moments where, you know, Furia were putting up a test for Mouz, and just why we were saying that Furia were so impressive?
You say many moments, I say the last moment in the game.
Yeah.
It's actually the last round they win at the entire tournament. You see there's 40 seconds left in this round, and you see the buy as well coming out from Mouz, not in particular very inspiring. Minimap as well tells you a story that Furia opts to go for a retake on towards this B bomb site. They have a player over here stuck, they have 2 players down in CT spawn, whereas Mouz is walking freely in towards the B bomb site.
2 guys on A.
Still have 2 guys on A for now, but that's not the massive issue. My massive issue right now, Mouz is still having 2 smokes available, so they get the bomb site for free. They don't have to spend those smokes, they don't have to use them. And at this point, I'm like, I even said to you in the green room, Janko, Mouz can win this round. And you said, yeah, they're almost guaranteed to win this round. You put down a smoke towards CT spawn now, you put down a smoke towards coils, and for Furia to have to retake through this is going to be very, very difficult. My issue, though, for Mouz is their positioning. The smoke comes down from Bolan, but no one is holding the smoke. So in a couple of moments, you see these 3 players are going to go through the smoke on this side, and no one from Mouz is holding it, right? They go through the smoke, they 1 out, Exertion goes down, Bolan goes down, and all of a sudden Furia walks in and wins an easy round. To me, this was arguably a mistake for Furia. I think they played it way too passive. I think they gave Mouz too big of a space to work with. And I thought to myself, when Furia won this round, 11-7, Mouz couldn't capitalize, not even getting close winning this round. I thought to myself, that's it, that's game over. Furia makes a small little mistake, or maybe gives Mouz a little bit too much space in this round and still can't capitalize, they're not going to win. And then all of a sudden, Spinks happened.
You know what this looked like to me? This looked like anti-strat from Mouz, right? Because they had 2 smokes saved, you know, on purpose. This wasn't by accident, right? So I think they maybe saw that Furia in these rounds likes to play retakes, so they say, okay, we're going to get the side, and we'll have 2 more smokes, which is going to win us the round. But yes, 2 guys playing behind the smoking banana, probably not the best decision.
And as you said, shout out to Spinks for showing up in the later stages of the 3rd and final map. We got some stats to illustrate just how much impact he was able to deliver, but without, obviously, the former Cologne champion. Of course, he lifted the trophy with Vitality just this time last year.
That round.
It might have been a different story.
That play right there.
Casey had to head back-to-back rounds, which were really unlucky. This is first of them. He has utility, but he doesn't want to use it because they don't know where he is. So he's thinking, we're 2v2 on this side, right? Like, I'm just going to trade the kill or whatever, but Spinks just wrecks him. And then the following round, he pushes through the CT smoke on B, trying to help Kinder, who somehow stayed alive and managed to find an extra kill. And then he just gets punished, and then a 3v2 becomes a 2v3 for Furia.
It was magic coming out from Mouz right here. The composure as well to stay level-headed in this scenario. There were so many rounds they probably could have lost, you know, at 11-7, as we saw right here. Probably they thought to themselves as well, we're not going to win this game. We even saw Fallen, his body language, he was celebrating, he was happy, he was in the groove, he was feeling it, right? And at that point, to make a comeback and mount a comeback where 4 of the rounds out of the 6 they end up winning, they were playing 4v5. Credit to Mouz, credit to the communication, credit for staying level-headed, credit for Bolan as well, you know, calling some of those mid-rounds, I assume, or Exertion for that matter. It's impressive that they were able to do it, but I can't help to feel that it's such a disappointing loss for Furia, right? They were so close and probably should have won.
It was more of what we saw in Austin. It was a choke on the 3rd map, Inferno as well, right? If I'm not mistaken. So that was unfortunate. They managed to beat G2 in overtime to make it into the Lanxess, right? On Inferno 16-14, and this one went against them another time.
While we speak about some of the individuals, I think it's only right that we go on in and check in with our DHL MVP. Three options for you guys at home to be spending your Twitch channel points on. Question is, who are you going to choose? First up to bat, it's Torzy. Jacob, sell me on why the viewers at home should be voting for Torzy as our DHL MVP.
It's a tough sell, but he had a fantastic train match, I'm not going to lie. He was fantastic on train, but he kind of fizzled out a little bit on Mirage, kind of fizzled out a little bit on the 3rd map as well. I don't know, you could pick Torzy, but I think there was another player who deserves it slightly more.
Is it Spinks, Janko?
I don't know, because apparently Torzy, being the highest rated, doesn't deserve it, but okay, he's sharing that with Spinks, so maybe for Jacob then, it's Spinks, right? And we were talking about him. He has been the most consistent player, really, it feels like, when it comes to the big games. And even though he started a little bit slow on the final map, that string of rounds that he had on Inferno with this 2K in particular was monumental for their comeback.
Or is it exertion, Jacob? Is that who you're going to be sneakily voting for in the chat?
He's a great candidate, but I do want to put my money on Spinks, to be honest. The impact he had was absolutely fantastic. Now, exertion, as Janko said as well, came alive. Spinks kept him alive, Torsi kept him alive, and then when he mattered the most, when it was 11-8, he had a couple of massive entries. Final round right here as well, getting a boost, getting the first entry. Exertion played up and stepped up when needed the most, but over the course of the series, I think Spinks had the most impact.
On the flip side, though, for Furia, that does mark the end of the road here in Cologne, and as you aptly said, Janko, once again on Inferno, once again, arguably a little bit of a choke, that is going to be replaying in their heads, right? Of course, they were the massive underdogs, but when you're that close to getting a semi-final spot, that's going to hurt.
When you have the advantage so many times, you have so many gun rounds, right? It's like, so it's not like we got reset and we never really had, you know, it wasn't really a fair fight. No, actually, it was in your advantage for the most part, and it's just unfortunate because you can see towards the very end a little bit of frustration get into Molodoi, right? Because he isn't in some of these rounds, you know, the opponents go another way. K Serato as well, just getting wrecked, you know, sometimes the other guy is just better, and you know, it just was very disappointing for Furia that they couldn't find that little extra, just a round or two to be able to close it out.
That's two things we learned in this game. Molodoi on a big stage right here in Cologne had a fantastic showing, impactful from start to finish. Yeah, obviously some frustrations creeping in. You can expect and understand why that is, you know, when he's been playing such a great game. And also for Furia, right now it does suck. They should have won Inferno. It was a crumple, it was a choke. I very much agree with that, Janko, but they're in another quarterfinal at a big tournament. They're in another playoff, and let's be honest, you and I, Janko, we spent the last 4 years laughing at this team. They've never been relevant. They were never doing anything in order to actively promote themselves or even be remotely interesting to talk about. Now they find themselves in 2 back-to-back playoffs where they probably should have won this quarterfinal against Mouz, booked a spot in the semifinal, and Molodov is the real deal. There's something to be excited about when you look at Furia.
8 years in the making for Fallen to be returning to the Cathedral. Unfortunately, that does end in the quarterfinals. So let's get a few closing thoughts with him, courtesy of Trace.
It's that time of the night again where we say goodbye to one of the teams, and this time it's going to be Fallen with Furia. Furia on their way out of Cologne. Fallen, you're no stranger to this place, so tell me a little bit about those emotions, man. Tell me what's going on through your head.
Hello, everyone. A lot of emotions. Coming here for a third time, having won the last 2, and of course, I'm not a favorite to win here. I know we're the underdogs on these playoffs, but being able to deliver such a great game and play so well with so many moments, and at some point as well, actually feeling that we have the game, and then just to let it slip away on some unlucky rounds, you know, like some situations where 1 kill could give us a semi-final spot. But that's Counter-Strike for you. Nothing is set in stone. No advantage is guaranteed. You got to fight for the rounds, and they just played a little bit better on the very end, so that's why they won.
And very well put. Can you tell me about some of the hardships your team went through to get to this point? Because playing in Cologne is a big deal. To find success and then falter a little bit on the stage. Tell me a little bit about your team and your boys today.
Well, we have been reshaping the team a lot in the last few months. I'm so happy that I'm playing with Yekindar and Molodoi right now. I feel like they're very strong players, and that's why we are able to come here to one of the biggest places you can play Counter-Strike and deliver such a great match. I'm very happy with Castriot and Yuri as well. I know they're going to be very tough with themselves on those few rounds that doesn't go our way, but you know, there's only 2 ways of going from that. Either you're going to be suffering, which is normal when it really happens, but you can always look from the bright side as well. This team was very close from beating one of the top teams that has been for the last months, and we can learn from this. And at least I feel like inside that we have what it takes to win with this team. And as long as my boy feels the same, eventually we're going to bring them down.
Gabriel, let me ask you another question here. You know, we've been watching this game and a part of this game for a long time, and I guess, take it how you will, was this potentially one of the last times you play in the Lanxess?
Well, it's only 1 time per year, right? So maybe, who knows? I have been trying to play this last stage of my career in a different role. I was up to the challenge, you know. I know that at some point I'm going to have to step down. That's why I bring another offer to the team. It's very difficult to find all the roles that have been contributing to the team, and that's why we started with the ALP role. And at some point, someone is going to come up on my place, but I'm not so sure it's going to be right now or later. It doesn't really matter. For now, what I know for the fact is that I'm going to play until December with the team, and I'm enjoying it a lot. So maybe I'm going to see some personal things in life, and I can play for more, but regardless, Furia is here to stay, and I'm very happy with the new pickups. And I think we can go much further. It's just a shame that didn't happen here, but we're going to make it work.
I think you guys can be very proud of the performances you're putting on display in here in Austin. And I guess in this moment, would you like to say anything?
Just would like to thank every fan who came by on the stadium. You guys are the reason. We love this game so much. You know, it's just such a unexplainable experience to be playing in some places like that. And I'd like to thank Furia as an organization to providing us every single thing we need as a support to do what we love the most. I'd like to thank my friends for believing in me and fighting this fight with me every day. And not last but not late, thanks all my family members, my wife, everyone who supports me. I know a lot of time that we cannot stay together is because I'm putting a lot of emphasis on being the best athlete I can, and I appreciate the fact that you guys have my back all the time.
Thank you very much, Gabriel.
Thank you, guys.
Eloquent words, as always, from Fallen, even in defeat. Very interesting. Trace poses the question, you know, is this maybe the last time we see you in the Cathedral? You know, he's saying until December he will be with the team. I'd be surprised if he's the one to be kind of stepping away from things, but it's admirable for him to be looking at the future of his career now that, you know, he's passed on the Orping duties to Molodoi, right?
Yeah, I think just first and foremost, I want to say that you cannot overstate enough how nice of a guy Fallen is, right? Like, as his former coach, that comes first, and also his mind for the game is unbelievable. And I don't think that has fallen off, no pun intended, seriously, but I think that was the one flaw in his career, that he's been too nice at times, that he hasn't been more commanding, hasn't had a little bit more of an ego in terms of making decisions for the team, or maybe even the roster changes, because it is a little bit, I think it's going to be one of the big what-ifs. The last 5 years of his career with some hodgepodge rosters, you know, the Imperial run, and then some of the Furia lineups and whatnot, right? You can see how he can make the team function when he has the proper players. When he has good players around him, he can still lead the team on a high level. They can still play good Counter-Strike, and they were just, like he said, a frag or two away from putting down the second best team in the world and making the semifinal.
Got to be heartbreaking for Furia to be exiting in this fashion, but we can check in with what is in schedule for tomorrow. Of course, 2 semifinals going to be going down, and it does mean, Jacob, we get the rematch once again. How many times have Mouz and Vitality faced off already this year, and how many times has Mouz won in those situations?
I think at least 7 or 8 too many at this point. You know, it's a nice matchup, and there's been a couple of times when Mouz have been edging closer to Vitality, but with the way Vitality's been playing so far, with the way they got out of the Austin Major, the way they started Cologne here so far, it's hard to imagine a world where they're not going into that game and with the same mentality that we're going to beat Mouz no matter what happens. That being said, though, Janko Torsi did say that he believes he's feeling it.
What can he say? He's not going to say we're going to come and get spanked again, right? And we've said it. Sooner or later, they will beat them. It's just it has to happen, right? Whether it will happen tomorrow, we'll have to wait and see. They'll have to play better than they did today. You know, guys will have to be a little bit more consistent across the series. And I think that will be the second game, though, not the first game.
Yes, I think it's slightly reversed on the bracket there. So that will be Spirit versus Na'Vi coming up first, which we haven't seen too much of. Na'Vi managed to get the better of Spirit as history goes. So I wonder if it's going to be different tomorrow.
I don't think so, to be honest. I think Na'Vi in a semi-final in itself is impressive. I think the way they played against the Mongols today and securing that spot in the semi-final was kind of cool to see. That being said, though, I think Spirit have looked great so far. Sway is the big question. Big stage in Cologne. Can he handle the pressure? The thing is, I don't think it matters. I think he could go in and have a bomber of a series. Dunk will still make it happen for him. So I have Spirit as the clear-cut favorite in that one.
It has been an incredible day of Counter-Strike to already be going down in Cologne. And if you have any FOMO missing out at home, make sure you head on over to esl.dg/Krakow for the next championship IEM event. The first time we're going to be in Krakow as well, Janko. I've been there for a couple of forays in my time. It's a great city. It's going to be great vibes, right?
Yeah, it's going to be great. I can't wait. I think that tournament going to a bit of a bigger city, a bigger arena, it's going to be awesome.
Yes, it is indeed. But tomorrow is going to be as awesome as ever. Semi-finals on the line at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it. like it's fuel to level up, like the champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite. Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.